Freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gon' let it get to me. I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause I'm just gonna creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Spooky up in here, it's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever want it, bring it. I don't care, we can do this. Then come step up to the plate and meet your match. It ain't no thing.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Rap about a man named Alec Hunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alec stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing the football, call this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Good evening, boys, girls, and envies of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. If you're listening to me on the Discord, the Platinum Politics stage, hello, welcome in, everybody, the entire audience of 5 people. Hopefully that grows, we'll see. But yeah, I'm excited to have you all here. Today's stream is just going to be some pre-scheduled debates. If anybody here would like to schedule a debate with me, now, I do still plan to do, like, the Flash debates. I still do want to do the Flash debates. Sorry, I don't have any of my lights on. Give me just a second. So the Flash debates are fun. I like them. The thing about the Flash debates, they're short. 15 minutes apiece. I think that's a good time for a Flash debate. But I like longer debates as well. Discussions, I should say. So, if you are up for one of those longer discussions, you can do what these folks did here, and you can DM me and set one up. I plan for most of my content these days to be these discussions, so if that is something you're interested in, by all means, feel free to hit me up. We will get something set up. Give me just a second. Okay. Okay, back to it. All right, so before we get started, here, let me go on camera for the folks on Discord. Hopefully it works fine. It's not going to work fine, is it? Oh, yeah, my tech guy wanted to look and watch, too. Hold on. Okay, I think it's like a little choppy, but it's not terrible. Let me see if I can close out of some more heavy things. So everything looks like it's running fine. My tech guy told me that it might just be the heat sink. I need a better heat sink. Because I don't have a water sink. I just have a fan. And he said that the heat sink, the water heat sink is super easy to install. So that might be my next step, is just getting a better heat sink. Because everything looks like it's functioning fine. The CPU, the memory, all of that. So I have no idea. But it looks like now that like everything's up and running... Oh yeah, when I switch... Yeah, it does not like that when I switch over. Okay, I might have to be... Okay, yeah. What I'm gonna have to do is turn off the video feed for the Discord. I'm sorry, guys. Gotta turn off the video feed for the Discord. Why is it doing this? It's like really bad. Hey Alec, I just finished Arlong Park arc. Nice. Oh yeah, I definitely feel the heat coming off of that. It does not like that one bit. Okay, video camera's got to go off. I'm sorry, debate stage folks. Oh wait, it's also because I'm streaming. That's why. Let me turn that off. There we go. Okay. Much better. Now that I'm not streaming. It's better than it was before, like when it used to be. But yeah, this will be fine. I don't need to stream. If you guys want to listen to the music, you can turn on your own. Before we get started, we do have to pull somebody in at 4:30. I wanted to show you guys a little dude that I was working on. I don't know if you can tell what it is. This is what they call a snowman. The beads on the torso are just like a little tiny bit off center, but there's really not much I can do about it. I tried to center them. It's just like not, you know, it looks fine. It looks good in my opinion. And if you twist the head, if you give the head a little twist, like, it looks fine. But yeah, I got one glove on. I want to work on the other glove. Or mitten, I guess. And also, as some of you may know... Hello, Ferexiel. Hey, Alec, I just finished the Arlong Park arc. Very nice. I think I already read that. Did I already read that? I'm sorry. My ADHD's acting up. Very good. Arlong Park is very good. I would say it's the first WoW arc. You know what I mean? The first WoW arc, in my opinion. I made a bunch of cats. I started with this pink one, I believe. No. I started with this rainbow one. So I made this rainbow cat. They're $30 a piece on Etsy. They will be slightly cheaper in person. If you show up at GalaxyCon in Columbus, Ohio, in December, show up and these will be $25. Okay, not 30. They'll be $25. Rainbow cat. Then we did the pink cat, and the pink cat is a little special in my opinion. It's got its eyes are just a little bit more split up, but it looks a little bit more confused than the rainbow cat. But I like it. He's a goofy little guy. The cats are cute. Thank you. Loving the hat. Thank you. I was feeling nerdy today. I'm working on this one today. I'm working on a void baby. You can't tell very well, but the eyes are in fact brown, just a little bit. So, it's not quite done yet, but the face is pretty much done. It just needs whiskers. I got a blue one. This is the perfect color blue. And once I'm out of it, it's gone. Once I'm out of it, it's gone. I thought this was going to be debates. What are all these cats? I'm streaming right now. I'm live. Hush. It's going to be debates, I promise. At 4:30. Give me 4 minutes, please, to just indulge in my personal hobby. Blue cat. White cat, I just did yesterday. I think this one might be structurally the most, like the best one. Little white boy. It's white boy summer. It's white boy winter, as it were. And then finally, the big cat. The big cat. I got this yarn for $4 at Hobby Lobby. I used a hook that was slightly too small for it, so it was a little tricky to do. I'm ordering a bigger hook. But I think it's pretty damn good, and I gave it some special eyes. The big rainbow cat. So if you can see here, it's just a little under double the size. Once I get the new hook, it will be exactly double the size. Like, this one's done, obviously, but if I were to make another one, it'd be easier with the new hook. I use a 3.25 for my small stuff, a 6.5 for medium, and a 13 for large from now on. Big cats look great, thank you. Big cat looks great, got it. Thank you. Last thing. Actually, two more things. Two more things. I'll save this one. I want that one for last. I'm working on a commission. This is a commission. I do take custom commissions, so if you would like a custom commission such as this one of your OC, this is this person's OC. You can see she has nice frilly sleeves and some devil horns, some nice devil horns. She also has glasses that are tinted pink, but I don't know what to do with that. So I guess I'll have to figure that out. She's gonna have pink hair as well. The big thing that's still missing is the pink hair. But other than that, this is pretty much how it's gonna look. It's gonna have some golden attributes as well, and it's got a little cape. It's got a little cape. So I got that, and then finally, before we get started, last one. You could probably find some doll glasses. Yeah, probably. I could probably just order some. Last thing before we get started. Who knows Who knows what this is gonna be? By now you should know. If you're in my audience, you know. I know, I won't say it though. Low punny? Yes, low punny. Life size low punny. If you see these frills right here, that's because it's getting an ass. It's gonna have a nice juicy ass. So what I need to do is I need to attach these legs together like this. And then I need to work all the way around and just increase the size of the ass until it's what I want. And then you just keep working up from there. I'm gonna KMS. Listen, if you don't want a life-size low punny, that's on you. Not my problem. Okay, I gotta get all this shit out of here. Hold on. Okay. All right. Who's ready for some debates? Can you make a doll of tongue sahur? I don't know who that is. Pink window tint from Amazon? Gotcha. How do you find time to do any of that? All I do is work, clean the kitchen, and cook for my husband. I'm a very fortunate person. I have, you know, enough time. Not like oodles of it, but I have enough time on my hands that I can. All right, let's do this thing. Pause the music. Okay. At... What's this person's name again? Fair in Heights. Let's link them directly to the stage. Oh wait, I didn't make an announcement on Discord yet. I didn't make an announcement on fucking Platinum Politics yet either. Hold on. Oh wait. No, I made it on my Discord server, not Platinum Politics. That's what happened. Okay, we're waiting on Fahrenheit. If you're just now joining, you missed my crochet updates. That sucks for you. That sucks for you. My crochet updates are amazing. But alas, if that's what you came here for, you can leave now. If you came here for some boring debates, well, you can also leave because the debates won't be boring, but you get my point. Not as exciting as crochet work, in my opinion. Never made it to a live before, lols. Very nice. YouTube chat. Anarchist for Equity. Wait, I feel like you were here last time, though. Maybe not. I know you're not a drama tuber, but the Xander Hall Dark Brandon beef is kind of funny. I feel like... Wasn't that a while ago? I'm ready. Where do I go? Just click join stage. We're still waiting on Fahrenheit. How's everybody doing? Ah, there we go. All right, Fahrenheit has arrived. Now, how do I do this? Right click, invite to speak. There we go. All right, give me 1 second.
What's up, big dog?
Alrighty, we are good. I'm recording. Hello there. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Doing just fine. You want to go ahead and give us your name and why you're here?
Yeah, I'm Fahrenheit. I came here to talk to you and to the audience about ideology and philosophy, I guess.
Perfect. And you are typically a TikTok debater, right? You do TikTok stuff.
Yep, typically
All right,
TikTok
perfect.
panels.
Perfect. So you're spreading out a little bit today. I appreciate that. Can you please just center yourself? Come on. All right. There we go. Center your chakras. I'm telling my OBS. Okay. All right. So, what name do you prefer to go by? Is Fahrenheit okay, or do you want something else?
You can call me Fahrenheit, you can call me Fair, or you can call me Chris for this. My real name is Chris. I don't mind that.
Chris. Okay, I'll go with Chris. All right, Chris. So, yeah, do you want to go ahead and get started, or would you like me to take the reins?
Yeah, you go first, man. I'll just respond.
Sure. So I'm so sorry. Specifically, what are we talking about again? I that went in one ear and out the other.
I think you wanted me to dabble into Christian apologetics today,
Sure.
if I'm not mistaken.
Sure. So until recently, I was an atheist. I became an agnostic humanist recently. I believe in the power and the spirit of humanity. I believe in something greater than the individual, but that is the collective. I think that God is. I think that religion in general and Christianity have good things about them, have very good traits about them. That's why you see people like addicts get their life back together once they go Christian or whatever other religion they go for. Some go Muslim, and they have some structure to their lives now, right? So I think that there are definitely good elements of religion that I did not think were there when I was an atheist. At the same time, I think that there are some harmful elements as well. I think the idea of one singular all-powerful God is not great. Like, I like the greater than me element of that, but I don't like the element of hierarchy. I think that humanity, like as a species, we are all equal to each other. Like when I say equal, what I mean is like we have equal rights, we should be equally considered, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that God kind of throws a wrench in all that. So that's just me. If you have anything to say to that, you can go ahead.
Yeah, while I can't disagree with you, it is kind of a hierarchy. The Christian way of framing it, I'm not sure about other religions, is there's a hierarchy. At the top of the hierarchy is God, and right below him, everything else, and everything else is equal. God is the only thing above everything. So yeah, we are all equal. I agree with that.
Okay. I don't know if I like the idea of another being above me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Okay, so convince me to become comfortable with it.
Well, see, that's hard. I can try, but
Sure.
there is a logical fallacy. I've been studying fallacy in debate recently, but there is a logical fallacy called the consequence fallacy, where saying something has less probability of being true because the implications are bad. It's a fallacy. So while the implications of Christianity being true can be quite uncomfortable, that doesn't really say that it's true or false. So this is something I had to get past. I was uncomfortable with the ideas, but in my pursuit of truth, I slowly started accepting the uncomfortabilities as truth. And I believe that beyond the personal philosophy, that there are at least clues that show us that Christianity is probably the right answer. I'm a very logical person, very down to earth guy. I was atheist for a while. I did question everything. But it was sheerly through logic and reasoning that I arrived here. I'm not like most Christians. I don't and can't have blind faith. But yeah, if you want to talk about more like the history, the archaeology and stuff like that, that's kind of what landed me here. But I don't know, how
Sure.
do you feel about my response?
Well, sure, we can go down that route because that's why you're here. You want to talk about like the history and whatever. Um, but as far as your response goes, I guess like I was more like we can't really prove or disprove God. We can't prove or disprove that anything that I believe spiritually is accurate. I think that I can logic my way through it, but ultimately everything that I'm saying about like humanity and some kind of spiritual soup that's embedded in the fabric of the universe, which is what I believe. Like all of that is speculation. I don't have actual evidence to back any of that, and I don't believe that there's actual evidence to back like the existence of Yahweh, which is fine. You don't need it. I guess I was more gearing toward, since there's no way to back that, unless you disagree, but since there's really no way to back that, why is it a good thing to believe in Christianity over like humanism? But we don't have to talk about that if you want. We can talk about the history of Christianity. It's up to you.
No, that's a great question, actually. I don't mind answering any
Sure.
questions you'd have. So, humanism is a great idea on paper, but I kind of like the C.S. Lewis way of approaching this, that throughout history, independently of each other, thousands of years, many different cultures, people have kind of largely agreed on objective morality. I believe objective morality exists. I believe subjective morality also exists and that they're not mutually exclusive. So humanity has pretty much unanimously decided you shouldn't murder, you shouldn't steal. There's like a small list of things that everybody knows is wrong. So the fact that people keep failing to live up to those standards, also independently of culture and society, thousands of times over thousands of years, it kind of compels me to think maybe the morality is actually above humanity itself. If we understand it to a degree, but we also fail to consistently live up to it, it's a compelling idea that it comes from something greater than humanity.
I would argue that there's a point there, but I would say it's more about something above the individual. I think that humans as a collective are much stronger. You know, monkeys, or what is it, apes strong together from Planet of the Apes. Apes strong
Right.
together. You know, like we come together, we pull all of our ideas, all of our innovations, all of our thoughts and emotions, and then we can pick out the best ones. And if we merge together as like a single species, we can essentially become a greater version of ourselves because we all become the best of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's a good refute, because it could very easily be that the majority of humanity agrees on most stuff, but then the minority people are the ones who kind of rebel against that. That's a good rebuttal.
Sure, it's less about
I do think
agreeing. Go ahead, you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do think that there's something in all of us, though, that kind of tells us, that convicts our hearts. Whether you believe in God or not, you know when you're doing something wrong. And unless you're a sociopath, you end up feeling bad about it eventually, right?
You end up feeling bad about what? I'm sorry.
About like if you do something wrong. You
Yes,
know it's
well,
wrong while you're doing it, and then
sometimes.
you feel guilt.
Sometimes. Like,
Right, sometimes.
yeah. So I understand your point. Yeah, you do something wrong, you feel guilty about it. Sure. But in the moment you don't know that like you're not internalizing this is a bad thing to do necessarily, right? Like you have an excuse for it.
Sometimes there's an excuse. I feel like the average person is good, though. I feel like the average person, when they're doing the wrong thing, they might make an excuse for it, but there's something in them that knows it's wrong.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But
And
in the
we're talking objective morality. I'm not talking anything subjective, like, giving somebody a loan and charging them interest. That's subjective. I'm talking about something like stealing
stealing. Yeah, that's a good example. So let's take stealing. So I steal from somebody. Why would I do that?
because you wanted that thing.
I wanted that thing. Why?
It was either appealing to you or you thought that it would serve some sort of purpose. Maybe you wanted to gain monetary value out of it.
Would serve a purpose, right? So I
Right.
have a justification for stealing. It could simply be I have less money than you. Like I've done it at the store before. I don't do it regularly. I don't really do it anymore at all. But I used to I would sneak sometimes some like a 12 pack of Coke or something. I would just like sneak it into the bottom of my cart, go to the self checkout, just pretend that I forgot to scan it, and then walk out.
Yep.
And I don't
It's
really
very
feel
easy to
that
do.
bad about it, huh?
I said that's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, I don't feel that bad about it. And I've legitimately forgotten too. But I've done it on purpose a few times, and I don't feel that bad about it. I just I think that it's fine-ish. Like it's stealing, but at the same time, like Kroger's not dying because I did that. I think they'll be fine.
No, you're right. But there are implications. Like this is part of the reason that soda prices are so high is because this is such a common thing that people do. Soda is one of the most stolen items, actually, statistically, if you guys didn't know that.
I did not.
Yeah,
Okay.
statistically, soda, jewelry, dollar bins where you just like reach in and pick out your stuff, those are statistically stolen from a lot. There's a certain few things that are not only easier to steal but more appealing to steal. Like how you mentioned you can sneak the soda onto the bottom of your cart. People do it on accident all the time. It's just really easy to do. So consequently it happens a lot.
Right. So I guess my point in this is I don't. You say a morality objective. I don't know because
Sometimes.
like sometimes. Okay, sometimes. Well, if it's sometimes objective, there's. Wait, hold on. Wait, can you explain that?
Yeah, I'd love to elaborate. So there are some things that are objectively moral, and there are some things that are objectively immoral, but most things fall into a gray area, like tying your shoes. It would be dumb of me to say that all morals are objective because tying your shoes has little moral implication, if any at all. And then there are certain things that some people would consider bad and some people would consider good, like interest rates. We touched on that. But then there are things that the general population, people who aren't mentally ill, will just say, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's bad. Like donating to charity. Nobody will come here and say donating to charity is bad. Or murder. Nobody would come up here and say murder is good. So I do think there is objective morality. I do think it's very limited, though. There are only a handful of things that are objectively moral.
Okay. What about do you support the death penalty?
I do, but this is where we get into defining the word murder.
Sure. Let's define it.
So I'll just give you my definition. You tell me if you agree.
Sure.
Murder is the unjust taking of an innocent life. Would you agree?
Innocent. I don't know if I agree with the word innocent.
I think for it to be murder, it has to be the implication must be that the life that's being taken is at least comparatively innocent. Like if somebody kicked down my door and pointed a shotgun at me and I used my Second Amendment to stop them, that is no longer murder if they happen to lose their life because I'm not targeting an innocent person. I'm targeting somebody who would hurt me. However, if somebody's walking down the street and they look suspicious and I do the same thing, well, in that very moment, they were innocent. Although they might not be innocent in everything for all their life, they didn't do anything to warrant me taking their life, if that makes sense.
Uh okay, so when a person doesn't do something that warrants you taking their life.
Then it becomes murder, yes.
Okay, so I see. So unjustified killing basically is murder.
Yes, sir. That
Okay,
that would be, I think, a good definition.
sure. So give me the justification for the death penalty.
Now, I think the death penalty should only be for very terrible people who are not able to be rehabilitated. And this can be pretty empirical. So, like repeat offenders, people who murder dozens of times. Like, I think you and I would both agree if we were looking at somebody who raped and murdered 12 children, They're probably not rehabilitatable. They're probably mentally ill. They're probably going to do it again. In the case of somebody causing that much harm to society, I think the death penalty is warranted.
So this is somebody that, like, on account of them being alive, they are a detriment to society just because of who they are and how they operate.
Yes. Now, this is only a small group of people, but this small group of people we should handle with capital punishment, in my opinion.
So let me ask you this then. Okay, sure. If we assume it's true, right, that there is no way to, one, rehabilitate this person, or two, contain this person, then yes, I agree that I mean, that's just public safety at that point. That's just a matter of having a public menace who is an escape artist and a murderer, right? Like that, I agree. If they can't be contained and they're a public menace, then yes, we should kill them. That's a justified killing. Now, I don't think that that's typically how the death penalty is used. And that's why I say I'm against the death penalty just as a general rule. But I think it sounds like we're on the same page because, like, if you have like a rapist, let's say you have a rapist, right? Let's say in fact you have a pedophile rapist. Do you think this person deserves the death penalty?
Absolutely, especially if they're a repeat offender. But even
Okay.
one time would be good enough for me.
Okay. So I would argue that you can contain this person. You know, if this person is an escape artist, right? You can contain them and you can attempt rehabilitation because most pedophile rapists are doing that with some kind of excuse. I'm not saying that they're justified or anything like that, but in their heads, they're justified. Nobody's the bad guy in their own story, right? So I try to see the good in all people. So I don't think that it is a good precedent to set to make murder like state sanctioned. I consider it state sanctioned murder because there's no real reason to take that person's life once they've been contained. And I prefer trying to rehabilitate them and reintegrating them into society.
I mean, normally I would agree, but with things like that, like that's just so heinous that in my mind at least, even a small chance of them repeating the offense, it just doesn't sit right with me. But I guess this is where it would get into a subjective argument.
Well, there's a small chance that any of us could do it, right? Like under the correct circumstances, any one of us could become that kind of person, in my opinion. Like I know that it's
True.
uncomfortable to think about, but if we don't recognize that puts us at that much higher of a risk of becoming that.
True, but then there's also a really big point that I like to preach that a lot of people don't think about is making an example. So we don't have to take the smallest offenders. We don't have to take somebody who raped a woman one time and say, yeah, put you to death. But at the same time, if we have these repeat offenders who, let's say, we implemented your system and this person raped a 16-year-old and then we rehabilitate them, they get better. 5 or 10 years later, they get out and they don't commit any crimes. That's fine. But on the flip side, if you rehabilitate them and then they get out and then they go back to their old ways, I think bringing them back in and saying, okay, we gave you a chance, death penalty, that's probably warranted under your ideology, yes?
Not if you can contain them, no. I prefer permanent incarceration.
So now here's the thing. This is my problem with that. Is that if we just contain them after their second, third, fourth offense, if we just contain them, now the other people who want to do the same crime as them are going to say, so my worst consequence is I get 3 square a day and I get to play cards and I might not get caught. There's a chance I could not even get caught, but the worst thing that could happen to me is I just get locked up and I get the state to take care of me. I don't like this solution. I like that if we did implement the death penalty for repeat offenders like this, then people who thought about doing it would actually stop and say, the worst penalty I can get is death. That does actually work. We have a lot of statistical evidence that shows if people know they're going to get the death penalty for doing something, incidences of that thing will drop.
Sure, I value human life. I think that people are intrinsically valuable as a result of being human and alive. So I I hear what you're saying. I would retort though, if you're like, I agree that their situation should not be glamorous. Okay? I'm not saying they should live the high life or anything. They should get the basics, right? They get three squares, like you said. They get a pot to piss and shit in, a roof over their heads, a shower, like nothing luxurious. And they're contained. So they can, they can do things, I guess. They can go around as long as they're not hurting anybody. They can go around and do things, but they can't be out with broader society because they are a danger to those people. I'm looking at something like the Nordic system, for instance, if you know what that is. You know anything about the Nordic system?
I've never heard that specific terminology. You can fill me
Sure.
in.
Yeah, of course. The Nordic justice system is basically, or the prison system. It is basically what I'm describing. You get the basics. You get some, you get some. What's the word? Some pastime stuff to do. What's the word for it? Recreation. You got some recreation. So like, there's a music room. You can play instruments. You can, you can sit and crochet all day if you want. Like, you can just do your thing while being rehabilitated, right? Now,
Yeah, and I agree with this that the prison system should actually have more things like this, more books,
yeah,
more Bible studies, church stuff. Like if we can take these people who are locked up while we're rehabilitating them and help them find a greater purpose and find something to channel their energy into that makes them a productive member of society. Like, let's say you get put away for 10 years and because you have access to it, you come out a professional musician. I love that idea. I'm not against that at all.
great. So we're on the same page. So like, that is rehabilitation, right? And the flip side of that is they don't like being there. Not as much as they prefer being out in broader society, because in the Nordic system in Norway, uh, they're as close to socialist as you can get in the first world. You know what I mean? Like, they have a lot of the public amenities provided for them. They have a lot of, yeah, I don't know the specifics, but they have a lot of workers' rights, etc. So they have pretty good lives that are well sustained by their system. And so when you get put in prison, it is comparatively a lot worse. You don't have as much freedom. You can still go out sometimes, but you don't have as much freedom. People don't like it there. And my retort to that would be, to what your original statement was, would be, makes life better for everyone else. Um, that would be what I think would be the obvious answer.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that, I guess. Well, I don't think that completely like changes my mind about using the death penalty in extreme cases. I do think you have a valid point for like the offenses that are just jailable. You can make those less attractive by making society a better place. Yeah, by making prison less of an option. Some people here, it's actually a very common idea in America where if you're poor, you're broke, you're homeless, you got nothing left to live for, just go break a window and wait for the police to show up. And in America, the jail system actually isn't that bad compared to the things that you can go through outside of it.
Sure, well, we do have a pretty brutal jail system and prison system. I mean, I had one guy who had got chemical burns on his stomach because he accidentally ingested some detergent while
Yeah.
eating, because like they didn't clean the dishware properly, and
Yeah, no, the prison system isn't great. It
yeah,
isn't great, but it's not a whole lot worse than living on the street around people who want to kill you and keep you addicted to drugs.
well, yeah, agreed. I think it should be better than that. Like, I
Yeah.
believe in the dignity of humanity, even if they did something wrong.
Yeah. The prison system should be better and our society should be better.
Yes, I agree. We're getting Roy Disney requesting permission to speak because he lives in Norway. Would you like to bring him up? It's up to you.
Yeah, yeah, I don't mind hearing from somebody else.
All right, let's bring him up.
I do
Let's
panels all the
see.
time, so usually I got 9 people shouting at me anyway. This is pretty chill.
Cool.
Well,
All right. Hello, Roy. How are
can you
you?
hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm good. Uh,
Good.
I just wanted to speak on the prison system. here in Norway, as I believe the rehabilitation part is amazing. But at the same time, I do also believe that, the death penalty should be a thing. For example, if you remember the attacks in Oslo, Anders Behring Breivik, he was a terrorist, a Nazi who shot, I shot and killed, I believe, 73 people. So it's
Yeah.
like, there's no reason to keep him in the prison. He's a waste of our tax money. Like that's kind of my belief.
I
As I
wasn't
think,
even gonna go there, but I actually totally agree with this mentality that
like
we are
like
spending money on these people.
first of all, what gives him the right to take away other people's lives, specifically children? They were mostly like 11 to 15, I'm pretty sure. Most of them were just early teenagers. And like then you know, what gives him the right to take away their lives and not have his life taken away, right?
Mhm.
And how come, you know, we have to pay extra money just to keep this guy alive? Like
Sure.
it's
Right.
just wrong. I
Well,
Sure.
just
since you
find it
handled the
really.
secular argument and I came here as a Christian apologist, I'll also say part of the reason I feel so strongly about this is it does say in the Bible, if you take a life shall be taken. And I think that just logically tracks. Like that makes sense. Tipping the justice scale, you know what I mean? So I think
Sure.
even from the secular perspective, we can agree on this idea of tipping the scale.
Yeah, and personally, I'm not religious. Not religious. I'm an atheist, but I
Right.
do believe that the teachings of Christianity are still important to mankind as a whole. Right?
Sure.
I just feel like, a lot of the things are very important for our well-being as a whole.
Sure.
Yeah.
I believe in the saying, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. I don't, if you have a culture, like if you grow up in a culture in which death is just normal, right? It's just a normal part of life where like we take somebody who killed and then we kill them in return, right? Okay, what are we teaching our children then? That if somebody does something like that to you, you get to do it back to them. Okay? So somebody punches me in the face, I get to punch them back, right?
I
I mean,
believe so, but I'll elaborate when you're finished with your point. I'll faithfully let you continue.
Sure. Well, I left that open, but I'll continue since you're letting me. Um, so I don't believe in this system of eye for an eye. Okay. Like I said, I think it leaves the whole world blind. I think that there are better ways to go about it. It's not about so much what people deserve or don't deserve. I'm not saying they don't deserve to die. Maybe they do. That's not the argument I'm making. That's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is what's going to be the most practical. And what's the most practical is to get this person rehabilitated and back out into the workforce.
I feel like
Okay.
the issue arises when they can't. Like they can't be rehabilitated. There's nothing to rehabilitate. For example, the terrorist I mentioned, there's no chance of him ever, actually contributing anything. So he's just a lost cause, is what I'm trying to, point out.
I'll respond now to an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind because I said I would, and this is a really interesting concept. So this is don't want to pronounce his name wrong. Gandhi. How do you say his first name?
Mahatma, I believe.
Mahatma?
Okay, cool. So yeah, Mahatma Gandhi then. Yeah, this phrase was probably coined by him. He's like the earliest one I can find, and Google is saying he was the first one who said it. So Gandhi was a cool guy. I think this principle is interesting, but I don't think it logically tracks. Like this statement, in my opinion at least, is built on a slippery slope fallacy itself. Because let's say somebody does take an eye and we take their eye. Now, under this philosophy, this is it. This is the whole exchange. So, what happened is one person unrightfully lost their eye and the other person rightfully lost their eye. Nobody else is really affected. But what does happen is the people who didn't lose their eyes go, wow, that sucks. Maybe we should treat people the way we want to be treated, at the very least. So, not only does the person who is wrong get justice, the person who did the wrong gets taught a lesson, gets taught this is why you don't do that. This is why you don't take people's eyes. See what it's like not having an eye? Don't do that. But then the people who are watching, They're like, okay, that could happen to me. Or some of them are going to be like, this is fair. This is just. I'm glad this person, everybody's going to react a little differently. But the point is, it's effective and it doesn't have to keep going. And just based on how humans themselves think, it usually doesn't keep going. Like we have the justice system as an example. Usually, the more robust your justice system is, the lower your crime rate is. That's not always true, but among the first world, that is statistically looking pretty strong.
So, let me ask you a question. Why do you not gouge somebody's eyes out? Like, why do you personally not do that? Oh, give me one second.
Foreign eye morals lead to cycles of reverence.
Thank you very much. Who was that? Jay the Cryptid, eye for an eye moral leads to cycles of revenge. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for $2. Appreciate you. So my question to you, and you can both feel free to answer this, but this is primarily Fahrenheit's discussion, just so you know, Roy. Fahrenheit, why do you not gouge somebody's eye out, personally? Like, what keeps you from doing that?
I'm going to be very honest with you. I just try my best to live my life to honor humanity and to honor God. So I would never do anything that would hurt another individual. That's just me.
There you go. So let's say that somebody gouged your eye out. Would you want to do that back to them?
Not necessarily by my own hand, no, but I would want them to see justice. I would definitely want justice for what happened to me. And I'm not saying it has to be that their eye gets gouged out, but like I should have restitution for my medical expenses. They should have to go to jail.
Oh,
like
certainly.
Something of equal value must be taken from them if they take something from me. While it doesn't have to be that thing, something of equal value must be lost, such as their time, their money. That's also fine as long as it tips the scale back.
So how much of their time and money is worth your eyeball?
Is worth my eyeball. Well,
Yes.
It depends on how much time and money that would lose me, I guess, right?
In my opinion, it's priceless. My eyeball is priceless. I would not sell it for $1 million. I would not sell it for $1 billion. My eyeball is priceless to me. I like my eyeball. It's staying right where it is. And if you take it, I'll be very, very upset. And I don't want to take anybody else's.
I'd say for you, the only justice you would ever get is seeing that person lose their eye then, if your eye is priceless to you.
I don't think...
What would your form of justice be?
Sure. Taking that person's eyeball does not give me an eyeball. It takes one from them, and now there are two people missing an eyeball. A priceless gem that sits inside of your skull. Okay? I don't like that. What I would want is for this person to not take anybody else's eyeballs. Okay? No more eyeball collectors. Let's just try to stop taking people's... Because if I have mine scooped out of my skull, right? And then somebody else, like the justice system says, like hands me an ice cream scooper and says, all right, have at it, and throws me into a room with this guy. Like, I'm just going to throw the ice cream scooper aside and say, I don't want to do this. Like, this is disgusting. And I think that it's disgusting that you did it to me. And I don't want there to be two people missing an eyeball.
This is a fine ideology. Now, the American justice system was founded on the Israelite justice system. If nobody's familiar with that, that's why we have judges, why we have courts, because it's based on this ancient system, which is really interesting. So even under these principles, we've decided, even if we're not going to take an eye because that's barbaric, like you said, we met somewhere in the middle. We said something of similar value must be taken from this person, even if we're not going to be savages and take their eye.
Okay, I just don't think there's... Sure, I don't think there's anything of equal value to my eye.
So what penalty should this person face? So you said you don't want to scoop their eyeball out. That's fine. What should happen?
What should happen is they should be rehabilitated so they're not an eyeball collector anymore.
Mm-hmm. So what, prison?
Sure, prison. Separate them from society for a while, right? Make it so that... And have them pay for my medical expenses. You know, they have to work that off. They have to do things for me, sure. Like, they have to, like, help make sure that I'm taken care of in some fashion. And you know, be genuinely sorry. And
did you know that
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say the best way to make up for something that you did when you wronged somebody is to carry forward an attitude whereby you will not do that ever again. That's what it means to be sorry for something. That's what it means to be rehabilitated.
Yeah. So this idea is actually in the Bible. Did you know that?
That's great. I'm sure it is.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it does say eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. It says that, but that's not the only thing it says. There is a passage that I know of right off the top of my head. I'll use as an example. They say if you have a servant and you strike that servant and their body becomes permanently damaged because you hurt them, because you did something wrong, you have to free them and you have to pay their medical expenses. So this idea of it has to be an eye for an eye, not necessarily. The Bible does give other solutions, but eye for eye is quoted a lot because some people do want to see equal justice. But I will say we definitely believe in some sort of exchange. So you say he should be rehabilitated. I say prison. Those are the same thing. You say he should have to pay for your expenses. I say restitution. I just think we agree. At the end of the day, we just agree on this.
Let me ask you this. You know what an autoimmune disease is?
Yeah.
It's where your body attacks itself, right? Like your immune system
Right.
attacks other things. So like diabetes type 1, autoimmune disease, right? Your body basically, like the way that your immune system works is it latches on to a specific molecule or like a protein, and then it starts just beating the ever loving shit out of it, right? Whatever that
Yeah.
protein happens to be attached to. That's just how it works, basically. Oversimplification, but you get it. So anyway, it latches. So in type 1 diabetes mellitus, is it mellitus? I don't think it's mellitus. Type 1 diabetes. Your immune system latches on to pancreatic tissue where insulin is produced, and it destroys them. You follow so far?
Yeah.
So let's say that your immune system does that. Should the pancreas then, why didn't the pancreas not evolve a system whereby it then turns around and attacks the immune system in kind? Wouldn't that make sense?
No, because your immune system is your body's defense. So,
Ah,
especially if you believe in Darwinism, there would never be a case of somebody
Um,
adapting to attack their own immune
like,
system.
isn't that kind of like just abolishing your military because they like accidentally shot a civilian at one point or crashed a plane into like say
something to that
somewhere
effect.
civilians are?
Something to that
Like
That's a
effect.
better
it's
analogy.
kind of it's just unnecessary.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a better
And
analogy. I like that.
or it's like saying, "Oh, this part of my body hurts. Let me cut it out." Like it's not gonna help. It'll just hurt more. You know?
Well, yeah, it'll just yeah, exactly. Like your nervous system causes you pain. Therefore, rip it
Remove it.
out, right? Remove it. No, do you guys understand what I'm getting at? Humanity should function like a body does. We need to recognize that we are all on this planet together, trying to get along, and we should all be on the same page because we all think we're the good guys. So we should all be on the same page. And when we fuck up, I'm not saying that person wouldn't deserve to have their eyeballs scooped out of their eye. Okay, we all have free will. That person probably knew what they were doing and why they were doing it and thought it was a good reason for whatever reason. And even if they're sorry, maybe they do, you have a point. Like they do maybe they do deserve to have their eyeball ripped out of their skull. Because they did it to you. So maybe they should see what it's like. And I get it. But all you're doing is hurting the system, right? The system of people. Now, instead of one person without an eyeball, you have two people without an eyeball. And that's silly. We should all try to be on the same page and get along and progress toward a better future together.
So what you just did was what Jesus did, by the way. He would say, look, you guys are getting this idea. This thing that you read in the Old Testament, you get this, but you're missing the reason that we have this philosophy and how just over implementing it can hurt. Jesus did this. So I'd
Yeah.
also have to agree with you again. Just because that's what they deserve doesn't mean that we can't figure out an alternative.
Yeah, and just real quick, Uh, my tech supporter, if you're watching, send me a DM. I will try to stream again and show you what's going on. But anyway, um, yeah. So I believe that Jesus was a G. I love Jesus in the Bible. He's a great person. I think that, like I said, there are a lot of great elements of Christianity. I don't contest that.
Right. And it actually teaches a lot of these, what some people would call progressive values, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are my favorite parts. Jesus was like basically a wandering monk with his disciples, and he went around helping people. He just talked to people and helped people and taught them good life lessons. He was a great guy.
Now, I wanna touch on a tricky idea here too, because while Jesus was sort of a radical for his time, in today's age, a lot of the ideas that he preached would also line up with conservatism, sorry. So how do you feel about that? Do you agree with those parts too, or
I don't really look at it as conservative versus progressive much anymore. I consider myself progressive because the overwhelming majority of my beliefs align with that. Um, but give me an example, and then I'll judge it.
so sorry. So my I guess I'm defining it as like a binary. So where progressivism is adding to or changing old ideas, conservatism is more like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Jesus had a fair balance of this. Like taught mercy and kindness, which was also in the Old Testament, but he radicalized the way that we practice the old laws. But at the same time, he said, no, they're still valid. I didn't come to abolish these laws, I came to fulfill them. And there are still like examples of him being nice to people, washing their feet, having dinner with them, but then confronting them, telling them about what they're doing wrong, and then be like, turn away from sin and sin no more.
Yeah.
So I guess social justice in this context would be considered conservative, but also saying you still have to follow the old law. You're just interpreting it wrong. That would be like a conservative thing to say, I guess. So even when they said, how do we control our lust for women? He's like, if you can't control yourself, just scoop your eye out. And what he's saying here is actually really profound. I'm sure you get what he's saying when he's answering that way, right?
Well, yeah, just make it so that you can't see them anymore.
Right, but then he's if you think about it for a second, if you go over in your head, like is it really that extreme? Do I really have to do, is that the only way?
No.
And then once you ask that question, you can say, wait a minute, I don't have to scoop my eye out. I can just fucking control myself. So what he's
Sure.
saying here is actually really profound. It provokes thought and it ends up showing you what you're supposed to do.
I will concede to you that self-control is at least nominally a conservative value, and Jesus did teach that. That's true. I have recently tried to increase my level of self-control over, certain urges and what's the word I want to use? Proclivities that I have, not just sex, but um, like just lazing around all day and playing games or letting dishes pile up. I do think there is a problem on the left of people not being disciplined. I think that this attitude that like everything that's wrong in your life is a result of the system is toxic. I think that the conservatives do have a point when it comes to that. I will say also, the left also has a point when it comes to that. So like the point that the left is trying to get at is the system that we live under makes it more difficult to do those things, right? Now some of them will profess, well, it's impossible for me. Oh, I can't possibly improve my life. I can't do anything. I literally watched, I don't know if you know who Jeff Nippert is. He's a great fitness coach and a YouTuber. And I literally watched this man call into a starving Palestinian's, basically his home, if you can call it that. And he was living on like a bowl of rice a day, if he's lucky, or like a bowl of flour. And Literally, they talked about a workout that this guy could do on like 500 calories a day, trying to fucking work out. I'm sorry. If he can figure that shit out, you can figure your shit out. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to compare traumas here, but it's true. The left does have a problem when it comes to that. So I'll concede that point to you.
Okay, so I think the greater wisdom that I was trying to get to anyway, we'd probably agree on too, that political neutrality is probably the best option, and that's kind of where we should push people if we have the chance.
I think that is a oversimplified way of looking at it because I think that most leftist values are better than most conservative values.
You think so?
I do.
I think that maybe you could be right, and even if you are, I would say that still adapting the conservative values that are good would be better than abandoning them because of polarization, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, polarization I think is the real problem. I think people on both sides need to realize that the other side has good ideas too, and I think maybe the average citizen who's not running for office probably shouldn't even be picking a side.
I want to address something in the chat. Stardust Jackal. Why is he giving it to the conservatives? How the fuck is that a leftist streamer? He's just a liberal. See, this is an example of somebody who is so close-minded that they can't even hear the words that I'm saying. They just see that I'm talking to a conservative and agreeing with him, and they're like, oh my God, how can you call yourself a leftist? And I understand where you're coming from, because conservatives, a lot of conservatives are they do very, very bad things. But understand that they're still humans, okay? And many of them still have good ideas, and we deserve to hear them out, okay? And if we disagree with them, the only way to get them to change their minds is by talking to them and changing it for them. You know what I mean? Not changing it for them, but like giving them the tools to change it and question their own beliefs.
In my
I think that
opinion, as long as
go ahead.
you're in my opinion, as long as you're center right or center left, you're probably fine. Like it's the radicals who truly are doing things wrong. Like you said, a lot of the conservatives are doing bad things. I don't disagree with that. But it's the people who are so far to the right or so far to the left that are doing the bad things. I think all of us who are closer to the middle are actually more reasonable and probably the better people to talk to and spend your time with. And while there are people who would have said the same thing to me, like you're really giving the left the time of day. How could you? Blah blah blah. Like it doesn't even matter. It's not like that. This idea of left and right is fabricated anyway. If it's a good idea, if it's a good idea. If it's not, it's not.
What if I told you I'm a communist?
I'd
Would
say
you
I
believe me?
disagree respectfully. I,
What,
I
what would
wouldn't
you
believe
me?
you.
Okay, you don't think I'm a communist, but I am.
I don't think you're a communist. You are?
I am.
Insane. That's wild.
Yeah. I
I'm not
recognize.
bashing your beliefs. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, I'm a communist. So when you say like far left, radical left, that's me. I like you probably would consider me radical for being a communist, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't say communism in itself is radical. I would say it depends on how you're going to suggest implementing it, whether it's radical or not.
So communism itself isn't radical. So interesting. So
I don't think
what
so.
so what do you think communism entails? I'm just curious. If you want to go down this route, I know you came here to talk about religion, and we can get back to that if you want. But I'm interested in this discussion, if you don't mind.
So communism is an economic system.
Hmm.
Now, communism can be joined to any type of like governmental structure. So you can have a communist republic, a communist democracy, a communist dictatorship, and no matter how you implement it, it's communism, sure. But like depending on what you attach it to, it does have some implications. It does differ depending on how it's being implemented. I think, this is my personal opinion, while I disagree with the idea of anarchism, don't like it at all, disagree with the idea of communism and don't like it at all, I think if you were to implement communism and anarchism at the same time, it would actually help both of them exist. Because anarchism by itself kind of sucks, communism by itself kind of sucks. But when you put them together, you not only have a better means for communism, and it might actually be able to work more than it would in like a super society, but anarchism under capitalism would just not be fair at all. Like the elite would be less than a percent of a percent of a percent, and almost virtually every person would be poor if it was a capitalist anarchy. So if you had a communist anarchy and everybody was just a community working for each other, this actually makes anarchy work a little bit better.
Do you mind
Do
if
you
I
like
address
do you
it?
like that answer?
I love that answer. I agree. Like, I think anarcho-communism is the way to go. Anarcho-capitalism is just going to lead to feudalism because whoever has the biggest gun wins. And I've talked to anarcho-capitalists before, ANCAPs. They're interesting. They're an interesting group for sure. I want to address the comments again real quick. Is that okay? The chat.
Yeah, sure.
Anarchist for Equity says, "Oh well, I am out, cause if y'all mofo going any further center, y'all gonna be literally on the right. How is demanding and fighting for the civil rights of all humans extreme? Tell me how." So at no point in the conversation did I or Chris or our third guest, who's been very respectful and quiet, say that. Like, I don't know where you're getting that. I think Chris also believes in the civil rights of all humans, don't you?
Every human being, and if you are a true Christian who's given your heart to Jesus, dude, this is like a fundamental belief that you have to value all humans equally, no matter what they've done or where they come from.
There you go. See? This is my point. The left, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be so for real with you guys right now. Okay? And I might even lose audience members for this one. The left is so fucking hard-headed. You guys do not listen. Ever. Ever. You don't listen. You listen to the people on your side. You listen to the minorities, which is good. You listen to the oppressed, which is good. But never in your life do you ever listen to the oppressor, okay? As you call it. And sometimes it is the oppressor. You're right. In fact, very often it is. But if you don't listen to them, they're giving you free fucking information on the inner workings of their mind. If you want to defeat them, you would be a fool not to accept that. Learn to listen. Okay, continue.
That's a good
Well,
point. And
thank you.
as somebody who's trying to get into professional debating, I have to listen to people I disagree with every day. That way I can better build my argument.
You've been a fantastic listener, and you're very intellectual, and I appreciate you talking today, because this has been a very productive conversation, in my opinion.
Hey,
We're
no
not done yet, by
problem.
the way.
Something else I'll suggest is that you guys go read about classical fallacies too, because that not only helped me realize when my opponent is building a weak argument, but also when the people I agree with are building a weak argument.
Yeah, absolutely. Look into fallacies. But like, I commit fallacies once in a while too. I think the most important thing when it comes to debating is don't be afraid to be wrong. Because I've been wrong before. Like, I kind of challenged you a little bit to say, what conservative ideals do you think I'd agree with? And you basically said, like, discipline. Discipline, frankly, is a more conservative value than it is a progressive value. I think that it could be both. I think it should be a progressive value, but frankly, a lot of progressives just blame all their problems on the system. And while it is not entirely inaccurate that most of their problems come from a corrupt system, you can still fight against it and do stuff about it. Like, I'm in crippling debt, okay? But I still find a way to make it day to day. I still find a way to clean my fucking room. Like, just work your way through it, you know? So it sucks that that's a conservative value, but y'all gave that one up. Sorry. Let's reclaim it. Anyway.
Yeah, that's true, because not every idea has to be conservative or liberal. Some ideas can be neutral.
No,
Yeah,
step back. Go ahead. You go.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention it's not necessarily just discipline either. Like, I feel like it's often that people lack a purpose in life. Like, you have to actually go out there and find what you enjoy. Because, like, if you don't
Yes.
have any goals, then what's the point of discipline? There's no reason to actually try, you know? And that's what most people lack nowadays. It's a reason to live.
I agree. You need a purpose. Right now, my purpose is to pull humanity back together. One step at a time, one person at a time. That's why I'm talking to so many people all the time. I think that our country and our world is deeply, deeply divided, and I don't like that. Humanity needs to come together as one. So that's what I live for, is to try to pull together as many people as I can.
Yeah, that's the thing I like about communities, because, like, it just pulls people together. Like, for example, I'm a part of the aviation community, and, like, no matter what your beliefs are in there, for example, it's like a welcoming space, and that's something I love. Like, It's just amazing.
Absolutely. And I want to read another one. Lacking purpose, I feel, is at least as much of a right issue as left. I agree. I agree with that. I think that there are a lot of people
Yeah,
on
it's
the
very
right who do.
simple.
Yeah. I think that you can be disciplined and not have purpose. I think
Sure.
it's harder to do that. You know, you kind of become a robot. But yeah, you can absolutely be disciplined. You can work out. That was me for a while. You can work out. You can clean your room. You can eat healthy and go to work every day and not and just take very good care of yourself and your body and your house. But if you don't have a purpose bigger than yourself, you become a robot. You just kind of drift through life, even if you're disciplined. And I think that's a problem on both the right and the left. And I would even argue it's more a problem on the right in that regard. I think that conservatives have a big issue with, maybe not if you're religious, but especially like if you're not as religious, even if you're like nominally Christian, as we both know, like, or as we all know, I should say, a lot of Christians call themselves Christians and don't like go to church or pray or, follow the Bible or anything. They just think that a God is there. And those people have no structure in their lives, or even if they do have structure, they don't have like a purpose. They're not working for God. They're just working, and that's purposeless. I think that that's not a good way to live.
I'd have to agree. Now, I want to talk about too the modern political climate and how definitionally things that hold on, buddy, things that are conservative are no longer conservative and things that are liberal are no longer liberal. Does that make sense?
Say that one more time.
So, like, I think in the modern climate, we've lost what's definitionally conservative and liberal in value of how political systems are set up. So, like, something that is definitionally conservative would be considered a liberal view and vice versa in 2025.
It flip flops back and forth for sure. Okay, Alec, I'm out. You have fun with the white supremacist. Which one here is a white supremacist? Who's the white supremacist?
None of us are. Like the, like you said, a lot of leftists are very like boneheaded. Like if that's a way of saying it, like they just don't want to open up and let any other ideas in. So like as soon as you disagree with them, they just start spouting. And same with conservatists too. Like it's both the extreme left and the extreme right, which
It is.
as soon as new ideas come, they're like, "Oh, you're a Nazi pig," or "Oh, you're just a liberal sissy."
Yep.
And it's
That's
just
how it goes.
like this is a prime example
Unfortunately,
of that.
yeah. Like this is what I was saying, that like the left is like another one. If they want to be pulled together, then they will have to go towards the left because we are right. Again, no step back. I have not taken any steps back. I still believe all of the same core ideals that I did before I started talking to more right wingers. The difference is now I listen to them. I try to break down their ideology. And if they're right, I want to know that they're right. Don't you? What if they're right
Yeah.
about some things? Maybe they
Now,
are.
another thing that I don't like is always getting called a white supremacist. Actually, the Bible preaches against racism multiple times. And if you guys want a vivid example, I'll give one of God punishing somebody for racism. So I don't know where this idea that conservative equals racism. This is not definitionally a conservative idea, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Racism has nothing to do with conservatism at all.
Not intrinsically, no. I think if a society is currently racist, which I believe ours to be, and you defend that, then and you may not even be knowingly defending it, but right now, like for instance, Black America has like what it like they're way lower income than white America. Like people of color just make way less money as a whole. And that is one indication of many. Like the health outcomes are worse for Black people as well. So these are just a couple of indications that we do live in a structurally racist society, because there are just a lot of things that, Black and brown people never recovered from as a result of racism way back in, like overt racism way back in the day. There's certainly like also individual acts of racism still. I won't deny that, but that's not the issue I'm referring to. It's structural racism. And so the people who defend that system, who say like, oh, we don't need reparations for the Black community, we don't need welfare programs, welfare queens and whatever. Like, those are the people who are defending structural racism. I don't think they're doing it intentionally. I don't think they know they're doing it, but I do think that they're doing it. And if you guys happen to be a couple of those people, I still think that you can be good people. But that is
It
one
also
area where I
depends
would
on
say
the
you're confused.
right, and it also depends on the argument they're making, right? Because two people could be in favor of an idea for completely different reasons.
Say that one more time. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. When we get down to the individual ideas one at a time, I think somebody's reasoning for why they're defending a specific idea is important for determining what you were just saying. Would I be correct?
Correct. Yes.
So
Reasoning.
yeah, if I hold a certain conservative value, not because it's a product of the quote unquote racist system we live in, but for a reason like this will save Americans money, then I'm not really arguing for the system either.
Right. Yeah, I like if you're talking to somebody who is racist, normally they don't consider themselves to be a racist. They just think that like, let's say a white supremacist, right? White supremacists, the KKK, they don't think they're racist. They just think that they're realists. They think that the races are intrinsically different genetically, and we need to separate them into different groups because they'll never get along. Now, that is a
And these are the
racist thing
type
to say, but
these
they
are the
don't think.
types of
Go ahead.
people. Yeah, these are the types of people who would agree with me on certain things because of their racism, but for completely different reasons. And I'll actually give a liberal example of this too. There are some people who hold to the liberal ideology of socialism because they think it's good for all society. And there are some people who want this because they think it will result in a dictatorship. That's true. There's different kinds of people who want this liberal thing for different good and bad reasons too.
Yes, exactly. Um, it comes down to if you want to change people's minds. And Stardust Jackal, I hear you, and I know that you're coming from a good place, and I'm not mad at you. I'm just frustrated that the left isn't better at this. If we want to make real progress and real change toward our positions, like somebody asked earlier, like Fahrenheit, well, how does he feel about queer people, like gay and trans people? That didn't come up in this conversation, and it's probably not going to. Like, that's just not what we touched on today, okay? And if that is something that he would like to touch on at some point, we can certainly do that. But right now, we're just talking. We're getting to know each other. We're getting to know each other's points of view. We're agreeing on some things. We're disagreeing on others. And we're just trying to pull the best ideas that we think will lead us to... Ultimately, we both want the same thing. We want a better future for all humans, don't we?
Yeah.
Yes. And I think even our third wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Is it okay if I just backtrack a little? Because I just
Sure.
felt there was a point to be made.
Sure.
So in regards to systematic racism,
And just
you
real quick, we have
stated
about, 8 minutes. So keep that in mind, Fahrenheit. If there's anything else you want to talk about or shill, just keep that in mind.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and I'll just say something quickly after you, buddy.
All right. Yeah. It's just the whole systematic racism thing and how you stated that black people are generally less likely to earn more money. They statistically earn less.
Yes.
But I think a lot of that can be attributed to the victim mentality that, oh, I am a victim of the system, so therefore I'm not going to try as hard as I could. I feel like that's also a factor to this. It's not necessarily just the racism, it's also the belief that they're under a racist, system.
I think that
That
can
pushes
be a
it out.
fact. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just that, yeah, I was just finishing up. It's just
Sure.
they think they're a victim and therefore don't push.
I think that can be a factor, but you have to ask yourself why they think they're a victim.
Well, I'd say the education system very often pushes the fact that they are a victim. I remember, for example, here in Norway, when I went to school, we used to be taught that, oh, they are victims. Like, black people are just, like, victims of a racist system. Like, we were taught that from the get-go, like, from when we were younger, which isn't necessarily true, but it's also not necessarily false. Like, it's a fake truth, like, half-truth, kinda. Where, like, yes, of course it exists, but also the thing that I'm trying to point out is them believing that it exists makes them not really try to fix their issues. Like that's kind of my point, you know?
I think yeah, sure. I think it can lead to that. I will say that I've seen a lot of very hardworking black people. Obviously,
Yeah.
they have 3+ jobs. They work 60, 70 hours a week just to put food on the table for them and their kids. And like, there's, they have very little energy to do anything else. So that's one situation. Now, I will agree with you that there are groups of people who are in this mentality that like nothing they do can help, right? And that's a toxic mentality to be in. But they got there somehow, right? It's not like they just woke up in a nice, luxurious house and were like, oh my God, I'm a victim, I'm oppressed. Usually they were born into pretty shitty circumstances to put them in that mentality, you know? Like, and there's a reason that they were born into such shitty circumstances, and that usually has to go, you know, it goes back to Jim Crow and the slave era, the things that for which we never really accounted for.
Um, but I'd argue that that is a reason to push even harder to make your life better. Like, I feel like that's just even more of a reason to push and strive to have an easier life. Yet, I see a lot of like black teenagers decide to do crimes instead. Like, they decide to do criminal acts and steal and whatnot instead of trying, which is sad to
Right.
see.
Right. So then my answer to you would be, let's try to empathize with those people, right? Let's say that you
Yeah.
have a black person who has been taught their entire lives that we are poor because of the system and there's nothing you can do about it, right? So then what I would ask this person is, why won't you even try? Like, what is keeping you from trying? And if their answer is the system, well, then
Like,
you can't,
the
you
issue
can
is they
bring
have
a
nothing
horse to
lose.
water, you know? But I would still blame the system for them being stuck in that mentality. I know that they have individual liberty, and ultimately some of the blame does fall upon them. Just a tiny little sliver of it. Okay, for you leftists out there, you're going to say I'm blaming black people for their plight. Just a tiny little bit of it. If they are one of those people who says, there is absolutely nothing I can do. Yes, there is. There's always something that you can do. Okay, we're humans. Barring the patient that I take care of, who's literally quadriplegic, nonverbal, trig vent, right? There's really not much he can do. But barring that, there's pretty much always something that you can do. You know? Like, you can do push-ups. You can do push-ups. Start improving your physical strength. You can clean your room. You know, like, there's all
and
kinds of things you can do.
I mean, just like the skin color alone doesn't mean that you can't do anything about like your current status. Like, for example, my sister, she recently got into a car accident and was likely never going to walk again. But if you look at her today, she's walking almost perfectly fine because she decided that, hey, I'm going to do something about it. So, like, I don't understand. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I
Right.
don't understand why they just don't put in any effort.
Right. And,
Like,
and we
I
can,
understand it, but like, yeah.
yeah. And we can table that discussion for now. We got about 3 minutes. So Fahrenheit,
Yeah.
I want you to go ahead. Thank you very much for coming on, Roy Disney. I appreciate your input. I think Fahrenheit does as well. I don't want to speak for him though.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Fahrenheit,
it was nice
I
talking
understand.
to you.
Yeah, it was great. Fahrenheit, I understand that there was something you wanted to shill. You can go ahead and do that, and we can just close out this conversation.
Yeah, somebody asked me how I feel about queer people. I actually would like to answer that because
Sure.
I'm tired of the stereotypes. I think that all people are equal. I think your personal choices are your personal choices with what you do in your life. And while you would disagree with some of the things that I do or the ways that I live, I might end up disagreeing with that about you. But at the end of the day, we're both people, we're both equal. And I come to every conversation and every interaction with mutual respect, no matter who that person is or where they come from.
There you go. And if you'd like to get into like your views on queer people someday, we can do that. But that's not the discussion point for today. So thank you very much for coming on. Go ahead and shout yourself out. Anything else you want to add to the conversation before we close out, okay?
My name is Fahrenheit everywhere, same spelling. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, Discord. If you guys just want to hit me up on here, I use a lot of platforms. So if you guys want to come find me, join my panels on TikTok or something, I'll have more links on my Discord soon. So yeah, you guys just hit me up.
Alrighty, excellent. Well, thank you very much for coming on, both of you. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, okay?
You too, buddy.
You too, Tony.
Alrighty, take care, guys. All right, perfect. Anyways, I feel like the left is horrible nowadays. Political identitarianism for both sides. Identitarism for both sides is horrible. It makes people insane. In my opinion, leftism is the way to go, but people need to start listening. I agree. I think that it is a horrible weakness on the left that nobody seems to listen. You know, like they don't care to listen to the political opposition. And frankly, it's not just being nice for why we listen. Every time, every word that came out of Fahrenheit's mouth, Chris's mouth, I could use against him if I wanted to. Do you guys know the Fifth Amendment? The right to remain silent, right? The police very often try to get you to forego that right by talking to you and listening to you. They give you an open ear, right? They schmooze you into just leaking information out of your brain that they can then turn around and use against you. They're nice to you, aren't they? They're very nice to you sometimes because they know that they can use that information that's spewing out of your fucking gaping maw against you. So, if I wanted to, I could take every fucking word that Chris said and turn it around and create a horrific narrative about him if I wanted to. That's what listening can do for you. I'm just throwing that out there. You don't have to be like me and be kind to people while being empathetic. You can turn around and be a horrible person, but like, you know, be empathetic while you do it, because then you're more effective. You do realize that was one of the few good points of advice Peterson made? Yeah, I like that advice. Clean your room, yeah. And yeah, Phyrexial was just joking. All right, we're going to have Spoon on next. He is the fascist in this this conversation. I mean, that's just kind of how, like, he's presenting himself. I don't personally think that he is, but that's kind of how he presents himself. So we're going to talk to him next about whatever he'd like to discuss. And then at about 8:30 tonight, which is in about 2 hours and 45 minutes, we are going to have on Non-Smoker. So we have a lot of time between then. We'll keep Spoon on for about an hour to an hour and a half. And then after that, I don't know what we'll do between that and the discussion with Non-Smoker, but I guess we'll figure it out. All right. I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be right back. By the way, I thought that was a really good discussion. I thought that was very constructive. And if you don't think so, you know, I don't know what to tell you. All right, be right back. All right, I return. All right, Spoon, you ready to come up? All right, let's do this thing. Oh, hold on. There we go. Invite. There we go.
There we go.
Alrighty, Mr.
How you doing,
Spoon,
man?
how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How about
Good.
you?
Doing pretty good myself. Now, remind me, you prefer being called Spoon, right?
Yeah, you can call me Spoon. That's fine.
Okay, cool. Spoon. All right. All right, Spoon. Well, you wanted to talk. What are we talking about?
I figured we'd start with I mean, just to get an idea, you think that I feel like these two sort of topics are connected, so I figured I'd kind of talk about them at the same time, which is you've mentioned that you believe that a world without violence is possible, and you think that also that empathy is like the solution to society's problems. Is that right?
That is correct. Both of those things are
Okay.
true.
All right, perfect. Well, let's start with that. I just wanted to listen. I honestly just wanted to hear you out on kind of what, like, can you give me the main points of why you think those things?
Sure. So far, the overwhelming majority of the discussions that I've had while practicing empathy have been very productive. I think that all humans are comprised of 99% the same brain matter and 1% differentiating. That 1% is usually environmentally, most of that 1% is environmentally induced. And that's what gives us our diversity and our differences of opinions and how we react to things, etc., our interests, all that good stuff. But 99% of our internal structure, the material that's actually there that builds us, is the same, right? So that being the case, we are basically all just like remote controls to each other's brains. We unlock pathways in each other's brains. You and I right now are unlocking pathways in each other's brains as a result of talking to each other. Like, I wouldn't have gone down this path, if you will, talking about this right now if you hadn't asked that question. You unlocked this pathway for us both. And now we're both kind of getting this information at the same time. Because I've never, I didn't prepare any of this. I just am kind of yapping. So,
Yeah.
we're both learning together. So I think that because of that, humans are very, very easily able to relate to one another and get along. And I think as a result of that, the inevitable outcome is we either all get along or we destroy each other and ourselves. And I prefer the former.
All right. In that case, why do you do you feel like then you can attribute most of historical societal problems, can you just attribute that to people not being empathetic enough?
Sure. Hit me with it.
Okay.
Give me an example.
I mean, like war in any case.
Any war
Is that
ever?
purely because people weren't empathetic enough?
I think that was a crucial component. Yes, I think that if empathy had been implemented, there would have been no war.
Okay. Sorry, I'm taking notes, not because it's like
No, please.
I have trouble keeping track, so
No, please take notes.
yeah.
Honestly, I should take more notes. I won't, but it's because I'm lazy.
Yeah, no, you're good. Okay. All right. Well, do you feel like there are any instances where empathy isn't it doesn't matter whether people have empathy or not? Like for example, let's just do a hypothetical, and we can extend this to a historical example if we need to. But let's say if there's two people that have um they want something. They want the same thing. And they are empathetic of each other's situation. They both
Mhm.
understand that both sides need this resource for whatever they want to use. Um, but regardless, they still feel like they need it more than the other side. Does that change things?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
Still
So
empathy.
they should just be more empathetic and discuss things?
Yep.
Okay.
Talk it out.
All right. All right. Well, let's then go to like historical examples. Like for example, again, I do. Sorry, little side note. I was like, I saw on your stream you said like speaking to a fascist, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh, I actually do kind of fall a little bit into that category, and so I'm not like, yeah, I was like, oh, that's interesting, but again, I'm not saying that. I'm bringing up this example. I'm not saying that this is someone who I idolize or think is good, but like, let's say Hitler, for example, right? He
Mhm.
felt as if he was doing the best possible thing for Germany. So he was bringing them out of economic collapse, and he felt that Jews were like the problem, like the problem to all societies, like the cause of all society's problems, right? How
Yes.
do you yeah? Sorry,
They're
go
fine.
go for
Go
it.
ahead. No, please ask your question.
Oh, I was just gonna say, how do you feel? Like where was the lack of empathy in that situation? Like, how do you tell someone like that they're not being empathetic enough?
Well, it would be very, very, very difficult to reach Adolf Hitler. It would not happen over the course of one conversation. This is something whereby you would have to basically take Adolf Hitler and stick him in a room and just like let him subsist in a reasonably comfortable fashion until we can get to the root of why he believes the things that he does, why he did the things that he did. And hopefully over, it could take years. It could take a decade. But hopefully over that time, you make him see like Jews are not trying to hurt him. Have him spend some time with Jews, have him talk to them, have him appreciate art with them, like just try to, and I'm not saying that this would have necessarily worked, but if you want to deprogram somebody, this is how. I was deprogrammed from being a conservative. Now, am I Hitler? No. But I was deprogrammed from being a conservative because I was in a community full of trans people and because I was directly exposed to a situation involving abortion. Direct exposure to these things and empathizing with other people is how deprogramming happens. So I'm not necessarily saying that it would have absolutely worked on Hitler. What I am saying is that it would have been our best chance
Mm,
if he hadn't have taken the coward pill.
Yeah, for real. Um, so actually, I really like that use of that word deprogramming. I think that's like an interesting word. Um, you say deprogramming. So you were I'm guessing from that statement you like grew up conservative, like with a conservative family. Then you
Yes.
saw these problems, and then now you're more on the left wing.
Yes, correct.
Okay. That's interesting because I grew up conservative, but I had a moment, like I had actually quite a few years where I was quite liberal. And then I would say I empathized with um people on the right, and then ended up on the right. Um, and so like so in that case, between you and I, whose empathy was like, is there a right way to do empathy?
Yes.
Okay, can you go through that?
Yes. In order to do empathy, you must place yourself into the mind of another person. It's that simple. So, like, I'm trying to understand why, like, when I ask you using the Socratic method all of these questions, right? What I'm trying to do is get to the nougaty center of your logic, right? Think of it like a Tootsie Pop. Every lick is a question, right? And that nougaty center is the core ideology that you believe in. So, like, let's take somebody who doesn't like gay people, for instance. Okay, why don't you like gay people? Well, God says it's wrong to be gay. Okay, why do you follow God? Well, because God created everything and loves us all. Okay, so if God loves us all, then why does he say it's wrong to be gay? Well, not necessarily to be gay, but to, like, act on your gay impulses and go and date another man. Okay, why is that? You keep going and going and going and going and going. And eventually you get down to something like, well, I just want them to go to heaven. I want gay people to be able to enter the pearly gates of heaven, where I think that they will have eternal life. And if that's the case, I can't be that mad that they want gay people to go to heaven with them. That's eternal bliss and happiness that they're trying to, like, they're trying to tell gay people, if you can just hold off on being gay for, like, 80 to 100 years, right? Then for the rest of eternity, you get to spend in bliss, right?
Yeah.
That's how they view it. They view it as a challenge from God. Now, obviously, I'm going to sit there and challenge their view on that, but that's the core of what they believe. We have reached the nougaty center. Make sense?
Yeah.
They are trying to save gay people, not persecute them.
Yeah. Okay. So we're on the same page with, like, how to do empathy, but, like, let's say that again, we've both been empathetic. So we've both put ourselves in someone else's shoes and been there to kind of see how maybe, like, our former beliefs being challenged and then eventually kind of moving to the other side, right?
Yes.
And obviously I do need to ask this. Would you consider yourself, like, libertarian left or authoritarian left, or do you think, like, are you a socialist? Are you a communist? What exactly are your
Sure.
beliefs?
I'm a socialist and a communist. I am libertarian left, so I believe all unjust hierarchies need to be abolished. I believe that's what communism entails. I guess you could call me an anarcho-communist. I think that we could reach a point in society where government is more or less obsolete. I'm not saying that, like, we wouldn't have any sort of leadership in terms of policy or people in charge of, like, moving resources around or anything like that. It just wouldn't be. It would be nothing like what we know it today. So I consider myself. I guess it would be fair to call me an anarchist, a communist, a socialist, a leftist, a progressive, a humanist, and I hesitate to say this because I'm going to get memed on, but an empath, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, okay, cool. Then in that case, you could almost argue that our beliefs are like we both, again, both of our, this is the way I see it, which is both of our beliefs are based in some kind of reason. It's not like
Yep.
I don't think that you are you're irrational in your approach to, like, oh well, I just want to, like, fix things. Like, maybe to me, or, like, maybe to someone who has my beliefs, your beliefs seem irrational. But
Yes.
you're not going about your day-to-day life, like, in bad faith, being like, oh well, this is, like, I'm just going to like, spout these beliefs even though I like, don't believe them. And so we both have beliefs of how to lead, or how to like, create a future that's better for everyone, right?
Yeah.
If your future only benefits, like, one group of people, then it's not exactly, it's not very, yeah, it's not a very good future. And so how do we discuss, or how do we decide? Let's say it's the end, like, the end of the world, and it's just you and I, and we have to figure out what are the next steps for the future.
Well, we're it, right? Because we can't have more kids. So, like, we're it. So
Okay,
society.
okay.
Sure.
Yeah, let me
Sorry.
rephrase. Sorry.
You're good.
Let's say that, like, we are two leaders in like, a world that's about to end, and so, like, extreme change is being allowed. because I'd say both of our beliefs stray quite far from like the status quo, right?
Okay. So yes,
Um,
I think so.
yeah. So then, how do we decide then, whose beliefs should be used to
Sure.
lead the country?
Well, we have to come together and talk about it, right? This goes back to like the stick analogy that I like
Mhm.
so much. You know, you sit down and on at a table and there's a stick in front of you, and you have to decide what to do with it, right? Now, if you and I, we'll go away from the stick because I've done that so many times. But if you and I are the sole arbiters of the society, is the stick. So if you and I are
Yeah.
the sole arbiters of what happens to the society, which direction we take it, we have to just talk about it, right? We have to talk
Mhm.
about it and hopefully empathize with each other. And if we end up disagreeing, our options are we have three options. We can capitulate, so one person can take over. We can just agree to disagree and live our separate societies and do things our own ways. Or I can commit an act of violence against you because I think that
Yeah.
you're committing violence against other people. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit an act of violence against you, right? Maybe I'll kill you or something. So,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
least tie you up and keep you locked away. And that
Mhm.
way I am the sole arbiter of what happens and I get to make the rules.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what I think, which is like, yes, like technically, society could be run without like with a complete abolition of is that the right word? Um,
Abolition, yeah.
a complete abolishment, yeah, of
Abolition.
violence.
Yep.
Yeah. Um, but in reality, how it usually plays out is that even if we did sit down and discuss, there would be beliefs that you have and beliefs that I have that are wholly opposed to each other. So, for example, if you got it your way, I wouldn't be happy. And if I got it my way, you wouldn't be happy. And so what usually happens is violence breaks out over these differences.
Sure.
So
Let me.
that's yeah, so that yeah, I just don't see like I don't see realistically how violence actually you can completely erase violence yeah, from society.
Let me ask you something. You and
Mhm.
I are pretty diametrically opposed in opposite extremes, right?
Yep.
Do you believe that if let's say that I were like president of all of the Western Hemisphere, and you were
Mhm.
president of all of the Eastern Hemisphere, and we each had
Mhm.
our gigantic kingdoms, and we sat down and we tried to talk out, okay, which one of our ideologies is correct? Because, like you said, we're on the verge of collapse. We got to figure something out, right?
Mhm.
We're on the verge of war. Let's say we're on the verge of war, right?
Mhm.
And so we sit down in a room, we talk. Do you think, let's say there's nobody there restraining either of us. Do you think that this would end in one of us either killing or restraining the other?
Mm,
It's you
I
and me.
mean,
It is
the
literally you and me.
yeah, but like this is the thing, right? Is like in this conversation, look, if we were just talking like we are now, and there were no stakes, then no, I don't think there would be violence. But if you're talking
There you
about the
go.
fate of the world, if you're talking about the fate
Yes,
of the
we are.
world, though, yeah, like I mean,
No TOS,
we like
no like Fed posting. This is a completely hypothetical thing. We're basically different people at this point. What would you do?
um, I mean, we'd have that discussion, and my assumption is that we'd come to the realization that we can't agree,
Okay.
or like I mean, like maybe we do, like maybe one of us like has a realization of like, oh, everything I've thought is wrong, but in that, like, I feel like that's like a very small. I don't think people just like give up on their beliefs that easy.
I don't think so
Um,
either. It wouldn't take one discussion. It'd be many, many, many discussions.
yeah, yeah, but I feel as if like um I mean, eh, I hate to say it, but doesn't it usually end in violence?
It certainly does a lot of the time. But I would chalk that up to a lack of empathy from both sides.
Hmm. Okay.
Now, sometimes I can be an empathetic person. If you're not being empathetic back or listening to my point of view, I might have to get violent. But,
Yeah.
you know, like that hopefully is a last resort. Violence is not an option. It just should be a last resort for when the other person is entirely unreasonable, and they will hurt more people as a result of their worldview if they're allowed to continue.
But okay, quickly,
Sure.
just so we're on the same page. What do you think is unreasonable?
Okay, well, this is a good segue because this is going to get into the next thing I wanted to talk about. Let's talk about something that we disagree on fundamentally and see if
Okay.
we can come to some kind of understanding with each other, okay?
Mhm.
So, you know my content, hopefully, at least some of it. You know that I'm a communist.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
You know that I'm a progressive. So, what's something that is a progressive stance, something that you strongly disagree with from progressives?
Um, I'd say, well, like okay, let's talk about this. The society, the way you guys think we can societally fix problems. You think that we can be libertarian. I would say I disagree with that. I'd say if you want to fix society's problems, you need like a more authoritarian leadership.
Okay, so authoritarianism versus libertarianism, right?
Yeah, let's do that just because like I don't want to get into like identity politics or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, um, at the
That's
end of the
fine.
day, like again, yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
That's fine. So, let's talk. So, would it be fair to call this then like democracy versus monarchy?
I mean, would you classify your beliefs as like democratic socialism?
That would be the starting point. Ultimately, communism is by default a democracy. It's written into it.
Yeah, if you got the absolute ideal, yeah, it would be a democracy. I can
Yes.
agree with that.
Yeah. My version of it. Let's say my version of it.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I feel like it would be democracy versus either monarchy or oligarchy.
Uh, yeah, like soft. I'd say honestly, I'll run you kind of through. Like I feel as if most countries' problems would be solved if they took a lesson from like Singapore, for example, and had kind of soft dictatorship. So someone who steps up, leads the country, like takes it out of its problems, and then graciously steps down. But again, I feel like in both of our instances, it's like kind of an unrealistic thing to just like assume that'll happen. Um, but yeah,
I I think it's possible. There have been good
yeah, it is
monarchs.
possible.
Yeah. There have been good monarchs, and I've talked about this before. There have been good monarchs throughout history. Most of them were probably just neutral. You know, they just maintained the status quo and lived a pretty glamorous lifestyle compared to their counterparts. But
Yep.
but that doesn't mean that monarchy ought to be this. Like, if you could make me king for a day, I'd fucking take that shit. Like, I would fix everything. You know what I mean? But after a day, I'd step down. I don't think monarchy is the answer. I just think that I
Yeah.
have all the correct solutions. That's why I would want to be king for a day so I could fix this shit and then step back down and make it a democracy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so in this instance, let's talk about that then. Like, let's say I'll say my side's soft dictatorship,
Sure.
and you can say yours is democratic communism.
Okay. Soft dictatorship versus democratic communism. So, real quick, what's soft about the dictatorship, if I may ask?
I mean, look, again,
I get soft
the
in bed. Is
leader.
it like that? Sorry, what?
No. The soft means just like the dictator. The dictator is there for as long as it takes to basically make sure that the country can run, uh, like well off the policies that have been set. And then once that's been achieved, they step down, and they are that like I'd say some kind of republic or um maybe democracy, depending on kind of how you educate people. but yeah, like that's what I'd say. The soft part is the fact that the dictator will step down, and it won't just be a continuation of the power being passed down, and so it just becomes a monarchy.
So,
Yeah.
hold on, is there democracy or not? I kind of lost you a little bit.
So okay, I'll Singapore had one leader for about 32 years, 31 to
Okay.
32 years. He basically built Singapore from like nothing to a massive metropolis. And then stepped down, and now Singapore is what is Singapore now? It's a republic of some kind. Let me give you the exact wording.
So that's the system you want.
Unitary parliamentary republic.
Okay, is it democracy
yeah.
or not?
I guess it ends up being a democracy.
So your system then just ends up being kind of like my system.
I mean, you're like, I'd say like democracy is kind of like your version of democracy is the pure definition of democracy, which is
Yes.
that everyone has a say and everyone's equal, right?
Well,
But I don't. Oh, please.
yeah. So when you say everyone has a say, yes, but not in everything all the time. It's just that like we consider what they have to say, where they're coming from, why they're saying it, because they, even if they're not qualified at all, they might be right. You know, you don't know. And we can toss the bad ideas to the wayside. But like if it comes to like decisions of healthcare, for instance, we're going to leave that to the healthcare professionals, right? The society, I hope, would come to the conclusion, okay, well, the best treatment for cancer, I'm not going to have a say in that because obviously I don't know anything about cancer, the progress of the disease, the progression. So we're going to leave that to the cancer experts to decide that, right? So not all the time in all things, but yes, everybody has a say in some capacity. The say in this instance would be leave the cancer shit to the doctors.
Yeah. So you just have kind of a like Plato's view of democracy.
Sure. I don't know exactly what his view is, but sure.
Basically like, oh, we should have the experts of society like manage the like those parts of society. So
yeah, their specialties. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like specialized democracy, sort of. Yeah.
Yep.
Which would be, by the way, enforced by the broader democracy. People should want the experts in charge of the field in which they have expertise. I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think where we differ is that I believe that you should like someone should have the final say, and you know, no matter what the like, my idea is that you have the leader of the country who's looking at everything, taking views from people who are experts in the field, and then deciding what to do with it.
Okay, but he's
like, for example.
Sure, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, for example, like with Singapore, they got a United Nations economist to come in and tell them how to fix their problems, and the two things he said was, let's get rid of all the communists, like incarcerate them or like round them up. That is what happened. Operation Cold Store. And then the second thing he said was to be proud of the Western ties that Singapore has to like Britain, because they needed the support from the West to actually become what they are now.
Okay.
And then he took those opinions and then he acted on them. But again,
okay.
it's again the responsibility for what happens rested on his shoulders. He could have very well have said, "Oh, I'm not going to do that." But you know, like.
So he didn't take his advice.
No,
or
he did. He did.
Okay.
He could, like, you know what I mean. He could have not. That's how I feel. Is there should be one guy who has the final say.
But what if there were two guys? What do you think?
Yeah, you could have like one guy just means like a body or a power who has
So
who
it could be
might have say.
5. It could be 10.
You could have you could have a council, but I'd imagine that it'd have to be pretty small.
How
Like
small?
I don't yeah, like you'd want again, I don't have a number,
Okay.
but you don't want what we have with like Australia where it's like kind of every parliamentary seat has a say as to like policy. I don't think that's good.
Why not?
Because what Australia intended to happen was that everyone would have a say and that people would hear each other out. But now all it's become is this like uh, this power hungry like these power hungry like alliances. So for example, one of the parties, the left wing party here, or the I guess the less conservative party here, um, joined up with a very far left conservative party to get their voting power on policy.
Far left
Even though
conservative?
no, far left party, like very far left. So basically,
Okay.
a left wing party and a very far left wing party came together, and
Okay.
yeah,
So like
and so
horseshoe
so
theory.
the moderate left wing party was being like very controlled by the far left.
Okay. So they were power hungry. Or what?
Yeah, like
What power did they want?
well, again, in Australia, the way it works is every single seat in the parliament has equal voting power, and so um, obviously the government's decided on who has the majority of seats, but you can't like determine how everyone's going to vote. And so what ends up happening is parties have to form alliances with other parties to try to get them to agree on policy in exchange for like agreeing on the like
Okay.
it's like mutually beneficial for both parties.
Sure. So alliances where it's mutually beneficial for both parties are bad in your eyes. In this case.
Yes, because it's not because again the aim of a democracy is to hear what the people have to say, and they're not doing that. All they're doing is they're just creating an environment where uh both like these mutually benefiting parties are just putting in policy that will try to get them elected again in the next term. Not actually concerned with what the implications are of the policy or what it's going to do to people.
Okay.
They just care, yeah, they just care about getting votes.
Well, if these policies end up being bad for people, they're not going to get elected in again, are they?
I mean, that's arguable, right? I mean, for you, you'd say like Trump's policies aren't good, but he's been elected again.
They're not. And guess what happened?
What happened?
Well, what happened in 2020?
Yeah, he got out of power, and then 4 years later, he's back in.
Yeah, why's that?
Well, I'd say that my opinion is that like American politics are very sensationalist.
Yeah, why
Um,
is that?
wh-
They're not
why is
policy
that?
driven, are they?
Yeah, they're not.
Why? Why? I mean, that would make sense, right?
Yeah,
Because all their
it's
policies suck.
yeah.
Every single
I mean,
person, like they have shit policy.
yeah, but exactly. But like the question that I like, this is the question that I asked, which is why I believe what I do now is why do their policies suck? It's not like they're all stupid. Like yeah, okay, maybe one of like you could argue that like oh there's a bunch of stupid politicians. But if we really lived in like a meritocracy, you'd assume that at some stage you'd get someone smart enough to implement like actually good policy. But that hasn't happened.
Well, I think
And so
I would argue it kind of has. You know who?
who?
Zoran Mamdani. There's a guy with good
I'm
policy.
not really familiar. I haven't kept up with Mamdani.
Well,
But
he's a socialist for one thing. Love that.
Mhm.
He's going to put a freeze on rent. He's going to institute publicly owned grocery stores with more affordable groceries. He is going to make public transportation more accessible and more affordable and just better. I think he might have a plan for high-speed rail. I'm not sure. But these are solid, tangible policies that people can really sink their teeth into, like I'm sinking my teeth into this chicken shawarma, you know?
yeah, yeah.
So,
I again,
but
my concern, like as with everything, maybe I'm just like doomer, kind of black pilled about this stuff, but like my concern would be, is he actually going to follow through with his policy, or not?
that's
Because I mean,
fair.
again, Trump got elected in, Trump got in because he said that he was going to like get rid of illegal immigrants. And he said that the goal was for for 10 million people to get deported, but that didn't happen. And again, I'm not going to say whether that's a good thing or not.
I understand your
That's
point.
the irrelevant. Yeah,
That
it's
was his
irrelevant,
promise. He
right?
didn't keep it. That was his promise. He didn't keep
Yeah,
it.
exactly. It's like if you promise something, you'd expect that they have some kind of accountability. But that's what I think the problem is at the moment, which is like, um, there is no accountability in politics. Mamdani could get elected, and then he could do nothing, and there's no way to like undo that.
We just kind of have to take him at his word, don't we?
Yeah, that's what I don't like about politics at the moment, which is it seems like everyone is getting, whether you're on the left or right, I think we can all agree that we're all getting fucked by people who are supposed to like represent us.
I agree. What could Mamdani do to prove his worth to you?
I mean, are you saying under this political, like the current political structure?
Mm-hmm. Or at all?
I don't think there's anything provable he can actually do.
Okay, well there you go. All you can do is take him at his word, or vote for the other guy if you believe him
Yeah,
over
but again,
Mamdani.
we're talking about like at the moment we're both talking about like systems of government that are completely different to what we have at the moment.
I don't think
Like
it's that
I'm
much
sure you're
different.
not happy with. Say again.
Nothing. You go. I'm sure you're not happy with what?
I was just gonna say I'm sure you're not happy with like the current political system, right?
Correct. I think that democracy is a big part of the United States, but it's an indirect democracy, right? It's the electoral college. I don't like that because what the electoral college says is you can have one person representing 100 people, and that counts for a vote. And then you have one person
Yep.
represent 1 million people, and that counts for a vote. Why? Why would you do that? No, let's not do that. Like it's still a type of democracy, but it's indirect, and that can cause it to effectively not be democracy. Which is why we have this
Yeah.
discussion about like, is it a democracy or not? Well, turns out there's a good point to be made that it's not, because sometimes it's rule of the minority, and that's not democracy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. But so what would you say is like you said democratic communism, right?
Yes.
When I think of democratic communism from like the perspective of someone with your like inclinations, my my like what I think about is like, well, it's kind of this like kumbaya like commune of people who are like all like everyone's equal and everyone's opinion matters, and like that's what it is.
Whose opinion doesn't matter?
Whose opinion doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Depends what you're talking about.
Ah. So everyone's opinion matters sometimes in some ways, right?
Um, you could like I'm not gonna say that's like outright true, but
Okay, so whose opinion never
I'd say
matters?
for most people, there is one opinion you can probably take that is valid.
Okay, so everybody has most people. Okay, so give me an example of a person whose opinion never matters on anything ever.
Okay, if someone is like at complete neat, so no education, no job, they sit inside, never doing anything, and they live with what their parents like have, and they're like let's just say they're a complete asshole to everyone, and they never contribute to society. For me, if you never contribute to society, then your opinion doesn't matter.
Give me 1 second. I gotta go clean up. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I might go to the bathroom quickly, so.
Okay. Okay, I return. I'm assuming our friend is still in the bathroom.
No, I'm back.
Okay, cool. So, here's my question then. Or, yeah, here's my question. What if I were to propose to you that an opinion is a contribution?
Give me an example.
Well, let's say that my opinion on how to cure cancer cures cancer. I may not have the tools or the know-how, but what I do know is that cancer cells are somehow different from normal cells, right? Normal functioning cells. So, what if I proposed an idea, because I have enough knowledge, right, to,
Yep.
and all I do is propose the idea, just my opinion, in order to neutralize cancer cells without neutralizing any other cells. There's got to be something different about them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You say, but in this instance, you're like, I don't have the know-how, but you definitely do if you have that, like if you
Okay.
know that, then
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, sure. But that's still
Yeah.
just my opinion, right? Like studying in itself
Yeah.
is not contributing to society unless you apply that knowledge, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and the application in this case is an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I'd say.
So this person may have never, ever, ever contributed to society in any way whatsoever. They just spent their entire life behind textbooks, medical textbooks. That's like their obsession, their autistic obsession, if you will, right? And so one day they just come out of their basement, dust the Cheetos off, and says, "Here's how we cure cancer. Here's my opinion on how we cure cancer." Do we listen to this person?
I'd say that. I'd say that like your opinion is something that you have to prove is worth taking.
Okay.
Again,
I agree.
not maybe like again, look, if this guy's willing to actually debate people and talk to people about why it's correct and to prove his case, then yeah. But by
Yeah.
no means should we just be taking advice from like basement dwellers, basically, right?
But let's say
Um,
that this person just throws their opinion out there, and then other people decide, okay, maybe he's right, and then they start doing the work, right?
Mhm.
That opinion contributed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So an
but
opinion is a
again,
contribution in itself.
but again, what you've just described is an application of like what he studied. That's not like And for me, when you
Careful.
say, "Oh, is an opinion valuable?" Sorry.
Careful, because remember, he's contributed nothing to society up to this point, right? And he's just giving his opinion.
Yep.
Yeah. So why should we not take his opinion then?
But again, if he's willing to talk about, if he's willing to prove it,
Okay.
and he's willing to put in the work, keyword being work, then yeah, like I think he should be listened to.
So the
But for
work
the
would
most
be.
part, no, like
Go
I mean,
ahead.
most like okay, let's put it this way. Wouldn't you agree that like most people's opinions have almost zero backing to them?
No, not at all. I think most people's opinions have a bunch of backing.
I like see I disagree with that. Like I'd say on the left and on the right, there's
Throw me an
plenty of
opinion.
people who just have.
Throw me an opinion with no backing whatsoever.
Okay, let's say we are discussing like let's say we're discussing immigration. This is an easy one to prove, right?
Oh.
A lot of the discussion with like immigration, Australia has a like it has like a bit of an immigration crisis at the moment. People are going nuts over stopping immigration or letting allowing immigration. But most people, I'd say, for both sides of this debate, right? The left mainly consists of people who are like, oh well, we should let people in because that's the nice thing to do. And the right is saying, like, for example, a lot of people at the March for Australia thing were saying, oh, we need to stop immigration completely. And usually the reason is because, like, oh, well, it's not the same country that I grew up in. Both sides, like, again, both sides have opinions, but there's no real backing towards it, right?
You just backed
If
them.
you
You
look
just did.
Well, what one saying that it's nice and one saying that it's nice, like
Yeah.
I mean, I would consider backing a bit different. Like
Okay. What do
I
you
wouldn't
think
say I
backing
wouldn't
is?
say like I mean, look, let's say in a topic about like compassion, having a compassionate opinion is fine, but when it comes to like immigration, it needs to be based on the fact that it's better for the country. Like you have to prove why your side will benefit the people that have no choice but to live in that country.
What if you want to just benefit the people coming in because you're being nice?
Well, I'd say that's like bordering on like
So okay,
what's the word, treason.
here. So let me put it this way then. So you're saying that their backing is not legitimate. You need legitimate backing.
Yeah, you need it founded in reason. Like for example, you hear people on the left say, "Oh, well, it's better for economic growth." And the subtext is it's better for economic growth, which will benefit us.
Okay.
And the right says, oh, it's actually like at least in America, they say, well, it's actually bad for us because corporations just hire cheap labor, which like fucks over the average person. Those for me are legitimate. Like you can have an actual discussion around that.
Okay.
But you can't have a discussion around like if one person says, "Well, my opinion's nicer than yours," there's no discussion to be had because it's neither side is like actually provable.
That person likes being nice. It's not about being provable.
but
It's about being nice.
yeah, well, I think like putting an iPad in front of my kid and showing them reels all day is nice, but it's not the right thing to do, right?
Sure, that child might
Like
think it's nice. Sure.
yeah, but they're not going to think it's nice when like their brains rotted out of their head by the time
Yeah, they're going to
like
grow up
10.
and think, you know what, maybe that wasn't so nice. But in the moment, subjectively, it felt nice, didn't it?
Yeah, but that's my point is like if your opinions are purely based like and again, I'm not saying like you can't have opinions that are emotionally charged. In fact, I think to have human opinions means that it needs an element of like emotion and it needs an element of reason.
Okay, so
So
okay,
let's say that your opinion needs emotional and logical reasoning.
okay, emotional and logical reasoning. So,
Yeah.
in order to be a legitimate opinion, you must have an emotional component and a logical component, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, if I say that I want to let immigrants in to be nice to them, that is not a good rationale because there's a logical component missing, right? There needs to be a give and take, right?
Yeah. There's no follow up with
Right.
why that'll help anyone.
And if I say we need to let those immigrants in because that will benefit us economically, that is not a valid opinion because there's no acknowledgement of who, uh, you know, who we're being nice to or who's actually getting a feel good feeling from this, right?
Yeah, like you again with both opinions, you can like you can go further and justify those things, but you know
I would
if you're
say
not willing to.
I would say most people would disagree with you on the second one, even if they agree with you on the first. Because if you can
Mhm.
make a legitimate argument that bringing more immigrants in would be economically viable, you don't need an emotional component to that. That just helps people. Like that by default helps people, right?
Yeah, but that's my point is like if you go one extra step and say, well, yes, it's gonna help people, which is I view that as emotional, right? Same with the people who are like, oh well, we're being nice. The logical reasoning could be, well, like from a humanist point of view, to be seen as like a benevolent country, we have to allow like for humans like human rights or blah 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 like that kind of stuff. You can appeal to that kind of logic. Um, but yeah, I mean like uh, what I'm trying to say is that most people usually form an opinion based on one or the other and have absolutely no follow up on why it's going to help.
I
They just form these opinions. Yeah.
sorry.
No,
I
go.
think that you can forego the emotional part. I think that if you are being rational and consistent in your logic, you want the best outcome for the most amount of people, regardless of like what group you're referring to. So like let's say that you only care about your countrymen, right? You're a nationalist,
Mhm.
whatever. Okay. If that's the group of people you care about and you see immigrants as a threat to those people, you don't want them to come in because bringing them in would harm your people, right?
Mhm.
And therefore, you are helping the group of people that you personally care about by keeping them out. In your eyes, I disagree with you, but in your eyes, that's what's happening, right?
Yep.
Right. So then ultimately, it ends up being an emotional appeal anyway. So you can just have a logical, rational appeal, and usually, more times than not, according to your logic at least, there's an emotional element to it as well. So I would simplify it to say, in order for your argument to be legitimate, your opinion to be legitimate, there needs to be a logical, rational component to it, right?
Yeah. So, but
And
you're
I would agree
saying
with you.
logical only.
I would agree with you. I
Okay.
think there needs to be a rational component to it.
Would you so there doesn't need to be an emotional component?
The emotional component is already built in. Like, try to give me an
Okay.
example of something that's rational but not emotional.
Okay. Look, this is not like a gotcha, but
Sure.
I will rephrase and say probably after I say this example, we will both agree that instead of saying emotional, we should say a humanist component. So something that benefits human beings, right?
Okay.
Like or some kind of compassionate component, right? Because
Okay.
if you think about it, I think everyone would agree that the most logical if you took the most logical solution to like the world's problems, it'd just be to like start wiping out people en masse. Like the world's overpopulated. If we just start killing a bunch of people, then we free up space, we free up resources for everyone else.
If you're Thanos,
Um,
sure.
yeah, but like again, that's like a logic. That's the if you take away any kind of compassionate or like humanist perspective, the most logical thing to do is like, oh, let's just start killing people.
Disagree. Because if you're a humanist, you recognize the inherent value of humans. So why
But that's
it would be
exactly what I'm saying.
completely irrational and illogical to go around and just start killing people. What you would want to do instead is just ration, like if you actually are low on resources, like immediately available, just ration them out as best you can. And maybe you'll lose some people here and there, but ration it out as best you can and save as many as you can because everybody's valuable.
Mm.
You're going to have to
I
make
mean,
some
again-
impossible decisions, but you know, like what else can you do?
But again, in that example, like you're saying that every human life is valuable, right?
Yes.
But okay, for example, if we're looking at like again, let's go. I'll talk through the logic of this, right? Which is
Okay.
we have a let's say that we have a lack of resources. Okay, first what we'll do is, I mean, this is what the Spartans did, which is, we'll kill off all the disabled or all the mentally impaired.
Hmm.
Because they're less likely to contribute to society.
And the emotional component of that, the humanistic component
What-
of that, their logic is that those people need more resources without contributing back to the society. So we are going to dispose of them. And that way,
Well,
the rest of us will be able to actually sustain ourselves, right? That's the humanistic
but I'd
component
say-
of it.
I'd
I'm not
say
saying I agree.
humanistic- Yeah, no, I understand, but I'd say like for me, humanistic means that every human life is equal. So a
Right.
disabled person's life is the same value as like a normal person, or like not. Sorry, I should definitely rephrase that. Like someone who's not, who doesn't have those things, right?
Right. For me, this would be an impossible decision, right? But for the Spartans, it wasn't. Like, if we're all equal, then killing a disabled person, in reality, should be just as bad as killing anybody else, right? Like,
Yeah,
who cares who they
but what
killed?
I'm-
They still
sorry.
killed somebody.
Again, what I was trying to say was, in the example you said, oh, you like, what I assumed you said was, oh, we only need a human, like, a logical component.
Correct.
But logically speaking, if you take away the fact that every human life is equal, then like the logical solutions become a lot darker and a lot more like, yeah, it becomes a lot more sinister. So I feel like you
Yes.
definitely need both. You need both sides.
Well, sure, but the logic is still there to protect as many people as possible. I'm not saying it's good logic. It's irrational, but the logic is there, and the whole reason the logic exists is to protect the most amount of people they can. And so in that sense, there's a humanistic component because they are trying to save as many people as they can, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why
Okay.
like that's the example you gave. There is always going to be a humanistic component when there's logic involved because that's why we exist. That's what we live for, is to sustain ourselves and replicate and thrive. That's what logic is
Yeah.
to us.
Yeah. No, I look, if that's the case, then we're on the same page.
Yeah, great. So it's
Okay.
just a logical component then, right?
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
again, I guess not psychopathic, maybe. If I had to, like, yeah, come up with like a wording for that. Okay. All right.
By the way, we have
out of
about. I'd like to get wrapped up soon. We've been talking for almost an hour. I'd like to get wrapped up by like 7:15, quarter after, if that's okay.
Okay, that's no worries. In that case, let me just ask. I think this is kind of a shorter discussion. So, why do you think you're libertarian? Like, why not authoritarian left?
One sec.
Oh, good.
Okay. Okay, so I'm not authoritarian left because I don't believe in hierarchies. I don't like hierarchy. Hierarchy is the enemy of network, and network is what is that's what we're built to do. Like our brains, our neurons, our entire bodies, they're all networks. It's not like one part of the body has dominion over another. If the heart stops, everything's fucked. If the brain stops, everything's fucked. If the anus stops working, everything is fucked. They all, like, for lack of better terms, all the body parts understand that and work in unison and in harmony in order to keep this machine that we call a human body functioning. And so I believe that hierarchy is the enemy of that, because if you did have, like, let's say that your heart was in charge of all the other organs and could make its own independent decisions and try to, like, keep all the blood to itself, like, that'd be pretty bad for us, wouldn't it? We'd fall apart. That's why I think that hierarchy is the enemy of network, and network is what the solution is to human problems.
Okay. So you're using nature as an example.
I mean, more or less, we're all part of nature, right?
Yeah. I mean, there are. This is kind of irrelevant, but like there are like hierarchies in nature,
Yes,
right?
there are, and we are among those. We are a hierarchical species right now.
Yeah. But you believe that we can achieve like a network system.
Correct. Right now, let's take ants for example. Ants are
Mm-hmm.
both. They're a network, but they're also a hierarchy. They have an
Mm-hmm.
inborn drive to be subservient to the queen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this limits them because what the queen does is it basically just hoards all the resources, and the other workers, frankly, if they were to be given more resources and more freedom, could do amazing things. Like they're slaves to their biology. It's a biological hierarchy, so they're not like in control of any of it. But this is what evolution presented them with, and it's what they kept. So I think that if ants were a network, they could have been on the fucking moon by now. Like,
Yeah.
if we're being real, like, what's stopping them? It's their biology. That's it. It's the biological hierarchy.
Uh, okay. All right. But like, for example, like in monarchies, in a good monarchy, say, like kings would often store food, um, and taking I guess a portion of like all your citizens' food and storing it so that in case of a famine, the society lives through it, right? So there are
Um,
benefits to hierarchy.
yes, but I feel that I'm not saying I said unjust hierarchy, right? So if it's
Okay.
a just hierarchy, like somebody in charge of the food stores, we trust this person we've elected this person maybe to be in charge of the food stores and distribute it as they see fit. And in return, we give them the other shit that they need to survive. They're just happen to be in charge of the food storage and distribution.
Mm.
That's fine. That's a just hierarchy. We have doctors. Okay, that's a type of hierarchy in a hospital. We have a doctor who's above nurse practitioner, who's above a nurse, who's above an aide, and so on and so on, right?
Mhm.
Just hierarchy.
Yep.
We agree on that. So an aide needs less training than a nurse, who needs less training than a nurse practitioner, who needs less training than, I don't know, it might be the same between nurse practitioner, physician's assistant, but you get the point. Who needs less training than a
Yep.
doctor?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's a just hierarchy that I like because it's all consensual. Everybody understands their place in this system and their job.
Okay. So in that case, could society work if you had a just hierarchy?
Yes,
Then wouldn't that make you more like leaning more towards an authoritarian point of view?
it could. I guess to backtrack a little bit, I should say unjust hierarchy, forced hierarchy is the enemy of network. How's that?
Okay. I don't mind buying this, but I want to hear what do you think is a forced hierarchy?
Slavery. That's a good one.
Does America have like a forced hierarchy in the political system at the moment?
Sure does.
What would you say is the forced part?
Um, Capitalism.
Capitalism. Okay. Okay. But like in again, you've elected the like we've sorry, America has technically like elected these people to be their leaders, right?
technically, there's a lot of problems with that. There's something called manufactured consent as well. Like it's just like in the 1940s, like 94% of the population believed that race mixing should be illegal. So like, yeah, the public isn't always like well meaning or well informed, but ultimately I would like to reach a point where they are like they're their best idealized selves, and then like democracy and network could take hold.
Okay. Um,
It'll take a while. It won't happen in my lifetime, certainly.
yeah. But with like for example with communism, it like again, how do you implement communism without
Well,
having an authoritarian leadership?
sure. It starts with a socialist uprising, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to be a violent one. It's just a move from capitalist policies over to socialist ones. So, like, instead of a monetized healthcare system, a profit driven healthcare system, we have like a public option to begin with, right? You can go and get your treatments done for a much cheaper price using a public option. And then maybe from there, we can move to Medicare for all, where you don't have to pay anything. Free healthcare, right?
But
That's
again,
just a.
with
Go ahead.
yeah, sorry, with socialist uprising, like what does that mean?
It
Like
simply
how what's the
means. Mhm. It simply means democratic ownership of the workplace,
okay. So
of the means of
the
production.
classic like yeah, the workers have the means of production. Okay.
Yes, the uh, dictatorship of the proletariat, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's wrap up. So, any final
Yeah.
touches you want to put on this conversation? I know this is kind of abrupt, but any
Yeah, no.
final
It's
touches?
all good.
We
I
can,
understand you gotta
yeah, we can table this because Sev wants to come up. We can table this and pick it up later. But any final words you want to get out before I let you go?
No, look, my opinion is that we're actually like if you want to call me far right, you can call me far right, but
I'm not calling you
I think
anything.
yeah, no, I'm just saying generally speaking to like the
Sure,
normal person, but I think
sure,
the far left and far right have a lot more in common than we think. Um,
probably.
and I think you can, yeah, like yeah, I don't know, it'd be interesting. If we do talk again, it'd be interesting to figure that out as to like, yeah, how you see we fix society's problems versus how I see it.
Yeah, we're figuring that out slowly. It's going to take a long time and a lot of conversation, but I think that we can eventually see eye to eye. You're a very good listener, and I think that you're a very intelligent person. And I think that if you think through these things, and I'll think through these things as well, and it's possible that you'll change my mind on some things. And I've adjusted myself throughout the course of this conversation. Because when I say hierarchy is the enemy of network, what I should say is unjust hierarchy. Because hierarchies exist within network. That's true, and I should have acknowledged that. So I'm trying to correct myself as I move along, and you and people like you are helping me do that. So thank you for that. And I thought this was a very productive conversation. We didn't get heated. We didn't raise our voices. We even agreed that if I had my own country and you had your own country, and we had completely polar opposite ideologies, and we sat down in a room together, we would find a way to not kill each other, right?
Yeah.
There you
Yep.
go. There you
Would
go.
help. All right. I'll catch you later then.
Sounds good. Take care. Thanks so much for coming up. Appreciate you.
Bye bye.
I thought that was good. Great conversation. Thank you. I thought it was really good. All right. Excuse me. I liked it personally. Yeah, it was great. All right, Sev, we'll bring you up, and then we have to get to non-smoker. Excuse me. So we'll give you about an hour, Sev, just like we gave the others, and then we'll get to non-smoker.
Alright, is my microphone working?
You good?
Hello? Yep.
Hello. Hello. How you doing?
Does that work? Oh, I'm alright.
Good.
Fairly busy
So-
day today, but
Sure. So Sev, do you prefer the name Sev or something else?
you can call me Alex. Just call me Alex.
Okay, Alex.
Don't really like.
Perfect. So what would you like to talk about today, Alex?
I made a few notes while I was listening to your other conversations. So I've personally, I don't like labels of sort of political opinions because I don't think they're very accurate at describing, you know, people's personal beliefs, right? But
Hmm.
I would call myself a libertarian. Call myself, very, I very much love my freedom,
Okay.
but more on the sort of the right side of freedom, so the political right, not the right side. That sounds quite arrogant. But and I've just got a few. I've got a wee notebook. I've got a few questions here. I would ask you first. Let's start off with are you aware? Do you know what I mean when I say the problem of political authority?
The problem of political authority.
Yeah. So it goes a bit like this. It
Okay.
is what gives someone the right to tell someone else what to do.
It's a good
What would
question.
you say? Yeah. If you assume all people are equal, which I assume, I think all humans are equal, at least in value, and I
Hmm.
would hope you assume, I assume you assume that.
It's a
Would I
good
be right?
assumption.
Uh, I mean, some people don't,
It's a good
but
assumption. I appreciate it. It's true.
yeah. What what gives someone the right to govern? What gives someone the right to enact their own will, whether it be moral or legal, over another?
Would you like me to break this down at its most fundamental level, or would you like me to just
Yes.
start from the point of yes? Okay. So,
I
mhm.
go on, go on.
Well, the other option is I can start at the point of society, like how it currently functions.
I I believe that you can only really get to concepts by getting at them at their most core and then building up from that.
I believe that too. That delves into
Yeah.
philosophy quite a bit, but philosophy is like
Oh
the
yeah.
basis of all of this.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, if you let's just say that you have two people, they're the only ones that exist, and they have to decide who's in charge or who gets to tell the other what to do and when, right?
Mhm.
So, I mean, let's just say it's you and me, for instance. Let's say we live in a cabin in the woods, right? Just you and me. We're roommates. We're just roommates. Swear. Um, and and as
All right.
roommates,
Yeah.
let's say that I tell you to
Roommates.
do the dishes, right?
Does it sound
So
familiar?
yeah, what gives me the right to tell you to do the dishes?
Well, I would say that unless we have made prior agreement, i.e., say we set up like a wee system, right? We both agreed, I do the dishes on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you do it Thursday, Friday, something like that. I
Mhm.
would say that would give you the right, but not the right in what I would call coercion.
Coercion.
The right to violently enforce that without prior violence.
Okay, so if you
Unjust violence, you'd call
right,
it.
is it really unjust if you're not doing the dishes though? You agreed to.
I agreed to, but I would not say, but I would say violence is only justified, personally, when you are having violence, like physical harm. When I say violence, I mean the actual either imminent threat, like
Bodily
I'm
harm
holding a knife to you, yeah, to
or the threat thereof.
you, or, yeah, or your property, which you might disagree with, but we'll get onto
Fine.
that a wee bit later.
That's
We'll
fine.
get onto
For all
that
intents
later.
and
Trust me.
purposes, we're
Yeah,
including property. That's fine.
that's my definition. You
Sure.
feel free to share yours, but I
Okay.
would say that that's unjustified because I'm not by not doing the dishes. Sure, I might be being a bit of a wido, but I'm not enacting a actual harm against you.
Are you not?
No, I'm not hitting you with the dishes.
No, but
I'm not.
what if there's bacterial and mold buildup on the dishes that would cause me to be sick?
Oh well, that I suppose that would start to go into harm.
Yep.
But is that immediate harm? Am I
I s-
immediately threatening you with that?
it's indirect. If that's what you mean.
Hmm. I would say I'd have to compensate you for that, but I wouldn't say that's worthy of you immediately using force to justify your position.
What if I throw a bucket of water on your head and say, "Do the dishes, dumbass"?
Hmm. I would say that's not. I would say harm. The response has to be proportional, right?
Okay.
Part like to harm. So what? I You threw a bucket of water at me. I
Yes.
wouldn't say that justifies me to shoot you with a gun, right?
I would say not, but so like but if we're the only two people that exist, we have to agree on what's proportional and what's not, right?
Hmm.
So like we both agree shooting you because you won't do the dishes or you shooting me because I dumped water on your head, that's not proportional, that's not acceptable, right?
No, that would be irrational.
Yeah. So on Monday through Wednesday, you do the dishes. Thursday and Friday, I do the dishes. We take the weekend off. Or let's say Thursday through Saturday, and then we take Sunday
Yeah,
off.
it doesn't
Okay?
matter.
Because
But
we eat out on
yeah,
Sunday, let's say. So, like,
yeah.
Monday through Wednesday, it's your dish day. Thursday through Saturday, it's my dish day. Therefore, I get the right on Monday through Wednesday to tell you to do the dishes, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a right that you've given me.
Yes.
Yeah. So, that in that
But if
sense, that's what gives me the right to tell you what to do, to enforce our contract.
But I wouldn't say that would justify you to violence. I would say that with agreements, voluntary agreements between two people, there must be the specification of the consequences of breaking that agreement in order to prevent violence.
Sure. Let's say that you never do the dishes. You've signed this contract and you never do it. Okay? What should be my response?
Well, I would say there would probably be something in the contract to stipulate that,
Okay.
which would probably involve me getting kicked out of the house.
Okay.
At that point, it
So,
would be
I kick
justified
yeah, so I kick you out of the
to throw
house.
me out.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
kick you out of the house. Good. I thought we'd have to go down a little further to get to this point, but yeah, I kick you out of the house because you never
No,
do the dishes.
I would say that if that is what we agreed on, and
Okay.
that is stipulated in an agreement, that I forfeit my right to live in this house by not accepting my responsibilities, in which I agreed to, and I read through and it says, well, if I do not participate in these responsibilities, then I do not have the right to do that. Now, this isn't a voluntary agreement. What would you say to a non voluntary agreement, such as a government or a governing body? What would you say gives someone the right to tell someone what to do in a non voluntary sense, as in like a government,
Power.
like taxes?
Power.
Taxes, yeah. Yeah, the power. What gives you the power over that, and what gives you the right to that power to exert over someone in the sense that they are a citizen of a place?
Yeah, what I'm
Why
saying
are
is
you.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
No, you're fine. I thought
I
you were done.
kind of was. I waffle on a lot.
You're fine. No worries. What I'm trying to say is power is what gives you that right. If you have the bigger guns, people aren't going to question you. They're just going to do what you say.
So you're saying might makes right in your world.
No. I'm
So what
saying
gives you
that
the right?
the right. Okay. Rights. So what do you think a right is?
I would say the rights are inherent. They are, you can derive them. I would say that rights are essentially the logical conclusions of valuing people and their work. So if I make something, say I make with all of my own tools, all of my own stuff, I make a chair with wood that I cut down with my own tools, I make that chair. I would say that chair is rightfully mine.
Okay.
If I cut it down from my tree or a tree that wasn't owned by anybody. And so that's
Okay.
my tree,
Now let's
my
say
chair.
we live in that cabin in the woods, or you do at least, and because I got kicked out for not doing the dishes, right? You make this chair. I hear you buzzing down a tree with a buzzsaw, and I'm like, that motherfucker, he is making a nice ass chair and I don't get to sit in it. And I get really pissy about it. And so I wait for you, I spy on you and wait for you to finish that chair. And then I break into the house and I steal it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nobody around, there's nobody else. So now I say, well, I took that chair because I want it. And I don't want you to have it. So now it's mine. I don't give a shit about your rights. It's mine now. What I say goes. So you do not have the right to this chair anymore.
Well, I would say in that case, I would have the right to get my property back. And therefore, since you are violating that property, I can start to try, I can use violence to get that property back because you initiated that conflict against something which was mine. Like,
Okay.
rightfully mine.
Then I kill you.
Okay. Well, then
Then
I'm
what?
dead. It doesn't matter anymore.
There you go.
I say
See?
that's not, I say that's not right, but
No,
I'm
I don't think
dead.
it
I
is
can't really
either.
do anything about it.
I don't think it is either. But if we're the only two people that exist, then it doesn't really matter much, does it?
Okay, but we're not the only two people that exist.
You're right. So let's talk about the entirety of the people who exist. Rights can only, in my opinion, right? And I hear what you're saying. What you're describing, in my opinion, is what ought to be rights. I think what ought to be rights are things like healthcare, housing, etc. So I don't think those are currently rights, right? Because they're not. Like, the government doesn't just give you a house. So it's not a right right now. I think it ought to be. But rights are only enforced by the most powerful people. That's how it always has been. That's how it always will be.
Right. So you mentioned an interesting thing there. So you have the rights are enforced by the most powerful people,
Yes.
and you have rights that are not to what you have, but what you ought to have. If you understand what I'm saying, not what you should have, what you believe people should have, right?
Yeah. So, like,
Things.
I believe that you should have the right to a house.
Okay. So do you believe that some sort of governmental body should provide that house?
Yeah. I mean, some kind of body. Yes. We have the resources to give it to you. And everybody needs a house. So,
Okay. What house? Like a flat? Like a Soviet bloc apartment? Or like a family house? Like
whatever
what
you
house?
need. Whatever you need. Like, not, maybe
What
like
defines my need?
slightly, sure. Maybe like slightly above bare minimum. I'd say, like, a flat would be fine. Maybe like a bedroom and a bathroom, roof over your head, a pot to piss and shit in, some food on the table. Like a nice living
Okay.
situation. Like not glamorous, but enough. It's enough.
Everyone deserves this.
Correct.
And this should be provided for them,
Correct.
no matter what they do.
Correct.
So, who makes the houses?
The society does. The workers.
What if nobody wants to make the houses?
Oh, plenty of people want to make houses. My dad did. He loved building
Okay.
houses. That was his passion.
Did he get paid for it?
He sure did.
Now, if gives you the right to tell someone to make that house, but for what is essentially an order? What gives you the right to someone else's labor?
Well,
Because
they
when
have the right
you
to my labor. Let's say,
why?
let's say that I just
What if
do
I
all the
don't want that?
dishes. What if you don't want that?
Okay.
Okay, what do you want then?
What if I don't want to be a part of that? What if I say, well, uh, I don't I don't really want to be forced to work for someone, even if I get these benefits. I don't want the rewards of what you are selling,
Nobody's
essentially.
nobody's
What say?
forcing you.
But the thing is that when it is a government, you are being forced.
You're not.
Yeah, you are. Taxes. The government taxes
Okay.
someone, you have to pay them.
Right, but once again, you get the house for free. You get the food for free. Like, you don't have to do anything to have those because we simply have the resources available to give those things to
Come
you.
on.
You just get them.
The government doesn't just have those resources, it has to get them.
Well, we have them now, right?
No, the government has to get them somewhere. And the government
Okay.
doesn't make them, right?
So I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding as to what motivates a human to do something. Because what people often get people often get this idea that, like, if you didn't have to do anything, you would never do anything. And that's simply not true. That's not true for you. It's not true for me. It's not true for the
I'm not.
overwhelming majority of humanity.
I'm not. Sorry to interrupt you. Were you done?
Sure.
Right. I'm not saying. I believe people like to be busy, right? I would.
Yes.
Was that the direction you were going in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
But what you do when you remove the incentive is that you disincentivize being productive. Because there's being busy and there's being productive. So being busy could be just doing macaroni art or just doing some menial task, right?
Sure.
But that doesn't really have any value to anyone but myself, right?
I disagree. I would love to look at your macaroni art someday.
Okay.
Put it in the Macaroni Art Museum.
But at a certain point, if everyone's making macaroni art, then it's not as valuable anymore.
Well, is that your aspiration?
No, I'm an economist.
There you go. Not everybody wants to make
There you go.
macaroni art. Plenty of people want to do other
No.
things.
But what motivates a lot of people is self-betterment. The idea that they should strive for something, right?
Yeah.
And not everyone is altruistic. In fact, it's coming back to that idea of political authority. Why should I sacrifice myself for others? Why should I sacrifice parts of my work and my productivity for others? Because I would hope you agree, not everyone is equally productive. There are some people that are just fundamentally different in their levels of contribution, right?
Sure. I would say it's
So
because, sure, go ahead.
now, don't mistake me for someone that actually likes billionaires and stuff like that.
Okay.
But they have a value that they contribute to the economy. A very inflated value that's kept up by central banking system, but that's a whole different thing. I think we both don't like that, right? But they
Central bank.
have a certain
I'm not
value.
sure. I'm not good at economist stuff, so I don't know.
Okay. Essentially,
I think money's bad in general for a lot of reasons, but that's a whole other conversation.
oh no. Tell me about that.
I can. I just think that, oh shit. I think that money is, I really haven't thought about it that much, but in my estimation, the motivation for more money has only led to bad things. because it's not a true motivator. It's like a fake motivator. You know what I mean? Like
Mm,
like for instance, I'm making a
elaborate.
life-size low punny. If you know what that
Mm.
is. I'm
Uh,
crocheting a life-size low punny. It's not for me. It's for
mhm.
money. You know.
Okay.
Now, I still think that'll be valuable. I still think it'll be a great piece of art. But at the same time, I would have never made that if not for the drive for money. I would have made something that's a little bit more unique, a little bit more um, me and my interests. You know what I mean?
hmm
So
But
I just think that
it
money is
comes
kind
into
of a corrupter.
uh, but you are you value making that low penny for the money rather than for your own creative desire, over that. You know what opportunity cost is? You know what I mean when I say that?
Opportunity cost, refresh me. I heard of that in some social studies
Yeah.
class sometime.
It's basically the opportunity cost of an action is the value of that action minus the difference between that action, the value you get from that action, it's just abstract value
The low
between that
punny.
and the next best option that you have. So you decided that it was worth more, the opportunity cost, or the price that you valued that paid Lupani for was worth more than what you would get making your own creative one. You thought you could get more gain out of that. You could get more value. You could use that money for something better than the enjoyment than you would get from making one for yourself or by yourself.
Yeah.
So, but you were getting value out of that, right? You're
Yeah,
getting,
I'm getting monetary value. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, economics is less about money and it's more about value.
Okay.
Money is just a representation of that value, right?
It's an
But
arbitrary
the
one, but
values,
yes.
yeah, I've got my own opinions on currency, but that's a different story.
Sure.
So you've got so do you really hate the money or do you hate the value? Do you hate the dollar or do you hate the actual thing it represents?
It's the dollar. It's the dollar.
So you don't dislike the value.
Correct.
So would a barter economy be acceptable for you?
See, that's the part I'm not sure about. I've thought about it, and I just think in an ideal society, so we have money because we don't trust each other, right?
No, no. I would say it's because
Okay.
of scarcity. Because there's not everything for
Okay.
everyone all the time, right?
That's interesting. So in theory, if we did not have scarcity, we wouldn't need money.
Well, no, because everyone would have everything all the time.
They would have access to whatever they need all the time, right? So then
Everyone
what
would
if
have would there would be no opportunity cost.
so then what if I
It
were to propose to you that we live in so much excess that we don't need money?
no, there's still opportunity cost to your decisions. As long as as long as there is decision, there's scarcity. They are one and the same because
Is it,
you have to choose between A or B. I have to choose between swimming in my pool of gold and eating my truffles, you know?
so the opportunity cost is what you give up doing in favor of what you would prefer to do, for whatever reason.
Yes. Yeah, it's how price is determined, really. This is like this is taking
I
me
think
back
I
a few years,
understand.
but yeah, this is the basis of most economics,
If
or
so,
my
yeah.
view of economics.
If I have to pick for what I'm eating for lunch between a burger and a pizza, and I pick the
Yeah.
burger, the opportunity cost is I don't get to eat the pizza, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, you get it. You get it.
Okay, cool. I'm on the same
So
page.
yeah. So when you look at what you when you say there's abundance, right?
Mhm.
Like complete abundance. What do you mean by that?
There is more than enough to feed and house and clothe and whatever else everybody on this planet, and then some. Plenty, plenty, plenty. Always has been. It's always been there. All we had to do was unlock it. And there will be more to
Okay.
come.
Yeah, because of technology, right?
Yep. And
Okay,
human
have you heard
innovation.
of something? Now, what drives human innovation?
Well, a lot of things could. Like, let's say the cure for cancer. I like bringing that one up. What would drive
Hmm.
somebody to want to cure cancer?
Well, you could go through the sort of the American system, I'd call it. I'd hesitate to call it a capitalistic system because there's sort of America's not quite as capitalistic as I would say. I would say it is because you've got large regulations and patents and IP laws and other market interferences that protect large corporations and keep them up there along with the central banking system. But I don't think that's really what we're talking about today,
Okay.
unless you want to talk about that. I mean, it's up
Nah,
to
it's up to
you.
you.
But I
Your
don't,
convo.
yeah. But you have the sort of incentive of, well, if I make this drug, I can patent it and I can sell it for a bajillion dollars and charge people lots of money for that.
Okay.
Then you're going to say, well, then people, cancer would be cured and nobody would need to buy medicine anymore. And so that's kind of the problem with that system. But the incentive, you can apply that incentive to other things, right? You invent, I don't know, a flying car. You can patent that and sell your flying car. It's that system of you own an intellectual idea.
Right. I would argue that copycats exist, right? It is a lot more lucrative to be a copycat than it is to be an
Oh
innovator in
yes,
capitalism.
oh yes. I would say it's in fact central to free market capitalism to be a copycat and innovate on innovations.
There you go.
But
Wait, with
I
their
mean,
own innovations? Is that what you said?
yeah. So I disagree with IP laws because I think that since intellectual property is not scarce, you shouldn't restrict it. If I watch
I agree.
pirate, yeah, if I watch Pirates of the Caribbean, it doesn't prevent you from watching Pirates of the Caribbean. You know?
Correct.
Yeah, I guess we agree on that.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, did you expect me to disagree? I agree.
um, I mean, some people are like, the artist owns their art and like AI and stuff.
Listen.
The
Uh-huh. Hey, baby. Um, art is owned by all because
mm,
I view humanity as a unit. And so if one person creates a stunning piece of artwork, we can recognize that person and give them accolades, of course, and make sure that the rest of their days are luxurious because they gave us such a beautiful, magnificent piece of art that will go down in history. But at the same time, that art is owned by everybody. Like we all get to appreciate it and look at it and interpret it and work off of it. I think that as long as I think that credit can be important, obviously. People want to be recognized for their own contributions and make their mark, and that's great.
is it central and required?
Say that again.
Is it central and required? Should
Is
you
it
be required to give credit, like as a legal precedent?
past a certain point? All art is derivative, right? So
Yeah.
past a certain point, it's like do I have to credit Van Gogh because I decided to paint with watercolors or whatever? Like, no. So where do you draw that line?
Well, I wouldn't draw that line.
Now, here's what I'll say. I think that if you're inspired by somebody, it would be good of you to say who inspired you and not just to give them credit, but also to tell people, okay, if you want to make something similar to this or learn how to do what I do, you can look at my work, or you can go back to the source. Let's say that I paint something similar to Van Gogh's paintings, and I say, well, Van Gogh inspired this, right? It's different, but it's similar enough that, you know, I want to say that I was inspired by Van Gogh's work to make this. Now, if somebody wants to say, okay, what if I go look at Van Gogh's work? I like this guy's work, so let's go look at Van Gogh's. And then they look at Van Gogh's work and they say, you know, this is really cool, actually. I want to do something different than what that guy did, but still base it off of Van Gogh. Like, the reason that we're doing this in this world is to innovate more. You know, it's to expand upon it. So, like, anything that expands upon the work is good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of the big crossover here, because I would think that there's things that we disagree on a lot,
Sure.
and there are things that we agree on a lot. I would say that intellectual property, I guess, is something that we agree on a lot. There's no reason for things that are not scarce be limited, right? Like,
There
if
you
you can
go.
give people stuff, give them stuff.
Our movie,
It's
comrade.
yeah, comrade.
Yeah, you got it.
But where we come into conflict is over scarce resources, because that's what all conflict's over. It's over
Okay.
something that's scarce.
Sure.
You have two people that want a stick. I mean, you use the example of a stick with the other guy, right?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I've done this
I'm,
example so many
I'm stealing
times.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm stealing that from you. I
Okay.
haven't watched an awful lot of what you talk about, so forgive me. But
Oh, you're good. Okay, so two people want a stick, right?
yeah, two people want a stick. Guy A, he's the one who picked the stick off the forest floor. Guy B, he wants that stick. But Guy A
And
has that stick. Yeah, and there's a conflict there.
and because this is like a matter of scarcity, this is like a special stick. Right.
Well, they both want the same stick.
Okay, but they want that stick. It's special.
Yeah, they want that stick for whatever reason. It's irrelevant.
Just to steal menu, just to get
want-
around like, well, just go get another stick, dumbass. Like
Yeah,
this
yeah,
stick
no,
is
no.
yeah, got it.
Yeah, they want this stick in particular.
Right.
Let's say no other sticks exist.
It's
an
perfectly shaped.
Yeah, it's an inelastic good, you'd call it.
Yes.
Because no
Perfectly
other
shaped stick.
alternatives exist.
The stick of
Yeah.
destiny.
Precisely. It's like perfectly shaped like a gun or something.
Sure, the stick of destiny.
Ultimate stick. Yeah. Like a big sword or something.
Okay. So we have the stick of destiny sitting in front of us on a table. We're sitting
How do you
like it's
resolve?
yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
How do you
How do you resolve it? So the question is, what do you want the stick for, and what do I want the stick for? Right? We have to talk it out. Like sometimes, you know, if we're the only two people that exist, right? Like we're in the cabin again, and you didn't do your dishes, dumbass. But we're sitting in front of the table, and there's a stick between us. So, we have to decide what you're going to use the stick for, what I'm going to use the stick for, and if these ideas are compatible. And if they're not, we're going to have to compromise, right?
Okay.
So
you believe that?
Go ahead.
Would you say that the use of the stick that benefits the most people is the best use of the stick, and therefore the one that should be chosen?
In my personal opinion, yes.
Okay. I would say that if one person already has the stick, person A, he already picked up the stick. He found it. Nobody else had it before. He found it. I would say that it's his stick.
You might say he homesteaded it.
Yes, you've done your homework.
Yep.
Yeah. I think you know where I'm going with this.
Yep.
Why should I presuppose the sort of utilitarian or consequentialist argument over that one?
Well, if we're the only two people that exist, once again, then we both need to decide finders keepers, or we need to come up with a better system. Because I personally don't like finders keepers. I think that's silly, unless I completely trust you inherently. But apparently I can't, because you're doing finders keepers without my say so. So, You know, like it's just a matter of building trust between two people.
But what gives you the right to something that I put the work in to get?
Well, my understanding is you stumbled across this stick. You didn't like craft it.
Okay, we can go back to the chair, but it's
Or the
inherently the
chair.
property that you have gained through either you made it or you traded for it. What gives
Sure. So
someone
yeah,
else the right to take that?
sure. So we have the chair in front of us, right? We're both standing in front of this chair, right? That you made,
Yeah. Let's say
right?
you have some sort of morally better way to use this chair, but it's my chair by, my sort of laws of private property. Let's say you
Okay.
have the utilitarian advantage, but it's my chair. I made it. I rightfully own it.
May I introduce a third person into this equation?
Introduce as many people as you like.
Okay. So we have three people that exist now. There's you,
Mm-hmm.
there's me, and there's my infirm grandma. Okay. Let's say you made a nice rocking chair that my grandma could sit in. It's very comfortable. It's what is it called? Not orthopedic. It's ergonomic, right?
Oh,
And she can sit in this chair with no back pain and just knit the day away, right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I say, listen, man, I understand you really like that chair. I know you worked really hard on it. We live together as a group. So whatever you want for that chair, I will
Oh,
give it to you within reason. I just want that chair for my infirm grandma so that she can sit in it and rock away and knit the day away.
congratulations! You've just invented free market capitalism. You you
Well,
give
I
me
believe in
whatever.
so
You give me a
I
reasonable price,
sure.
right? Which
Yeah.
is essentially how free market capitalism works. You have the supply and the demand, right? You've got
Hmm.
as the supply as something is more scarce, as there is less of it, it's more expensive, right? Because it's
Yeah.
somehow more, there's less of it, and people are willing to pay more given that it's a valuable object.
Yeah.
But
So, yeah.
yeah,
So
and
my argument, sorry,
vice
are you done?
versa. Um, yes, yes, go on. Sorry.
Sorry. So my argument would, first of all, I would say that's not free market capitalism, but for all intents and purposes, this is your understanding of what free market capitalism is. It's fair trade, right?
Yes, both
Sure. So,
parties are voluntarily engaged in an agreement that one of them gives them something, and both parties value subjectively the thing that they are getting more than what they are giving away. Opportunity cost.
okay, great. So
Oh,
opportunity cost. So I give up, let's say I take on the dishes for a month.
yeah,
Okay. So I take on the dishes for a month. My grandma gets this chair, right?
yeah.
I agree with this system. So I agree with your version of free market capitalism. Sure. I would argue that it's called something else. I would say it's just free trade. But if you call that free market capitalism, I think that that is a good thing. It's fair.
Hold on. So you call that free trade and not free market cap? Okay. What would you call free market capitalism then? I'm interested.
I think that capitalism is the drive for profit off of other people's labor.
But we both made profit there.
We sure did. That's my point.
Yeah,
So a boss
that's
of a well, that's I disagree. If that's what you believe capitalism is, and that's the part of it that you like, then that's great. But what I think capitalism is because you can have that system without having free market capitalism. That existed in feudalism, right? It's
okay.
bartering.
Now we're getting onto stuff. Yes, but you can do that with a currency. You can say, I will give you. Let's say I employ you to do the dishes for a month with the £30 that you gave me for that chair. The outcomes are the same, but I just use a medium of exchange. We just use the money as a medium of exchange.
But why? Like we already agreed that a month's worth of dish work is worth
Okay,
the chair. Yeah, like you're just to me
it
you're just adding in a
it's
middleman.
okay. I'm adding. It sounds like that there, But say I didn't want, I had nothing, there was nothing of value that I could get from you. Say I wanted to buy more wood and you don't have more wood, but you
Okay.
do have £30 that I can use to go buy wood. It means that I can
Buy wood from
value,
who? We're the only people who exist.
okay, let's say there's a fourth person, there's a woodcutter,
Okay, got it.
and you've got 30 units of exchange. It doesn't have to be any, it just has to be some medium of exchange that you get, that you give me, and I use that to go buy more wood. It's it's just a medium of exchange. It means that you can transfer value that you have made and use it to buy other things because it is valued by everyone as that medium of exchange.
Okay, so why can I not just so we take 30 pounds, give it to this guy for the wood, we bring the wood back home. So what does that guy
Yeah,
use the 30 pounds for then?
he'll use it for something else that he wants.
Like your chair.
Yeah, he might buy a chair or he might buy, I don't know, food from someone else. This is how you start to form an economy. But it's it's that transferability, because if it's just barter, then I have to find something that the guy who's got the wood wants. Maybe he doesn't want someone to wash his dishes. Maybe he wants someone to make him food. It's just a medium of exchange. That's all it is.
Right. So what we're doing is we're arbitrarily saying that making somebody a plate of food is equal in value to doing a set of dishes for a month. That's 30 pounds. Let's just call it a pound a day for the dishes and a pound a day for the food, right? So you do dishes for a day, you get a pound. You cook food for a
Hmm.
day, you get a pound. You make a chair that's worth a month's worth of work, you get 30 pounds for that, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so we have this 30 pounds that we're all just trading between each other. Why do we need it? Like, let's just write down what we're giving away, right? Or we don't even really need to do that part, but let's just say that we could do that, right? We just write down, okay, I gave this guy 30 sticks of wood for his chair, and I got the chair back in return. And he with that wood he made himself a chair. So like he got to make two chairs, give me one. I used the wood to like. Do you understand? Like it just feels like with especially with this few people, like the money is just a
Okay.
placeholder that is kind of
With
unnecessary.
with this few people, yes, but we don't live with this few people. I'm using this. This is kind of our little, uh, what you call in economics, it's a production frontier. It's a small model that we use to model larger economic concepts, because you can think of this, but aggregate that out onto 100,000 people, a million people, 7 billion people, and then the medium of exchange makes a lot more sense, because I might take that money and send it to some guy in China, or that guy in China, he buys something from Japan or India, and then it sort of gets sent all around, right? And it allows this exchange of value across what is essentially thousands of miles and over a large economy, which is sort of how at least it should work. It gets complicated when you add regulation, taxation, and intervention into the mix, but essentially that's why currency exists. It's so we can exchange things, because we all value currency subjectively.
Yeah, but in my opinion, you can value things minus and I know you know this. I'm not saying you haven't said this, but you can value things
Yeah.
outside of currency. So like, let's
Yeah.
say, like, okay, let's take this for example. So like my client, I work home care, and my client's a trach vent patient. It's not important for this discussion, but his mom is a pen maker. She loves making pens. So what she'll do is she'll just buy a bunch of like base pens in different colors. She'll buy some beads. She'll fit the beads onto the pen, and boom, you got like a nice pen. She's made one that says like I have 80 what is it, ADOS? That's attention deficit. Oh, squirrel. Like they're cute, right? They're cutesy things like that. So like
Yeah.
she just she churns these fuckers out like nobody's business. Like she has tons of pens, and she's told me she's made so many. Like I literally, here, look. Show you. So happens I have some sitting right next to me.
Okay.
To give you an
So she's
idea.
got lots of pens.
Yeah, so like we've got a nice orange owl pen, right? We got like a nice pink heart pen. You get the idea, right? And I this is mine. I picked this one out for me personally, the nice blue one. So she makes these pens just for funsies, right? And I'm not saying that every industry is going to be like this, but if there is a need, somebody will come along and fill that need, right? Like
Yes,
that
that's
is
the
just how
market.
humanity, that's how society works.
That when there's demand, people supply it. That's yeah.
Yes. Somebody will supply
So
it. So, as this relates back to currency, the more that we talk about it, the less I see the need for it. Because if there is a need, somebody will fill it. So, like, what's the purpose of the currency? It just feels like society is comprised of small groups of people that grow progressively larger, right? So, like within a family, you might just do favors for each other.
Society is comprised of individuals.
That's true. That's the smallest unit
So-
is the individual.
No, it's only individuals. You can only look at society from the perspective of the individual.
I disagree.
Okay, you're American, right?
I am.
Can I speak to American?
Say that again.
No. Can I speak to American?
Can you speak to American?
Americans. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you speak
just
to
the group.
Americans, plural?
No. Not Americans. American. Just the group as a whole. Can I just speak to them?
You can
I can
put
only
out a
speak to
statement. You can put out a statement that is meant for people who live in America, yes.
Yes, I can speak to the individuals who are American. I cannot speak to the group. It's not
Yes, you
a
can.
unit. No, but because I cannot speak to the unit as a whole because it's a construct. It's something we make to understand groups of individuals. But the group doesn't exist. It's only the individuals and the decisions that they make that we put them into these groups. It doesn't actually exist.
Well, it's a
not
societal construct.
Yes, it's a societal construct that we use to measure sort of different aspects that you can find in individuals. Like I could say that all Americans, live in America. I mean, no, I couldn't really say that, but you get the point. You can attribute characteristics to a group, you know, from an individual, but there's no one singular thing. I'm not
Oh,
really
hey, did we
making
get a
sense
raid?
here.
Did we get a raid? Sorry, give me 1 second. Did somebody raid us? Who is the raider? Thank you to whoever raided. That's a healthy chunk of viewers. Thank you. Anyway, sorry. No Justice? No Justice, you've done it again. Thank you very much, No Justice MTG. Go follow No Justice MTG on YouTube if you're not already. All right, I'm going to get back to the conversation to be respectful, okay, guys? I'm still reading chat, I promise. So, we're talking about individuals. Individuals
totally.
come together to form families, right? Families
Yeah.
are real.
Yeah, they're real,
Yeah. But that's a social construct. A family is a social construct.
essentially, yes.
Yeah.
It's very real, and I wouldn't say that they're worthless. Obviously, I very much value families.
Right. And
But
you
I
can
would
speak.
say that
Go ahead.
you cannot speak to the family. You can only speak to the individuals within the family.
Okay, but you can speak to all of them at once and effectively. Like if I say I'm speaking to a family right now, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know the idea I'm You're not gonna scratch your head and go, "Oh, speaking to the like." You're not gonna do that.
No. I understand that, but I'm saying that because you cannot speak to you cannot speak to the aggregate. You can only speak to the individuals. It means that you cannot look at society through the lens of those groups.
I think you just are fundamentally wrong on this. I view
Okay,
society as a
tell me how.
unit. I view society as a okay. Here's a great example. You and I. Okay, I'm gonna pull you into what's called the cave analogy, the mind cave analogy. Are you ready?
This is like Plato's cave.
Is Plato's? That's not the one where the guy gets dragged out of the cave, is it?
No, no, no. Go on. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with. I need to study these guys. I
That's
really
fine.
need to.
That's fine.
Okay, so let's say imagine that my mind is a cave, right? You come over, you say, "Hi, how are you?" Right? And that's you essentially asking permission to enter my cave. I come out, I greet you, I bring you in, and my response is the first tunnel of the cave. It could be a very short one. I could say, "Hi, fine, how are you?" And then we arrive at a room, right? And this room is where you get to analyze my response to you and look at the options present in front of you to traverse next, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get to choose which tunnel we go through, and that's your response. And then you guide us down a tunnel, and your response is that tunnel. And then we arrive in the next room, and we're both looking around. And whoever decides to take the reins of the conversation gets to decide where it goes next, right? So like I could say, like let's say that you say, "Oh, not so good. My mom's sick. We're not sure if she's going to make it, et cetera, et cetera." Little bit of a longer tunnel. We arrive in the room, and now I have the choice of where to go down next. It's a dialogue tree. Get it?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And this is how conversation works, and we both agree on that, right?
Right. Yes.
Right.
What
Right.
does this pertain to collectives?
Okay, good, great question. We're getting there. So, you're exploring my mind cave, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm exploring your mind cave, right?
Right.
So, we're both in the same cave, aren't we?
Yes. You could just
Right
call it a
now,
conversation cave then.
yes, right now, during this conversation, you and I share a mind. We both have the same mind right now.
No, I'm thinking different things from you.
You might be, but
Mm-hmm.
the things that we show each other are all the same. Like maybe you see things in the cave that I don't see, and you choose not to point them out to me, right? Like,
Yeah.
like those are just things that only you can see,
Like
and
the
the only
spider
way,
behind you.
sure, and the only way that I could know that a spider's behind me is if you say that, right? Because I'm not looking back there, and I have no reason to until you tell me to. So we're in the same cave. We're sharing a mind, right? Like right now, I'm unlocking pathways in your brain that would have never been unlocked had you not spoken to me. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, like what you were talking about with the other guy.
Yes, exactly. You're
Yeah,
unlocking
yeah.
pathways in my brain that would have never been unlocked had I not spoken to you. And you've taught me quite a bit this conversation, so thank you for that.
I'm
So,
glad.
yes,
I like being challenged as well.
I love being challenged. So, you and I are basically sharing this mind cave. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Seems
this theory explains things like mob mentality, cults, identical twins, and how well they get along and why they think the same way, like in many of the same ways that they do. You know what I mean? Like why they get along so well.
But they're also very
Like
different.
identical twins.
Yes, they can be very different as
Oh,
well.
they can be, but in general, we've actually found through studies that identical twins are much more likely to be like closer together than other members of the family. They're more likely to think the same things and behave in the same ways. And surely, yes, they do differentiate because they are different people. So naturally, they will
Environment,
differentiate. What's that?
like the environment and that.
Yes.
shapes
So
them.
the environment will
They have different
differentiate them into different
experiences.
people. But
But
genetically
like
speaking,
generally,
yeah.
go on.
I
But
was just going to
like
say,
generally does not like. Sorry.
yes. No, you're fine. You're
Sorry
fine.
about
Like generally, yeah, you got it. So they're more alike than they are different identical twins. But my point is, when you take when you take a group of people, like let's take mob mentality. What is that? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I get what you mean by mob mentality, but that that's still individuals choosing to act together. Like though they all made the decision to act within that, and sure, the sort of social pressures while being in a mob sort of conditions them to act as with how the other people in that group are acting, right? But it's still they're still individuals. It does not erode the fact that John is different from Jack. They are all still individuals who make different decisions. Maybe one person in a riot will decide to smash a police car, right? Maybe another would decide not to. Sure, they all have the pressure of sort of, whatever the riot is about, but they choose to act differently because they are individuals in the end. They do not act as a collective. They may be incentivized to act the same way, but they are not in of itself a collective. They are still individuals. And you can only look at society in an accurate way through the lens of the individual. Otherwise, you'll only get half pictures. You only get snippets, and you could be wrong. You know, there's plenty statistics around sort of collectives that don't really explain everything about that collective. There's plenty assumptions and all of these things that you can't get a full picture of everyone in that collective through the collective. That's my criticism
But
of
you can.
collectivism.
But you can. So like you may not be able to. So like if you tell me you're a conservative, or you told me you're a libertarian, right?
I am a I yeah, I would say I'm a very radical libertarian. I'm a
Right.
anarchist libertarian.
So right there, if I say that I'm speaking to libertarians right now, your ears perk up, right?
I would identify as part of that group. Yes,
There you go.
but that does but within that you're sort of you've got so many variations. I mean, even if you just said voluntarist sort of anarchist libertarians, I don't really like the term anarchist because it doesn't people get the wrong idea when they think of sort of right wing anarchy versus more left wing anarchy. It's really a it even though it might be technically correct, it's a conversation for a different day. But it's there's still variation within idea, within practice, within individual.
I
Like
agree.
I might have more liberal views than some other anarchist libertarians. They might have more liberal views than me. It's not now as anarchists we wouldn't want to enforce those views on anyone else, but we still hold them in our personal morality. But there's still differences there. There's still
Yeah, of
inherent
course.
difference because we're individuals. We're not a collective.
Well, you know, individuals comprise a collective, like ants, right? No ant is genetically
Yeah.
similar to any other ant, or genetically identical, I should say, to any other ant, right? But they together they form a
Hmm.
collective, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So a collective is
Right.
comprised of individuals.
Yes, but you cannot view accurately through the lens of the collective without breaking down to the individual.
I think you can get valuable information from the individual, but I think that
You
you can get
can.
a general idea. Like there's a reason that all of those people are there in that mob, right? Like they typically have a common goal. They do
Yeah.
similar things. Like you can still like let's put it this way. If I take a sample of cells from your heart, if I do a biopsy on your heart, right? I'm not getting every single cell that exists inside of your heart. I am simply getting a
No.
sample of them, right?
Hmm.
But I can still get a pretty,
So,
yeah. You get my point.
yeah, you can still get a good picture, but I'm
Yeah,
going to bring up something else.
sure.
So, there's the famous statistic about, sorry to sort of bring race into this, but sort of black Americans that it's 13% commit 50% of the crime. But that doesn't tell you why, right?
Correct.
Why does that happen, right? if
Correct.
you look at it from a different perspective, you can look at it from the socioeconomic perspective, and if you look at it from socioeconomically, it's more blacks commit more crime because they tend to be poorer, and poor people tend to commit more crime. That's it. I don't think it's anything really to do with the race, and more to do with the situations that they find themselves in.
Well,
The
it
sort of
sure, but that still has to
it's
do with the race, right? Like,
yes, but it
yeah,
doesn't mean that in a vacuum a black person is more likely to commit a crime than a white person.
in
In a
a
vacuum,
vacuum, no, but
no.
they are more likely. So we have to break that down and analyze why. If we
Yeah,
were to take a random black person and a random white person in America, technically speaking, well, they were more likely to be arrested, I should say. Black
but it
people are
would
more
be
likely. Hmm?
but it would be more accurate because the real factor there is poverty. It's not race.
You're
It's
right.
poverty.
You're
So
right.
you're getting a false picture by looking at race.
I disagree.
You're getting n- no. If you're looking at the crime, you want to stop the crime. You're getting a false
Yes,
picture by looking at race. You
I
want to look at
disagree.
poverty.
But race is a factor because you
Race
have to
is.
consider,
Are
right?
you saying there's a racial element to committing crime?
Well, there is, but not genetically speaking. The racial element comes in because historically speaking, black people have been dealt a shit hand, right? That's why they're impoverished more often than white people are, and that's why they commit crimes more often than white people do, right?
Okay, yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm saying, but that's because of they're there because of their sort of more socioeconomic factors. It's not because they're black. It's because they've had those historical, whatever circumstances had led them
correct.
to that point. It's not because they're black. It's because they just have happened to have had these unfortunate set of circumstances which have led them into that position. The ones who are not in that position for whatever reason do not have the same likelihood because it's got nothing to do with the genetic racial component. It's not because they're black. It's because they're you know part of that poorer strata of society. You know, it's it's not it's not right to look at it from the racial point of view because that's inaccurate. You would get a better picture looking at the economic point of view.
Yes, but the racial component is still crucial because you have to
It's crucial
acknowledge.
for
Mhm.
it's crucial as so far as you're ascertaining the sort of injustice, as you would call it,
Yes, there you go.
that has
Yes.
been done to them. But if you're looking at the crime, it's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant because you have to recognize the reason for why black people are more impoverished,
That's a
which you
step.
have, but
That's a step in solving that. But yes, I see where you're getting at. I see where you're
yeah.
getting at.
Yeah. We're on the same page. I just think that we need to make sure that we're, being consistent about our logic here. The racial
No,
component does matter, just not in the sense that it's genetic. It matters in
well,
the
it's
sense
not.
that black people do commit more crime on average than white people, but we have to consider why. And it's because they're more likely to be impoverished. Why are they more likely to be impoverished? Because of slavery, Jim Crow, etc.
Yeah,
Right?
I would also argue there's a slight cultural aspect to it because of the culture of poverty. But yes, that's.
Sure. We can talk about
I
that
mean,
another day.
what
We're yeah. We're
white people would have the same culture when in that sort of thing. I'm not saying it's a racial culture thing, but I mean, obviously, I'm not in America, but the statistics are similar here, just for different groups of people. It's more. I mean, Scottish politics is a fucking mess, but I'm not gonna
uh,
get into that.
and Dream Sauce, I want to bring up what Dream Sauce says.
Yeah.
Yes, we are both technically correct because like you get the most accurate picture by looking at individuals in a group.
Yes.
You're right.
That's what I'm saying.
That part is correct. But you can still get a good general idea by analyzing the group of people. Like if I'm talking to a group of people, I am talking to the group. I may be also talking to the individuals of that group and they can interpret those things individually. But if they're part of that group, I can assume that the overwhelming majority of them are going to hear the thing that I'm saying and come to the same conclusions because they're part of that group, and I'm specifying this is for this group of people. Make sense?
Hmm.
Okay. Anyway, I want to let you
Yeah.
get the last word. So, it's been over an hour. Let's wrap this up.
Okay.
So, anything else that you'd like to add?
Um, I don't really have anything else that would not take. I would start to talk. I've got my wee notes here about the failure of democracy, but that would take quite a while. So I think I'll just say goodbye here, and I'll see you at another time.
Hey, real quick before you go though, that was a great conversation. I really appreciate you
Yeah,
coming up. Okay.
yeah, I appreciate it too. I mean, it's it's kind of, I think of it's kind of a weird situation that we have because we have similar views on some things, but also incredibly radically different views on other things.
Hmm.
Like I think we'd find out if we talked about democracy that you very much have faith in it and I very much do not, right?
Yeah,
But
and
that
that's
that
fine.
that's yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that. I mean, I think that everyone will always, if there's only two people left in the world, they'll always disagree on something. That's just kind of the nature of people. But
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
I really do appreciate talking because that was quite an interesting conversation.
It
I
was
got a
very
nice rest of
interesting.
the
We looped and winded our way around, and I think you're a really smart guy. I'd love to talk to you again. Okay.
yeah. Also, didn't realize you were streaming. Enough about
Sorry.
that.
I yeah, I made a live announcement, or I made an announcement. I should have put live in
That's
the.
fine. I don't.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll make
How
it more
many
clear
viewers you
next time,
got?
promise.
No, it's fine. Well, I know now.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Do you not want this to be uploaded to YouTube? Because I usually do that.
Oh, I don't care.
You don't
I
care?
mean, you
Okay.
know my views. You know my views on intellectual property. It's not.
Fair
There
enough.
you go.
Fair enough. All right. Well,
All
thanks
right.
again for coming on.
All
Hope
right.
you have a wonderful rest of your evening, okay?
All right. Hand yourself.
All right. Take
Cheerio.
care, man. Beautiful. Just move him to the audience. Perfect. All right. Now, we are going to have non-smoker on. Alec, could I talk to you after non-smoker about immigration? I feel like we have different views on how we should be dealt with, and I would like to discuss, even to help me see beyond my current scope. I think after non-smoker, I'm going to call it quits for the discussions. I would like to play a game before I log off. So at about 9:30, 9:40-ish, I'm going to start. I think I want to play Pikmin. I really want to play Pikmin. So I think I'm going to do that next. But Lisa, I do want to set up more conversations. If you DM me, we'll set up something for Friday, okay? If that works for you. Or we can do a different day. All right. All that being said, thank you guys for listening up to this point. Thank you for everybody who stuck around. Thank you to, again, No Justice MTG. Oh yeah, and thank you so much to Stardust Jackal. I really appreciate what you said. Not gonna lie, for all the shit I've given Alec tonight, I really did like the system analogy. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for hearing me out, and thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate that. I know that we don't agree on everything. I know that it looks like I'm capitulating, but I promise you, I think that this is the path forward. I think that this is how deprogramming fascism begins. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. You can feel whatever type of way you want about it. Gen VC is kind of getting demented and insane. What's going on in Gen VC? I mean, I can't go in there right now. I guess I could. No, I'll poke my head in without being live on it. All right, let me go in and check and just make sure that everything's okay. Because I'm one of the. Well, polonium. Wait, no, polonium's not in there. All right, I'll hop in real quick, but yeah, let me go on break and mute everything, and then I'll hop in real quick and just see what's going on. I'll be right back, guys.
right, Knuckles. I know Eggman's secret station's here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. I know we'll need a key to get inside. That's our only way to find it. So let's go. feeling like it's a ball game. Hand tracks be tracking me to different doorways. In a maze, and I don't guarantee though I'ma find the emeralds. Don't call me knuckles for nothing.
All right. I am back. Let's pull in our last guest, shall we? Oh, I guess I can just do this. Non-smoker, you ready? All right, cool. Alrighty,
Yo.
hello, non-smoker. It's been a minute.
Yeah, man. Let me get my headphones and then I'll cam up. Give me like literally 10 seconds.
Oh, you're good. Take your time. Dude was pretty chill, I agree. All snaps, the one channel I care the most about every single device I own fails to notify me, like not even once. Why? That being said, I did get an algo throwback to Exulansic. Oh, man. I actually DM'd Exulansic. I want to talk to her next. We agreed that sometime after Thanksgiving, we're going to get Exulansic back on, and we're going to just chat it up. It'll be a very interesting reunion. Oh, look, we have the same headphones. Same brand. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I was saying I went as cheap as possible.
Yeah, there we go. How you doing, man?
So, I'm good, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really as active on Twitch these days, I must say, but yeah, I mean, been writing more, publishing a lot of like Substack posts, that kind of thing. Still doing the radio show every other week out in Stony Brook on Long Island, so that's going good. Yeah, I mean, but Twitch poll is fucking dead as a doornail from what I can tell. So, how you been?
I've been pretty good. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, coming to a lot of conclusions about the world and about my place in it and about politics and the direction that I kind of want to take moving forward. And what I've kind of decided is I'm going to try to talk to a lot of people that I disagree with, which I've been doing. I've been on TikTok lives excessively, which is some of the lowest IQ shit that you will ever see in your life. And if you want to temper your patience and hone your skills as a rhetorician, it is the best place to go. It is like the fucking pit, you know what I mean? Like you just grind and level up. So I've just been trying to talk to people that I disagree with, especially people that I've disagreed with in the past, and just kind of make amends and see if we can, you know, move forward together in a more positive direction. Because you have good things to say, I have good things to say, and we're both stupid in some ways. So let's just try to find out who's got the better ideas and move forward with that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I commend you on that. Like I was saying a few minutes ago on stream a little bit about the origins of Alec and non-smoker, and if you recall,
lore.
you actually set up or helped set up my first debate with Dylan Burns. So I do,
You're welcome.
even if we've had, yeah, exactly. I mean, even if we've had a lot of disagreements in the past, I still like very much appreciate that. It helped me get the ball rolling with all this stuff. So thank you. And yeah, I mean, I'm open to whatever you want to talk about. You know, so okay, let me ask you this before we get into anything. Do you feel like your ideological position is like shifting at all, or do you think that you're just trying to kind of reaffirm the stuff you believe by debating with different people?
That's a good question. I think it's a little of both. I think that most of my core positions are the same. I think that I've come to some conclusions that before I would have never imagined. Like, you know, I engaged in a lot. I personally engaged in a lot of like selfish activities, or would it be like hedonistic activities? And so like I think that Before this shift in my mentality, I would have said, you can do whatever you want, like it's your life, whatever. And I still kind of believe that. But at the same time, this is the discipline thing I was talking about in another conversation. Like I'm a more discipline oriented person. I think that if you can discipline yourself in your life to not give in to hedonism, to not give in to urges immediately, as soon as they occur to you, like wanting to masturbate or like eat a bunch of fucking bad food for you, like just some discipline and structure in your life. I find that a lot more important these days. I think that it's important to speak to the opposition rather than just write them off entirely. Because empathy, frankly, is what I'm going for. And empathy is more than just being nice to people. It's understanding the other person. And so even if your goal is to destroy the other person, the best way you can do that is with empathy, to understand where, like, that person, like right now, I am giving you free information about my mind right now. Like, you could use all of this against me. You know what I mean? I am not invoking my Fifth Amendment right against you, is what I'm saying. And this was what cops and investigators do all the time. They use that information against you. My goal is to use that information in the opposite direction for the benefit of everybody, for the benefit of as many people as possible. So I'm trying to talk to as many people as possible, both people I agree with and I disagree with, pull together all of the best ideas, and then use those ideas to move humanity forward in the best way that I possibly can.
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds like you got a pretty big goal in mind there,
A big
and
plan.
I don't know. Yeah, I commend you for that. I think that that's a positive. Look, we disagree, I'm sure, on a lot, but I guess I'm happy to say we can probably at least agree on the fact that empathy is like a good thing. It's a good, I'd say, starting position to say that, well, I should seek to try to find the humanity in the other person. And then from there, maybe we can come to some sort of mutual understanding. And I mean, believe it or not, like that was kind of always the core of my goal with all this debate shit was like, part of what drove me into debating was like a lot of the things that I felt really strongly about. I was legitimately not understanding how people didn't come to the same conclusions that I did, especially if, like, I figured if I just gave them enough information that they would see where I was coming from. And I found that online debates were like not at all a good forum for that. Like,
No.
you could present a lot of really good information to someone and they could just be like, they use like rhetorical tricks, or they use like I don't know, like sort of dirty debate tactics, or they like browbeat you and condescend. And, it's very much like gamer culture, like owning the other person and winning. And
Yeah.
you know what
And
I mean?
I'm
So
guilty.
I was going to say, have you found like any success with your new approach?
I have. I've had a lot of very pleasant conversations with a lot of people that I never thought I would. I just got off with a libertarian, a right wing libertarian, and I thought that our conversation was very pleasant. I thought we agreed on a lot of things. There are plenty of things that we disagree on, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to focus on the things that we agree on, because I don't think that there is a person out there. There might be one or two, but like the overwhelming majority of the population deep down thinks that they are the good guy in their own story, right? And if for some reason they think they're the bad guy, there's a good reason for it. There's a damn good reason for it, right? So ultimately, you don't need a reason to be the good guy, you just are. But like if you're the bad guy, you need a reason. So ultimately, what it comes back to is you're the good guy. So if everybody thinks that, like you were saying, exactly what you were saying, why are we not all coming to the same conclusions? So what I'm trying to do is pull as many people together and try to come to as similar conclusions as possible, or at least conclusions that can jive with one another.
I think that's a noble goal.
Thank you.
So look, okay, where do we start? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people watching you don't know me, or they're not that familiar with me.
Sure, let's start with that.
I'm a Marxist-Leninist. I'm a tanky of sorts. I consider myself, for a tanky, extremely rational, and I base pretty much everything I believe on, if not evidence, then a fair amount of research. So, with that said, I mean, for me, what a tankie is in 2025 in America is someone who believes that basically capitalism is reaching a crisis stage. The billionaire class has hijacked our political system. There's no saving it through legitimate means. Um, I don't advocate for any sort of illegal, violent action to overthrow the system. Obviously, that would be self defeating, but rather, I commit myself to organizing outside of the system to try to prepare for how to establish something after the system falls apart, which I believe it is very much on its way to doing. I actually think this whole era of the second Trump administration is proving a lot of my predictions correct in that sense. You could look in various places, be it international conflicts, the economy, the domestic political situation, the censorship of free speech, dissidents being deported, fucking ICE, like basically raiding people's homes and, deporting them arbitrarily to prisons in El Salvador. I mean, like, we could go on and on and on. And I think where I disagree with most liberals and most social democrats and most left wing people is that they think that we could just vote our way out of this. And I think that we could probably vote our way out of Trump, maybe, hopefully, right? Or his second term will end. But, I happen to believe that the way the two-party system functions is that since it's hijacked, whoever's in power is going to accelerate a lot of these problems. It might not take on the same flavor as Trump, but at the end of the day, like it's Americans have less and less ability to take care of themselves economically. They live in a more and more hostile place in terms of their well-being. There's all different areas where I could talk about that. Perpetual wars, etc., impending climate disaster, blah, blah, blah. So I just don't think we can vote our way out of this one. I think I guess it's a very black-pilled position, is my point.
Fair enough. I find myself less black-pilled. I think that it is possible to reach people through conversation. Now, how easy that is another matter entirely. But, you and I are sitting here talking to each other. We've had some very strong, harsh words in the past, mostly from me because, I was an idiot and an asshole. But, like you've found it within yourself to, see past that to come talk to me again. So I think that, and we still disagree on some things, I'm sure. But I still think that ultimately, deep down, especially you and me, agree on way more than we disagree on, because I agree with like 90% of everything you just said. I don't know about like the whole legitimate methods thing. I don't know what you mean by that, but I don't want to Fed post you. So like, let's just say this. I think that we don't have to do like a French Revolution style takeover of the government. I don't think. I think that it'd be possible to simply converse with people, and just try to understand where the other person's coming from and, get to the bottom, the core of their belief, right? I described it earlier as like a Tootsie Pop, you got like every question I ask is like another lick toward the nougaty center. So like you start with like, okay, you think gay people are bad, right? Or like you think being gay is bad. Why do you think being gay is bad? Okay, because it's a sin. Okay, why is it a sin? Because God said so. Why did God say so? Because it's natural order, whatever. Eventually what you get to is they don't want gay people to go to hell. All they're trying to do is save gay people from eternal suffering. So they're like, okay, if you can just go 80 to 100 years of your life without indulging in the thing that everybody else is indulging in with members of the same sex, then you get eternal bliss, right? And that's ultimately what's at the core of their belief system. Do I agree with it? Of course not. But, at the end of the day, they just are trying to appease an ultimate power in order to save that person from an eternal damnation. And I can respect that in a weird way. You know what I mean? So, like, we are all the good guy in our own story. We all have good intentions for the most part. There's like one or two exceptions, I'm sure. But for the most part, the exceptions are negligible.
Yeah, no, so I agree with that. I don't know. I mean, I think it's an interesting way to go about talking about this stuff.
Mhm.
I don't know. I would say it sort of contradicts the whole idea of debate a little bit, but at the same time, not really. You know, like I think a good debate seeks to find common ground to begin with. Now, my question for you would be, well, it's so weird because I don't know if we should talk about our disagreements or your method, which is both are interesting to me. But I guess just to keep it on us, you know, so what I found really disturbing was the lead up to last year's election, specifically last May. I had a debate. I was on a panel with Wick, and Wick organized it, and it was, Hutch. I'm sure you're familiar. Pondering Politics, who's this guy. I think his name's Josiah, and then there was some other fuck, and whatever. It was like all these liberals basically, and there was this big disagreement with them and I about like whether or not we should vote and whether or not voting is pointless and a lost cause and all that kind of stuff. And it led to at one point a very heated back and forth between Hutch and I. I actually turned it into a clip, and basically Hutch was saying like, you guys are like fucking clueless and you know nothing about politics and you know nothing about this or that and blah blah blah, like yada yada yada. And I think that that's the approach of a lot of these like people on the left is like, look, you
Yeah.
guys love failure. You love failure and you want to destroy our movement and all of that stuff. And my whole argument really was like, look, the guys, or I'm sorry, the people that you guys are pushing us to vote for, Kamala, Biden, many, many, many people within the Democratic Party, don't represent the interests of most left-wing people in America. They don't actually give a shit. They don't push forward a real progressive agenda in any way, or they don't do it sufficiently at all. And you guys want us to just keep voting for them just because. And it's like, so I kind of said, like, well, you're saying that I don't know anything about political power. Neither do you. All you're doing is advocating for a party which has like billions and billions of dollars to spend. They really don't even need your help. They're going to be either the first or second party in every election, no matter what, because the whole thing is just sort of set up that way. And nobody wants to do anything to pressure the Democrats to do better. So I guess to bring it back to you and I, it's sort of like when I say things like, well, I don't think that this is a working mechanism. I just don't think that the system responds to our needs at all. The candidates we're given to choose from suck. They're totally corrupt, or they ignore, pushing forward a real progressive agenda. The wars continue. We don't have health care. The Democrats right now are shutting down the government or helping to shut down the government. They're stalling on this bill. And it's like, okay, I get that. But they can't. They're going to die on the hill of like the Affordable Care Act, something which most people would agree was like a profound disappointment from what we expected. The Democrats won't die on the hill of ending a fucking genocide in Gaza. They wouldn't die on the hill of like forcing through real universal health care. They wouldn't die on the hill of any other number of things that would be important to most progressives. And I don't know, it feels like it's so broken, and there's something very fascistic about like, well, just shut up and vote. Like, just do it. No, you have to. Like, it's like feels very authoritarian. I don't know what your take is on that, but
I think that's a very fair perspective. In hindsight, I did advocate for voting for Kamala Harris. But I also, recognized, I don't know how much I recognized it back then, but definitely, like after the election was said and done, I recognized that like it was not the fault of lefties. Why does it keep switching back and forth? Sorry, one sec. It did it again. Interesting. So it was not the fault of like lefties who refused to vote. Like it wasn't their fault. It simply was that Democrats didn't push hard enough. Like they didn't have good enough policy. They didn't mobilize. Not like the conservatives who mobilized. Like they mobilized on shit policies, granted, but They knew what their hogs wanted, and they gave it to them. Republicans fear their base. Democrats do not. They resent their base. They said, look, I was just, oh my God. You would have a heart attack if you saw this conversation I was having the other day with a fucking liberal, where this person was like, "Well, look at all this stuff that they did for you already. Look at all these things they did for you. Aren't you grateful? Aren't you grateful?" And it's like, bitch, it's done and over. What are you talking about? Who can, like, even if that's true, you know, even if it was these great things, you are running on the past, okay? That is not a winning message. You must run on the future. And what do the conservatives do? Guess what we're going to do, guys? We're going to deport all the illegals, right? That'll make your lives better somehow. I promise. Just trust me, bro. It's a stupid message, but at the very least, it's a vision for the future. Democrats are allergic to that. And so, looking back, you're right. You're right. Why the fuck would somebody vote for that person when they're offering you basically nothing? Like if Kamala had won, what I foresee happening is that we would have just lost again in 2028, you know, and then this shit would all just happen anyway, and it would just be worse. So, like, you know, people look back now and they're like, well, gee, maybe we should have just thrown the election in 2020 so that Trump could have just gotten 2 terms and we could have gotten it over with, you know, like. At this point, it's like the liberals aren't doing shit for us. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't really contest what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, I actually think that the election itself was sort of like I don't know how to put it exactly, the best analogy, but I think it was a wake-up call for a lot of people that, like, you know, just insisting that we vote Democrat is not a good strategy. You know, it's not a working strategy. And I actually think that there are a lot of people in the Democratic Party who enjoy having Trump around, because it's like you have a boogeyman, and it's like, okay, if you have a fucked up enough opposition, then you really don't have to promise anything. You know, when you run, all you have to say is like, well, I'm not Trump. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
I don't like Trump, and I'm not a racist, and so you got to vote for me. And you know, they've thrived off of that for like the last, or I wouldn't say they've thrived because they're falling apart right now, but I mean they tried to survive on that primarily as like their messaging. And you mentioned it before, you know, like the Republicans, you know, I actually think to some extent we overrate how good the Republicans are at this stuff, but they're definitely better than the Democrats. And I think it's because Trump, who found various messages that resonate with people, they just got in line with him once they saw that it was popular. And many Republicans just understood, you know, hey, okay, look, we got to follow the Trump message because that's what's popular, that's what sells. Look at J.D. Vance. He was like a never Trump Republican, more or less. He compared Trump to Hitler, but it's like as soon as he needs his endorsement, you know, and then as soon as he has a real shot at being a VP and potentially going higher, I'm sure he wants to run in 2028. He gets right on the Trump train because he's like, he knows that that's the road to success. You know, I don't know. I mean, it's like I have this big Lenin poster. All that Leninism is just understanding. I mean, to simplify, it's just to understand like the will of the people and build like a program based on that. You know, and I think the Republicans, at least Trump anyway, and his cohort have succeeded in creating that. It's just, you're right though, they don't follow through on anything. They make promises they can't deliver on. And I think that's why now, during the second Trump administration, his popularity is collapsing. You know, I mean, really started with the Epstein stuff, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, people are thirsty for a vision. They're thirsty for somebody who will do anything. You know, at least for all the shit Donald Trump is under fire for, at least he's doing something, you know. He opened Alligator Alcatraz. That's something you can tear your teeth into, at least, or sink your teeth into. So, like, people just want something to happen. You know, they're tired of nothing happening because their lives are just steadily getting worse and worse and worse at a snail's pace. And they're just waiting for the next economic... Like, right now, people are literally just praying that the housing market crashes because they think something will happen if that happens, you know?
Yep.
Like people, like at least, like I compare it to, when I was talking to that liberal, what I said was liberalism is like Chinese water torture, because what you have is you're laying there with a drop of water flicking on your head every few seconds or so, and you're just going insane from it. If Donald Trump storms into the room and chops your arm off with a chainsaw, at least you feel something, you know? Like, people are just
Yeah.
desperate for something different. And I think people like Zoran Mamdani, all right, who is very much in the lead right now, if I understand correctly, are delivering on that. And so I hope that more people like Zoran come into office and continue to do that. However you feel about electoralism. I know you're not an electoralism guy, but at the very least, it can help mitigate some of the damage if that happens. So I'm hoping that more Zorans pop up.
Yeah, well, like, okay, New York is, I mean, I'm on Long Island, so I'm not in the city, but New York is my home, so I like the idea of Mamdani because to some extent, even though he's, I could argue he could be a lot stronger in the Israel stuff, he's at least Israel critical in the most densely Jewish populated city in the world outside of Israel. And that means
Anti-Zionist
something.
curious. Sorry.
Right. Even if it's just symbolic, like even if it's
Yeah.
just you're leaning and flirting with it, fine. I'll take that over all these other mayoral candidates who are like, the first trip I'll make once I get elected to mayor of New York City is to Israel, to kiss
Yeah.
the wall. It's like, dude, like how cucked fucking is this city now, And
Yeah.
so it's something. I agree with you there. It's something, and how much can he really deliver on the stuff he wants to do in New York City? I don't know. You know what I mean? But it'll be cool just for the brief W, I suppose. That I understand. I totally get that. But those things, if like I would agree insofar as it's a symbolic win and it's fun, but like the real work is like honestly, I mean, it sounds like dramatic and it sounds cynical, but like the more time that goes on, I feel like the more I feel vindicated. The reality is planning for what happens when there's like kind of an implosion, which I think is going to happen in our lifetimes. I really do. And I mean, I'm not exactly sure what that'll look like. One thing that scares me is that the right wing, especially the radical right wing, look at Nick Fuentes. They're so much
Yeah.
better at mobilizing young, enthusiastic people than the left wing is. And that's scary because like when there's some sort of breakdown, civil unrest, who's going to be there with all the momentum behind them? It's going to be someone like Nick Fuentes. It's going to be someone on the radical right,
Yeah.
and it's like, how do we respond to that?
Well, my prediction is Tucker Carlson and or Candace Owens. I think they're next. Those two are the ones that scare me the most because they're on board with the anti-Israel thing for the wrong reasons. Like they see they're very good at looking at the political wins. Whether they're being honest or not is irrelevant. I don't know. I think Tucker is a bit less honest than Candace Owens, but that's irrelevant. Both of them are very, very good at reading the room. Okay. And those kinds of people are going to destroy us if we let them. Like, we need somebody who's charismatic. We need somebody who cares about the people and who cares about the political wins. And the liberals right now are nothing but hot air. So, like I said, we need somebody who's a mover and a shaker. And until we get that, I really can't fault people for not wanting to fucking vote. Like I get it. It feels like we do the same shit every year. We either take a day off work or spend time on our day. Like, it's not worth the time. Like, I literally didn't vote today, like, and it's not because I like made the purposeful decision not to. I just forgot. So like, it wasn't that important to me, clearly.
I mean, yeah, it also depending where you live, there's probably not a lot on the ballot. Like where I am, it's like local judgeships and shit
Yeah.
like that. But the real test for a guy like you is, and I don't mean to like, whatever, like typecast you in any way, but real test for a guy like you or the average person on the left is like the
Mhm.
next presidential election. If they put forward JD Vance and Gavin Newsom, you know what I mean? Like, and are you going to buy the hopium the Democrats sell you again? And I mean, I don't know. Like, I also don't think that it's really detrimental to go out and vote for the Democrats either. What I think is more problematic is like voting for the Democrats taking up the majority of our discourse in this political sphere online where we're supposedly informing people, especially young people, through debate and streaming and all this stuff. We amass tiny audiences and we, try to inculcate them with ideas and information and shit like that. If we spend our time on this platform when people are paying attention to us, advocating for a party that doesn't need our help, and ultimately pushing people to believe voting is like legitimate political action, it's honestly, it's just not in the current system. So, what do we do instead? I say we start to talk. And look, if you're not like me and you don't believe in the black pill stuff, okay, fine. Talk about the policies and the positions that we really care about and try to figure out a way through electoralism, if that's what you believe, to really push those agendas and make some shit happen. Find some fringe candidates who are down with the really, the Zoran Mamdanis of the US. Find them, advocate for them. If you have a big enough audience, go and canvass for them, whatever, But I don't know. I think that's more worthwhile than just kind of blindly marching to the beat of like the DNC, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
so, okay, so would you say, like, knowing what you know now, if you could go back to 2024, do you think you would not vote again? Or do you think you would not vote this time, rather?
And what would be the point? Like, I know that she's going to lose anyway, so like what would be the point? And I probably would not waste time being like even paying attention to her. I haven't really been keeping up with current events lately. All I've been doing is talking to people. And I think that that's what we need to start doing more of, is just communicating with each other and understanding that most of us are on the same page with most things. I talk to I literally work for a conservative family, and they want free healthcare. Like, they voted for Trump and they want free healthcare. Make that make sense. Like, let's reach some of these people because they have ideas that are similar to ours in many respects. They have desires and goals that are similar to ours in many respects. So just start talking to people. Start getting them on board with these same things. Start with their personal lives. How are you doing? Like, what's going on in your life? What's the deal? Oh, you had to deal with insurance? Boy, that sucks. Have I got a solution for you? Like, this is how it begins, is interpersonal interaction, people just talking to each other. And it's so easy. You and I are nowhere close to each other, like physically speaking. It is easier today than ever to just open up the computer and just start talking to people. That's what I did on TikTok live debates. That's what I'm doing now. That's what I do on this Discord server. Like, I love jumping into the voice chat and just sitting there and mostly listening to people. Listening is very important. Okay, people have lost the ability to listen, and I am among them. Okay, I still interrupt people. I still try, I'm sitting here right now giving you a very long diatribe, like, I'm a yapper. So I'm trying to temper myself, lower my vocal output to its bare minimum that is required in order to get my point across, and then sit back, listen to the other person talk, absorb their ideas, and then try to put it back out on the table and analyze it and make it make sense. And I think that that's where it begins, personally, is just talking and listening, mostly listening.
I mean, I agree with that for sure.
Yeah.
I'm a big on listening in general. Probably to a fault, actually, with debates, because I tend to let people go on and whatever. I'm like too polite or, conflict averse to cut them off and be like, fuck you. But may I suggest, this is a great reason to read?
Probably.
Reading is actually it's the best way to allow the other person in that dialogue to just go. And, you kind of are not a participant in a sense that you can respond, but you take those ideas and let them generate in your head and then try to, I think a lot of what I do on radio and streaming is I just talk about things I read, you know what I mean? And interact with the audience about them. And, yeah, I mean, I find that to be a lot more helpful than, unfortunately, online discussions generally are. Because online discussions, in my experience, especially debates, it's like a grossly ill-informed mess of like bullshit. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
like, I don't know. It's also difficult sometimes for me to judge how good faith and serious someone's really being. Like a lot of people are just fucking around. You know what I mean? And they're just having fun and like they don't really care about any of this stuff. And so it's a waste of time in a way to talk to them. Um, that being said, though, look, there is something really cool about this that we could just pop a camera on and talk to each other now, and there's
Yeah.
people watching, even if it's only a few people. So I don't know. I mean, like, where are you at with the streaming? Do you think like you're gonna continue streaming
Oh yeah.
as much as possible, or
Oh yeah, for sure.
yeah? Tell me about that.
Yeah. So my platform, I've amassed like 31,000 subscribers. 30,000. I think. What is it at? 30,000 now.
Nice.
Yeah. I
Wow.
think 33.1. I've lost like 200 subscribers because people think I'm an asshole now because I listen or something. But like this conversation couldn't have happened like 3 months ago. You know what I mean? Like I was a different person. But like, and I know that sounds drastic. It sounds very fast, but a lot happened in my life. Anyway, what I'm trying to use my platform for right now, because I've amassed so many viewers, a platform is essentially a cult of personality, right? People in my audience respect what I have to say, and they may question it, they may challenge it, many of them do. But for the most part, I only lost 200 subscribers out of 33,000. Like, let's be real, that's not that many. So, like, people are still hanging on to every word that I have to say, and that is valuable, And so all I'm trying to do with that is enforce upon them this new ideology of empathy, radical empathy, I call it. Have them listen to people in their own lives interpersonally. Have them listen to themselves too, because you have to have empathy for yourself, right? And just encourage people to start improving yourself first. Clean your own room, as the great Jordan Peterson once said. And then from there, you expand outward. Like I've been helping my wife out with her anxiety. I've been helping out my family with their interpersonal conflicts. I've been just trying to fix things in my own immediate surrounding because that's where I have the most control. But I also have some amount of control over other people and their immediate surroundings because they listen to me. And so I have my own personal locus of control here in this house and around in my life, right? But the internet has allowed me to expand that to people who now watch. So now there's a little bit of me inside of every single person that is watching this right now. And all I'm trying to do is get them to come to the same conclusions that I have and expand the audience so that, more and more people think this. Because as minute as my impact might be because of how small my audience is, I still think that it's meaningful. Like they're going to carry that forward into their lives, have empathy for the people in their lives and listen to those people and improve the circumstances in their own lives and for the people around them and so on and so forth. And I'm just praying that through some kind of butterfly effect that will take hold and people will understand that we are all the good guy in our own story and we are all just trying to make shit work.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I
Yeah.
don't know. It's a very hopeful sort of message. Like, I don't know. Okay, for me, it's kind of weird. Like, I feel like, as I get older, I'm shifting less away, like, more and more away from like caring all that much about, I don't know, like doing shit I don't genuinely like or care about. Um, I don't invest as much time and energy into forcing anybody to think or believe anything. Rather when I write or broadcast or whatever, and I teach high school, when I work with my students, I just look at it as like creating, and I create and I look at it like my own form of art, and I have a vision in mind and I feel like it just naturally comes out of me, and I can't help but allow that to just occur, and
Yeah.
so, um, I don't know, in that, if it resonates, great. If it doesn't, whatever, I mean, it's sort of what I feel like when I teach, I feel like I get lost in teaching to a point where like, I don't really go in and plan. Like I couldn't tell someone like, here's how you do a lesson. I just go and I just do it. And it just
Yeah.
like happens for me,
Yeah.
And so
You're a
all that
teacher.
said, it's like, yeah. Yeah. And with all that said, I don't feel like, I have to worry that much about other people understanding exactly what I mean so much. Like a lot of the anxiety about that goes away. And then when it comes to what other people believe and think, I'm interested in that to a point, genuinely, because I'm also an empathetic person and I'm a pretty sensitive, nice person as well. I think many people on the left are. We generally want to help and see, do good for people. I really believe that. Um, so, I do care and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know. I don't feel this need anymore for me to like dominate the other person or convince them that I'm right. In fact, I feel like so much of what's happened in the last 2 years has proven me right. And I almost just feel like, all right, you know what? I'll just keep observing from the sidelines. Like, I sort of, not to get into Russia, Ukraine, which is super controversial and it's probably an area we disagree on.
Maybe.
And I wrote a sorry, I'm writing a whole Substack series on it. Check it out. Nonsmoker.substack.com. Or is it substack.nonsmoker.com? Whatever. Read it.
You might want to get that
It's
right,
good.
man. You're chilling.
Yeah, I should promote my shit. But in any case, yeah. Oh, let me see.
I think
Nonsmoker.substack.com.
Substack comes second, yeah.
Yeah, so
You're
it's
good.
check it out, part 1 and part 2 of my Ukraine series, which is called The Never Ending War. And if anybody's even just taken a minute to hear what I've had to say on it, I've said this whole time that like this is a war that I don't support the Russian side. I just think that America's meddling in the region has partially caused the war, and that our meddling in the peace negotiations have artificially lengthened the war. It's led to more people dying. It's been a disaster in every possible way, and it's a tragedy. And, I feel like I argued with people on the left all through Biden about that. And I had nothing but like just endless conflicts with people over that. And now that Trump is president, the assumption was, oh, Trump is just going to sell out to Putin. And it's like, no, actually, he's continuing the war. He's mulling over sending Ukraine Tomahawk missiles right now, which would allow deep strikes inside Russia. It's a total escalation of the conflict. Like, Trump is the one who increased weapons shipments to Ukraine in his first term. It's because the U.S. is a war machine and it promotes war everywhere. Wars are profitable. Wars help us with our position as the unipolar hegemon. And, it's about hurting Russia. It's not about helping Ukraine. And I know a lot of us don't like Russia, but we got to understand that might not be the best thing for Ukraine. So I don't know. I mean, like, whether it's Gaza, which like from the start, I think you basically probably agree with me on Gaza. From the start, I was like, this is, not that I support October 7th, but we all know that was an inevitability based on what was happening in Gaza before that. And then after that, it was a fucking genocide. The Israeli military used it as an excuse to try to exterminate as many Palestinians as they could. And, I didn't like, I felt like I was trying to say that the whole time. And there were people who were like, no. It's like, all right, listen, believe whatever the fuck you want. Just look at what plays out, So, yeah.
Yeah, and we can go down the Russia versus Ukraine rabbit hole if you want. We got like 20-ish minutes. I plan to be on with you for about an hour, if that's okay.
That's
we
fine.
could do that. But, ultimately what it comes down to is we're both on the side of people not dying, right? Like, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you're against the United States sending more weapons to Ukraine, because you're right. It does help lengthen the war. And the longer the war goes on, the more people die. So I see your logic. We can, again, I have my questions about it. But like I said, even if that's something we disagree on, the core of why we disagree on it is because we agree that we want fewer people to die or more people to have as much freedom as possible, right? And you can't have any freedom if you're dead. So, I get it. Just fucking fly.
Yeah. Well, that was my whole thing, dude. It was like when I would argue with liberals about it, it was like, yo, I don't want Ukrainians to die. You got to understand that. Like,
yeah.
And there were people, dude, it didn't matter how often I said that to people. there were still, I mean, Brianna Wu is the worst fucking offender out there.
Oh,
She was
no.
like, well, you are a Putin stooge. I'm like, okay, Brianna, like fucking, I have 5 viewers. You really think like I'm like taking Russian
You're
money,
getting
you fucking
paid.
idiot? Yeah, like,
The
oh yeah, I'm
Russian
taking
money's coming
rubles. Like
into
I'm a,
non-smoker's
right.
bank account.
Yeah, what a waste of money. Like I
I wish.
don't. In fact, what's ironic about that is on my Discord and in my corner of Discord, I'm getting yelled at by the pro-Russia people for not being
Mhm.
pro-Russia enough. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like I just posted that Substack and the 2 negative responses I got were both from people who said, you're way too pro-Western. And I'm like, wow, I'm sitting here nervous to publish this stuff because I don't want my liberal friends to get mad at me. Now you guys are saying I'm too pro-Western, pro-US, whatever, like I
There's
can't
no
fucking
winning.
win.
No winning. Well, that's the thing is people don't want to listen anymore. Everybody's a yapper. Okay, we all have our special little ideas, and I'm among them. Okay, I'm a big yapper, but I'm trying to temper myself and just listen to people now. And you've been a very good listener this entire conversation. I feel like you've very much, uh, you know, oh, hi. You've taken the time to try and understand where I'm coming from and why I believe the things I do. And all I'm trying to do is return the favor. Oh, you see the fly, baby? If you can get it, that would be amazing. But anyway, yeah, so that's empathy, right? And I feel like you're right. You have shown an incredible amount of it, especially during this conversation. I actually made this meme. I'll post it in the chat. I think this encompasses how I've been like I've viewed it lately less as like left versus right, which is still important. I'm not saying that's not important. I don't think that right wingers are good people just because they're good listeners. Because Charlie Kirk was a very good listener, and I don't think he's a very good person. So, that being said, where's it at? There you are.
Listen, Alec, while you look for that, I have a question for you,
Sure.
actually,
It's
because
right
it
there.
didn't even click in my head about the Charlie Kirk thing. Oh, I
Mhm.
see it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good. I like it.
Exactly.
So I gotta ask you, like,
Sure.
because there's a few people I knew on Twitch who were like pretty strong, like critics of Charlie Kirk specifically, and I would say
Mhm.
you were one of them.
Yes.
So what was your take on that whole thing? I mean, I gotta know.
Well, that's kind of what kicked off this whole arc of mine. So Charlie Kirk was he thought that empathy was fake. And so that got me thinking, okay, what's like the best way to counter that? Well, obviously it's to delve as deep into empathy as I possibly can. And so that's what I did. At first, my very first response to hearing that he got shot in the neck, to be honest with you, I went on YouTube and I posted on my community tab, boy, politics sure is a pain in the neck, isn't it? And like I thought that was funny. I still kind of think it's funny in a morbid way. But my family got very upset at me because they sometimes look at what I post, and my brother is a very big Charlie Kirk fan, and so that upset them greatly, and so I deleted it. I actually saw the fucking video, and then I was like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know that it was. I thought he got scraped on the neck or something. You know what I mean? Like, no, he got fucking blasted. He was like instantly dead. And it was all on camera for us to see. And so that kind of got me thinking, like, whoa, maybe I should take a step back from this and really think about it. And so what I started doing was instead posting Charlie Kirk quotes, just to reinforce he was not a good person. He is not somebody who is worth commemorating, And then I was like, okay, I don't really want to celebrate, but I understand why people are celebrating. And I understand why people are getting upset at people for celebrating. So like I'm working through all this math in my head of like where every single person is coming from. And at the same time, I'm trying this empathy thing where I'm like, well, Charlie Kirk thought empathy was fake. He thought it was a made up concept. So like at the same time as like I'm trying to figure out where everybody's coming from, I'm also rolling this idea of empathy around in my head. And at the same time as that, in order to blow off steam from fighting with my family over the Charlie Kirk shit, I'm going on to TikTok lives and basically like yelling at people on these TikTok lives about, you know, everything from Charlie Kirk to abortion to trans people, whatever else. And you know, through this all, I kind of found, it is a long story, but I found some confidence in myself because I differentiated myself from my family. And after getting that confidence, I started realizing confidence is just empathy for yourself, right? And so what you need to do after you gain confidence is start spreading empathy around to other people and listening to them and understanding what they have to say. So where did we start in this conversation? What was the initial prompt? I forget.
I just was curious your thoughts on the Charlie Kirk thing.
Charlie Kirk thing. Sorry. So the Charlie Kirk thing. So that's kind of where I was coming from with the Charlie Kirk thing. I think that Charlie Kirk, one, like I said, was a great listener. He was a great orator, a great speaker as well. Okay. I think that Charlie Kirk was a bad person. Like not like fundamentally bad. I think that he thought that he was doing a good thing by going around to different colleges. I think that some part of him at least partially believed in the things that he was doing, if not fully. And I think that it is a tragedy that he was taken as early as he was. You know, if you look at it objectively, a father was stripped from his wife and children. And that's sad, you know, and it's even more sad that people are celebrating that. You know, and I'm not saying that those people don't have a right or they don't have a point or whatever else. I'm saying the concept of people celebrating the death of a husband and a father or a person in general is just kind of fucked up. You know, I don't like that. So all I'm trying to do is reach a point, help us move towards a point in society where that kind of thing is seen as barbaric. You know, like the idea of celebrating somebody's death. And part of the way that you have to do that is to keep us from spawning more Charlie Kirks. Because, again, it's not like they don't have a point. Charlie Kirk is a bad person. He was a bad person. So I can't get mad at them for celebrating because he spewed bullshit, you know, bullshit that hurt people. It's a whole mess. And I'm just trying to untangle it and reach a point where this does not happen. This should not have happened in a just, equitable society. In a more progressive society, Charlie Kirk would still be here, you know? So that's kind of where I'm coming from it at. Coming at it from, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I most agree with I agree with pretty much all of that. I most agree with the last bit. Like, because there were a lot of people on the left, especially the fringe left, which I'm on, I consider myself part of, that were happy and celebrating and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, I saw everything from like, you know, sock dem type people to anarchists to people I used to be in, you know, the same party as Communist Party USA, American Communist Party. There were people celebrating. And, you know, to me, like, first of all, I don't want to get into that weird like thing of like our society is one where we should not tolerate political violence, because I do think political violence is a reality of politics. You know, like politics is expressed through violence often. I mean, that's really what war is, right?
Yeah.
Um,
The ultimate
but
expression of violence through politics, yeah.
right. And that, but I would actually say that Charlie Kirk's assassination wasn't necessarily just political violence. There was a component to it that was obviously political because he was a political commentator. But I actually think, you know, this kid who shot him was one of these, you know, estranged, isolated, lonely people who spends a lot of time online, who becomes, you know, I got to actually give credit to Vosh, who I'm not a fan of, but his the title of his YouTube video was about the Catholic school shooter in Minnesota.
Yeah.
He said, internet poisoned. And this kid was internet poisoned. You know, he was writing Bella Ciao and anti-fascist slogans on these bullet casings. Like he, and somewhere in his brain is like LARPing. And all of that is like a cover for like some sort of mental health crisis, you know, self-hatred, self-loathing, misanthropic, nihilistic kind of loose set of beliefs that our young people, I think, are like inundated with. And a lot of it is like it's a combination of things. It's I would argue medication is part of it. Not that, some people need medication. Obviously, I'm not trying to say nobody should be on it, but I think kids are over medicated. I think kids are uh, have been desocialized. They're, totally absorbed into the internet. They're cut off from regular people, and they're detached from like humanity, their own humanity, and the humanity of others. And they're detached from the immediacy of like real consequences to their actions. And, like this kid, like to him, this was like an event online that he was, that he did something in real life to put it online, for like
Right.
infamy. And it
Challenge
was,
complete.
yeah, and all of that, like here's the thing, I'm saying all this stuff about the internet, but lots of countries have access to the internet. They don't have problems like this. I think it's a combination of like all the issues that you and I would definitely agree on in America in terms of economic inequality and all the horrors of that, combined with this internet culture of
Yeah.
shit and toxic garbage. And that's why these fucking kids, man, I work with kids. I work with teenagers. That's why these kids, they feel hopeless. They get absorbed into this shit. And some of them are crazy enough to go and shoot someone, and
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, you say it's not a political assassination. I would challenge that and say, well, maybe it wasn't directly driven by that person's individual politics, but the politics are what caused it, right? Because it's capitalism at the end of the day that kind of divides us and, keeps us on our own separate little islands, and isolates us. The isolation is largely a result of the drive for profit at the end of the day. So like it kind of was political in a way. And I think that you're right. The internet itself is not the problem. I think the internet's a beautiful thing. It was created by a guy who didn't even patent it, or like, what was the deal with it? He like completely like gave away the World Wide Web for free or something to the public. Like, it's one of the greatest inventions of mankind. It has connected all of us. And what have we done with it? you know, this is going back to what I was saying earlier. It is so easy for you and I to just hop onto a call, and you can feel whatever way you want about like how productive an online conversation is. I think it's very productive. I think that pretty much every person has something valuable to say. I think that every person can teach us things. And I think that it's important to listen to these people, not to just swallow what they're selling wholesale, but to kind of sift it around and look for, like, let's say that they throw up a pile of shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's just dog doo-doo. But it's still worth digging through it to see if there's like a diamond they swallowed. You know what I mean? Like there might be some useful information in there. For my dad, for instance, he's a hardcore conservative. You know, he voted for Trump. He's kind of an idiot when it comes to politics, but he is very, very smart when it comes to people. And he taught me pretty much everything I know about talking to people. And the most important lesson that he taught me was people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And that sticks with me every day of my life. I try to show people that I care about who they are and where they're coming from. And if you just do that, it's like a superpower. Like, people will open up to you. They'll agree with you on things that they never would have agreed with you on before. They'll do nice things for you. Like, and that's not why I do it, but I'm just trying to explain, if you need an incentive to do it, that's why. You know, like, you will just open up a world of possibilities. And so that's why I find it so important, like, especially with the internet, to talk to people and let them know that you care about who they are and where they're coming from. And that's kind of how I'm trying to view the world these days and put that into practice. And just, like I said, I'm not like some big shot influencer or anything, but I'm trying to expand my reach so that I can just spread the word a little bit and just have people be a little bit more empathetic and a little bit more open to listening to each other. So that's where I'm at right now mentally.
I dig it, man.
Thank
Look, I
you.
mean, honestly, if you become a big time influencer, that's a positive thing. I think if that's
I'll
the
remember
stuff you're
you.
preaching, and yeah, I hope so. Throw me on a fucking panel or
There you go.
something. I don't know, kick some viewers my way, whatever.
Oh
A
yeah, hell
raid
yeah.
maybe. I don't know. But
Hell yeah, I'll raid
look,
you right after this if you're
okay,
still live.
I'm probably gonna cut it. I'm probably gonna go to
Sure.
bed. But anyway, look. Let me just say this. Well, let me ask you this.
Sure.
So with this new message, this like, is it fair to say new Alec?
Sure.
Are you going to be like, I don't know, like spreading this message far and wide in terms of trying to go back out on the bigger debate scene, like maybe
Yep.
encountering some bigger names, you know? What do you have any future plans for that kind of stuff?
I do. I'm trying to reach out to Andrew Wilson right now. I'm hoping to get him
Damn.
on.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he was my first dono, if you didn't know that. He was my very first dono on the channel.
Wow.
I know, right? Like he just hopped in one day, dropped to 5 and said, "Hey, I like the cut of your jib, even though I disagree with everything you have to say. Come on the show sometime, you know, like let's debate." And I think that's how it went. And then the only debate I've ever had with him was a dual debate with me and this guy named Sprouticus, I think.
I know Sprouticus,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then it was him and then this guy who looks like Neo Cortex from Crash Bandicoot. And I can't think of what his name is. But that's who he looked like. It's like dead on. Like very thick eye. Anyway. But I got slammed. I got absolutely wiped across the floor by Andrew. And I'm fully willing to recognize that. And that's because I was trying to be so right. You know, like I was just trying to be the one who was correct. But these days I'm like more open to being wrong. And, you know, like, but to answer your question, sorry, I'm getting off track. I am trying to expand my reach. I'm trying to go back on Jubilee again. I'm going to probably reach out to Dylan Burns and see if he's got any debate panels going on. I'll talk about anything and everything, no matter how much or little knowledge I have about it. If I don't know much about it, I'll ask you questions about it until I do know more about it. And if I don't believe you, I'll look it up, you know? Like, it's not like I'm open mouth accepting everything that people throw at me. I'm sifting through it to try to find what's reasonable and logical and what's not. So, but yeah, like to answer your question, yes, I am trying to expand my reach. I'm trying to get this message out that we don't have to be at each other's throats. We really don't. I think that the era, like you said, Twitch poll's dead. The era of blood sports debates it's over. People are looking for authenticity and empathy, and that's what I'm trying to bring them. So, anyway, we've been talking for about an hour. I want to give you the last word, but I did also want to ask, give me one book. Give me one book I should read, and I will buy it right now.
Damn. One book you should. It's so hard because it's like, do I recommend some? Okay, here's a great one. I find it to be. I'm putting it on my screen actually, so my
Sure.
audience can also see it. So it's called The Culture of Narcissism, and it's by a guy named Christopher Lasch. It's from the late 70s, period of economic decline in America. But everything that Lasch says in that book resonates to today. It's very true. It's easy to read. He's a historian by trade, so it's slightly academic. Everything is very sourced, but just go fucking read it. There's a lot in there that I think is really important, especially a lot of the stuff you're talking about, man, is like, you know, Lasch attacks narcissism as basically this cultural phenomena in America, and he says it's a byproduct of capitalism, but more or less I think that's true. But even if you disagree with that, basically narcissism is this idea that we're all so fucking fragile. You know, we're all so fragile, we're afraid of having our egos shattered because we think it will destroy us. And we do all of these different things to protect our ego and prevent our ego from being shattered. And it goes into just everything. It goes into the way we raise our children, and we, consult professionals on everything because we're afraid to make mistakes. It goes into this culture of obsession of being young because we're afraid to get old. We're afraid to die, because we worry that like that's the ultimate loss of ego, right? And because we have no purpose greater than ourselves. I mean, there's so many things in there. Go read it.
Absolutely, I just got it. It's 99 cents right now on for Audible listening on Amazon.com. You do have to do a membership thing, but as long as you cancel right after, you can get 3 months free for 99 cents a month. So there you go. I just got the audiobook for it. I'll listen to it while I'm at work. Perfect.
Awesome, dude. Yeah, let me know how you like it.
Absolutely, I will. We'll stay in touch, okay? Is there anything else you wanted
Cool,
to
man.
add before we end?
No, just please, anybody out there, check out the Substack. I put a lot of time and effort into it. Again, I just finished part 2 of a 4-part series. It's called The Never Ending War. It's about the Ukraine war. I posted a link in this chat, but in case you didn't get it, it's nonsmoker.substack.com. Check it out.
Okay, I'll post links in chat. Alrighty. Well,
All right, man.
non-smoker, I
Thank
thought this
you.
was a great conversation, man. Thanks for coming on.
Anytime, man. We'll talk soon.
All right, sounds good. Take care.
Bye.
Beautiful. That was great. See? Like, that's a guy that, like, I was at it, like, we were at each other's throats forever. And honestly, he seems like a very good, genuine person. Like, he calls himself a tanky, sure. He's against, like, funding Ukraine, and we can talk about that, why that is. But ultimately, it's because he doesn't want more people to die, and I believe him. This is my point. We get so caught up in what we disagree on that we forget about the things that we actually agree on, and usually those are more the same than they are not. And that's my project. That's my goal. So try to keep that in mind. I know that a lot of people are pissy at me right now for, seemingly talking to bad people. And maybe that's true, but I'd rather something's got to give, man. Something's got to give. And I really do think that this is the way forward. So, if you're still unsure, all I ask is that you give this a chance. And if you can't, there's a door, I'm sorry. I'm not changing. I can't go back. I'm never going back. So this is the way things are going to be from now on. Okay, guys, take it or leave it. And with that, we are done for today. We had 3 pre-scheduled talks. We had 1 unexpected talk in between. If you would like to schedule a discussion with me, you can do so by DMing me on Discord. It's the easiest way. Or if you don't have Discord, you can always, most of you probably do here if you're watching. But if you don't, you can also email me, thealeckator, TheAleckator @gmail.com. Those are the best ways to reach me. Anyway, thank you guys all very much for listening tonight. If you're on Discord, I am going to sign off now, but you're more than welcome to join me for some Pikmin. Actually, part of me kind of wants to stay on while I play Pikmin. No, I can't because I can't screen share. Never mind. Yeah, I'm going to log off of the Discord. I'm going to try to get my my computer fixed such that it will not freak out when I stream to Discord while I'm live. And then when I do that, I'll try to game while I'm live, and that way we can just have the Discord open at the same time, and you guys can chat it up while I'm live on the Discord. But yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling now. All right. Thank you all again. Take care. Have a great night. I'll see you all later. Log in to the stream if you want to watch me play some Pikmin. Good night. Okay. Pikmin time, Pikmin time, Pikmin time, Pikmin time, Pikmin time, Pikmin time, Pikmin time. I'm excited. Jubilee, love it. Are you hoping to be on any certain panel? Yes. So I am trying to get on to a couple. Mom Donnie projected winner. Excellent. Let's go. Mom Donnie. Mom Donnie. Mom Donnie. Mom Donnie. That's the song, right? But yeah, I'm trying to get on to I think there's a liberals versus conservatives one. There's a fortune teller one. So like, oh wait, no, I can't say that. Never mind. I can't give it away. If I give it away, then They probably won't accept me for that one anyway. I'm too well known. I'm just a little too well known. I'll tell you later. Also love that you're digging into Christianity more. Would love to hear about what holds you back from Christianity, and maybe I can offer some thoughts. Absolutely. If you want to set up a discussion with me, feel free. The Christian God is so full of contradictions that it's impossible to be real, and even if he was exactly as described, he is an immortal monster that deserves no worship. Yeah, he's kind of a dick, right? Like, if he's exactly as described in the Bible, he's kind of a dick. And even if he's not, and he is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-loving, he's still kind of a dick, in my opinion. I believe in a higher power, but that higher power is the collective. It's the collective of humans together. Ape strong together. In fact, I think that's the quote of the day for tomorrow. Let me look that up before I forget. Ape strong together. Apes together strong. Yeah, here it is. Here's the take. Apes together strong. Put me right there. Put chat right there. I really need to clean up my OBS. There's too much shit. Apes together strong. Anyway. What you see on the screen is not a ROM, okay? This is just for fun to make you think that there's a ROM. There we go. I think it was a good idea to flip during that conversation. 5 hours and 30 minutes on this shit? Holy crap. I thought I could finish. I mean, technically, you can finish that in one night. Alright, Pikmin time. Really scared because Mom Donnie isn't at 50% according to the live shit from NBC. I'll set one up with you eventually, but we need more substantial disagreement than a philosophical precedent in the Rittenhouse shit. Okay. This is not very loud. Hold on. Yeah, that's not very loud at all. We'll go 80. Why is it so quiet? Is there like an option for that? Oh, here we go. This is why it's so quiet. Let's turn this back down. I think it was at 10. And we'll turn this up. It's good. And stereo, yes. Okay, I think that's a good volume. Maybe through live chat sometime? I mean, if you want to do it privately too, that's fine. It doesn't have to be live. Alright. New game. Fresh beginnings. I probably will only have about an hour in me before I have to go. But I'll do my best. You can get a lot done in an hour in this game, to be honest. I love that his little antenna sticks out of the sticks out of the cockpit. Great design, guys. Boink. Bonk. This shit used to give me existential dread as a child. I just hope my rhetoric is strong enough that I can hold a certain level of consistency that comes from experience. Don't worry so much about it. That's the problem, James. My disciple, James. You fail to understand. You try too hard. You need to stop trying and be like a leaf in the breeze. Here we go. It's happening. Blah, blah, blah. My name is Captain Olimar. While traveling through space, my ship was struck by a meteor. I must have blacked out, and I awoke on the surface of a weird planet. With so many parts lost, the skeletal hull of my beloved dolphin is a painful sight. The engine is gone. I'm stranded. To make matters worse, my atmospheric sensors indicate this planet's environment contains high level of poisonous oxygen. My life support systems can function for only 30 days. If I cannot repair the dolphin by then, no. Better not to think about it. I must find the missing ship parts. Sure, I'm not logged onto Discord, but I am on Reddit. I don't check Reddit a lot. You can email me if you want to do that. I check my email quite a bit these days. I don't log onto Reddit a lot. A strange thing has appeared before me. I had barely begun my search when it reared up as if it were waiting for me. It then dropped a single seed. What is it? Is it alive? Is it a machine? It resembles a vegetable on my home planet that we call an onion. I shall call this an onion too. The onion. Oh yeah, I gotta change on Twitch. Hold on, I gotta change what I'm doing.
I just believe these things strongly and know that these issues are bigger than myself. It's why I try desperately to hold the strongest, most empirical positions. I think for every failed debate another person is dragged into reactionary thinking.
Thank you very much for another 100 biddies, James with a Z. Appreciate you always. So I tried desperately to hold the strongest. You're trying too hard. The drive to be correct will end in failure. You have to be open to being wrong. Otherwise, you're just going to back yourself into a corner and then lash out. When you're backed into a corner, it's best to just concede on the position and accept it. Because you're wrong. And I'm not saying you're wrong about Kyle Rittenhouse. It could be me that's wrong. But I will tell you, if you want to have that conversation, something tells me that I will be correct, and I don't want you to feel like you're backed into a corner. It's okay to accept that you're wrong on something. I'll accept that I'm wrong if you can prove to me that it was murder. I hope that you can. I don't like Kyle Rittenhouse. If you can demonstrate to me with a clear perspective that it was murder, then I'll accept it. Just food for thought. I respect you a lot, James. I think you're very smart. Just let go of this drive to be right. The seed that the onion dropped took root in the soil and has now produced an adorable little sprout. This sprout emits a strange light, and it sways back and forth without benefit of wind. I cannot help but think it is calling to me. I am compelled. I must approach it and press A. Yes, the A button. The A button on my suit. It allows me to move like this. Extraordinary! When I plucked the sprout, it turned out to be a living creature, not a plant. Picking it has done no visible damage. It just stands there, staring at me. Its shape is similar to the Pick brand carrots I love so much. I believe I shall call it a Pikmin. Here I am, stranded on a toxic planet, fighting to survive, and yet I'm intrigued. I must research this fascinating creature. I shall try to grab it and throw it with A, and I will call it to my side with B. Perhaps it will react to C and X as well. The following controls appear to allow me several viewpoints. Okay, yeah, got it. I must survive. I need to familiarize myself with these controls and my surroundings. Okay. Sorry, I'm relearning how to play. Boink. Get it. I'd like to play Pikmin 4 on stream at some point as well. I just need to get my Elgato working. Astonishing. The onion has sown more seeds. The small red pellet that Pikmin harvested The Pikmin harvested after cutting down a flower appears to be some type of food that can propagate more Pikmin. The onion seems to be a sort of incubator. Needless to say, I must study this strange life form more. Okay, I think my goal for this run-through is I don't want to lose any Pikmin. And if I do lose Pikmin, that's fine. I'm not going to restart. But I want to lose the least amount possible. All else be damned, I want to lose the least amount of Pikmin possible, period. Oh, you didn't get the thing. Here, I got 5 of you now, it's fine. I specified the issue, I think, pretty well. That it's the fact, I believe, if you're in a large crowd and defend yourself, first victim seems justified based on all available evidence, and the rest of the crowd thinks otherwise and chases you. You don't have the right to shoot an infinite number of people when they try to subdue you after seeing you flee the scene. He was in fight or flight mode. At best, you could call it manslaughter. I'm sorry, I just empathize too much with the fight or flight mode. You have to convince me that that's not a good factor to consider. That's my line. Or that he was not experiencing fight or flight. One of the two. God, I love this game. It's so fun. Don't you love Pikmin, guys? I love Pikmin. Hut two, hut two, hut two. Is there one over Nyang? There is not. I think I got all of them. Okay, that was useless. But yeah, I want to go on more debate panels. I want to talk. I want to be a yapper, you know what I mean? I want to be a listener and a yapper at the same time. I think I can do both. I can do both. I can be your listener or your yapper. Just say the word. What do you want? You say yap, I'll ask how much. You say listen, I'll say how hard. Any day, guys. The Pikmin are as curious as children. They form groups to perform tasks that would be impossible for an individual. A glimmer of hope has begun to shine in my heart. If I can make use of their skills, perhaps I can fix my ship. I shall sum up all I've learned of Pikmin conduct. Approach and press A to pick sprouts. Press A. Yeah, I got all this. I should record. Yeah, I got it. Press Y to access computer. Okay, cool. Yeah, got it. Boink. We found it. We found the thing! The shiny, pumpy thing. It looks like many dildos. Amazing. There's no mistaking it. My ship's engine rests before my very eyes. By a stroke of pure luck, I have already stumbled upon the most important piece of my damaged craft. Fate has smiled upon me. But, how will I get it back to the dolphin? Great question. We do be Pikmining. Olimar comes into the room and says it's Pikmin time. This is catchphrase. It's Pikmining time. I think if it's a matter of empathy for fight or flight, we just fundamentally have two separate thresholds of shared ability, and there's not really a way to reconcile it. I see where you're coming from a lot clearer. We just have different metrics. Okay, do you or do you not recognize that he was very likely in fight or flight mode? When many Pikmin seeds sprout at once, I find it rather tedious to pluck them from the ground individually. My wife always told me I was no good at routine tasks. I guess I'll try to get it all done at once by repeatedly tapping A until I pick all the Pikmin from the ground. Yeah, I got it. I noticed that when I've added Pikmin to my group, they become filled with excitement and flushed with bright color. At other times, they revert to a paler hue and give off a dim glow. Paying close attention to these differences is bound to help me distinguish between Pikmin. Now, Olimar's a yapper. There's a lot of reading to do here. Alright, 25 is the max that we can get. For right now. So we press on. Now go, my Pikmin. Get the thing. Carry my shit. Bum 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 nana 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 banana 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 nana banana 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 banana. This is nice. Just spending time with chat. I can recognize it, I just don't think fight or flight justifies killing people who are trying to subdue what they perceive as an active shooter because it leads to completely fucked consequences if you set that precedent. Okay. Then you just don't think that fight or flight is a valid thing to consider. And I disagree with you fundamentally. Like you said, I guess we just disagree fundamentally on that. Oh, glorious. With the help of these Pikmin, I've taken a huge step back toward home. My ship can once again lift off. The glimmer of hope is beginning to burn more brightly. But what has become of the remaining parts? That search starts tomorrow. Yeah, we just fundamentally disagree that, like, I think you need to take that into consideration when charging and sentencing. One day since impact, I have somehow managed to launch the dolphin, but I was surprised to see the onion lift off without me. Perhaps the Pikmin cannot survive overnight on the planet's surface, or have they merely decided to join me for other reasons? Either way, it seems they will help me again tomorrow. The dolphin is missing 29 parts. If I can't recover them all, I may never return home to my family on the planet Hogatake. Analysis shows life support systems will function for only 29 more days. How can I repair my dolphin in such a short time? A dense forest is visible on the surface below. As it holds the keys to my survival, I name it the Forest of Hope. I explore it tomorrow. No Pikmin lost! Let's go. The real challenge begins now. Oh. Chip's log. Oh, read diary. Oh, that's cool. You can go back and read it. I didn't know that. I never paid attention. Fight or flight is valid in many other instances. I need to clarify it's only specifically in instances where people think you're an active shooter. Yes! Okay. But, again, manslaughter. Hey, Alec, I understand you're going through your empathy arc, and I totally understand, but are you not worries that some people you bring on to find a middle ground may weaponize it? I'm confident enough in myself and in my positions, and in my ability to ascertain who's bullshitting me, that I don't worry about it. I'm constantly looking and breaking down and analyzing people's perspectives, and I don't think that that's going to change my mind in a way that leads to the wrong decision. You know what I mean? That leads to me being less correct. I don't think that if what you're worried about is me being less correct as a result of this, strategy, I'm not worried about it. I think I can only be more correct as a result of this. My dolphin has returned to the surface along with the Pikmin's onion. Being alone on this strange planet makes me somewhat uneasy, so I shall call the Pikmin out of the onion. All I need to do is stand in the light beneath the onion and press A. Let's go. Get the fuck out of here, Pikmin. Beautiful. Go! We have very limited time, man. Yeah, fuck it. Just take it. Just take it. No, come on, take it! Here, you guys go over here. I should have done this first. More so, I can be bad to X. I can do bad X bad thing, and I can because Alec was nice to me. Here's a streamer video for reference kind of scenario. No, so I'm actually kind of beefing with Remnant right now. Remnant posted about Nyara VT being an F slur. And I take issue with that. I take great issue with that because Nyara is my friend. So those two are beefing, and I'm going to take Nyara's side. You know, I'm going to tell Remnant, you're being an asshole. Justify why you thought it was okay to say this. Give no grief, take no shit. That's my motto. You, come here. You, come here. Okay. There we go. Yeah, leave those yellow ones. There we go. Here, I'll just tear them down. Boink. Bonk. You guys start working on this. Alright, we're moving like a well-oiled machine. I figured we just fundamentally hold different standards there, and I admit I only say what I do because of a hypothetical active shooter getting away with shooting like 30 or 40, even 100 people are trying to subdue him. But like, that's silly. But that's silly. Come on, you know that's not gonna happen. It didn't happen. He killed one extra person out of fucking fear for his life, okay? The question becomes, how do we prevent the scenario while maintaining a solid legal precedent for self-defense? Well, we prevent this scenario by making sure that we don't raise children to think it's okay to cross state lines and defend property with lethal force. Okay? He was in the wrong for that, and I don't deny that. At the same time, we can still recognize... Okay, you guys are getting the flowers. At the same time, we can still recognize... Another intriguing discovery. A local variety of grass produces a sort of yellow nectar. When the Pikmin drink this delicacy, they instantly mature into flowers. This apparent Pikmin favorite seems to be full of nutrition. Closer observation is needed to determine the strengths and peculiarities of these flower Pikmin. They're faster, for one thing. I think that's the only real advantage you get, is that they're faster. I used to be terrified of leaving Pikmin alone because whenever I did that, I would just fucking, like, lose a ton of them. Okay, got that. Alright, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on! Okay, we got them working on that. Let's grab these suckers. Okay. That. Got that. Boink. We can start working on this. Good. Well-oiled fucking machine. Here, I need 2 of you. Boink. Alright. Boink, bonk. Alright, let's go. Alright, I need some flower Pikmin for the... Actually, no, I don't. Never mind. I was gonna say I was gonna get those bushes up on the ledge, but it's so hard to, like, maneuver Pikmin into those flowers that it's not worth it. Okay, I want as many Pikmin as possible for the, grub dog. The Bulborb. 69 Pikmin! I can't get a single new Pikmin! Boy, as soon as I get done picking all these Pikmin, I'm going to stop those guys. No, I'm too late, alas. Alright, come here. You guys get your asses over here. Okay, now I'm scared of this bridge because Pikmin can fall through. It's very glitchy. Alright, yellow. Yellow. Boink. Good shit. Okay, we take care of Mr. Bulborb after we gather these guys. PewDiePie, no, not the bridge. Oh, did PewDiePie do that? Telling our kids that doesn't make it any less legal. I just don't want someone else in Rittenhouse's position to end up killing tens of people because they're rushing after one justified act of self-defense. I get that. It's not likely. Let's be real, it's not likely. Can we agree on that? Alright, ready? Go. Go, my Pikmin. Kill him. Kill him dead! Boink! Easy peasy. Just swarm. Oh, shit. I didn't read it. The Eternal Fuel Dynamo, he said. Alright, got that. We'll tear you down. My clock has indicated the coming of noon. From now on, I must pay close attention to the sun meter on my monitor and choose my actions accordingly, so it is best for me to review my monitor's data. Across the top of my monitor are the sun meter and day display. At the bottom are my spacesuit damage meter and Pikmin gauges. From the left, these numbers reflect Pikmin under my command, Pikmin in the field, and total Pikmin including those in onions. To adjust my monitor, I can press L to rotate the camera, R to zoom, and Z to change the viewpoint. I can also press Y to view a detail. Yeah, I got it. A detailed computer analysis. Alright, good shit. Get back. Okay, so... Boink. There we go. Okay, they can handle that. Boink. Boink. Okay. Okay, I think the rest of the day is going to be spent collecting yellow Pikmin. Let's go. Got my guts back. Eternal Fuel Dynamo. This should light things up for me. No more candles for me. I have now recovered 2 out of 30 parts. If I can find just 3 more, I should be able to increase my ship's capabilities. I was simultaneously talking to a friend playing Persona 3 Reload for the first time, so I missed a bit of what you said. I know it's not likely, but I know many won't show the same restraint Kyle did, and I say that as someone who thinks what he did was atrocious. Like, Destiny would have killed at least 5 people in that position. I guess, but like... just prevent it from happening in the first place, you know? Like, prevent people from thinking that they need to go defend property. That's the solution, right? Like, that's what I'm interested in. That's the real conversation I'm interested in having. How do we prevent people from thinking that they need to cross state lines with an armed and loaded weapon to protect property? Like, that's what I want to stop. Kill him dead! Why are you slow? We already lost Pikmin, man. Christ's sake. That was not my fault. They deserved it, if you think about it. Sorry, Jerry and Ryan. You were good people. Kind of. Alright, I gotta go put some Pikmin back soon. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Any day now, any day now. Come on, let's go here. You can at least get this. Alright, good. Got a yeller. I sold my yellow Pikmin, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Yellow Pikmin has been sold. The crochet yellow Pikmin. The color is different, but it seems to be a Pikmin nonetheless. First glance suggests that this one has what, in some circles, could be considered very large ears. I love how sensitive he is. In some circles. It looks like it may weigh less than the others. In what other ways might it be different from the red Pikmin? No matter, they are obviously quite similar, so I shall call this one Pikmin as well. Beautiful. Okay, you there. And we will return soon. I need to go put some Pikmin back. I could probably be doing this much more efficiently, but whatever. We'll just go 50-50. Of course the flowers got put back, but whatever. Can you get your shit together? Christ's sake. This game. It needs auto-tracking bad. Let's go, people, let's go! Christ. Come here. Boink. Bonk. Bank. Hey. Yellow, yellow. Where's my yellow? Come here. Boink. Bonk. Bank. Grab these guys. So you'd rather stop stochastic terrorism and the satanic worship of private property than this, which is reasonable, I'll admit. I just also know the same thing might happen in a protest, unless you think protests should be firearm-free, which opens up an entirely new can of worms. Punishing Kyle Rittenhouse more harshly for shooting somebody in self-defense and then shooting another person because he's in fight-or-flight mode and already shot one, you know, might as well just go the full mile. Like, punishing him more harshly is not going to solve the problem. That's my thing. That's where I'm coming from in this. Good. We'll carry that to the yellow. Alright, we gotta go collect these yellow pellets. Quickly. We can leave the Pikmin to pick up later. Like, we can leave them in the ground. They're safe in the ground. Boink. Bonk. Bank. Bonk. Boonk. Bank. Now for these two, make it a little faster. What we're gonna do is we are going to throw this guy and then this guy, and then we're gonna get the flower on there for this guy, and then we're gonna get another red on there for that guy. There we go. And then it should go to the yellers. Okay, I think that's all we can accomplish for today. Actually, we can try to bust down that wall. Nah, I don't think so. My clock is indicating the approach of sunset. Pikmin waiting beneath the dolphin and onions will probably enter the onions on their own, but if I don't call the stragglers and add them to my group, they may not be able to get back. I am sure that the Pikmin still planted are safe, but I am somewhat concerned about leaving Pikmin to fend for themselves in the darkness. Yeah, I would be too. Probably don't do that. Okay, let's see if we can't... The yellow Pikmin have picked up some peculiar stones. Why did they decide to grab them? This action seems to be instinctive to the yellow Pikmin. But just what are these strange glowing stones? Brightly glowing cracks covered them. Perhaps these cracks indicate that there's tremendous power locked away within. This merits further research. I don't think we punish him more harshly. He already got off, and I'm very much in favor of the double jeopardy laws we have. I'm worried about the precedent he sets in that instance. I say he murdered the second victim and acted in self-defense for the first because I know that's the position that gets us protection against the same thing happening again with someone who has even a fraction of a percent less restraint than Kyle did. So you're saying this is how we prevent people from crossing state lines with loaded guns in order to defend property. I don't say he's a murderer because I want another sentencing. I say it because I want to change the precedent. I just don't think that's going to change the precedent. I don't see that happening. Oh, shit. There's already bombs there. Forget it. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll just pick the rest of these and call it a day. Okay. We will go to sunset. Beautiful. Good day. I think I got one more day in me. Alright. 2 days since impact. It appears that many of my ship's parts have landed in this region. If I can just recover the parts of my radar, I should be able to use my radar screen. How that would improve my chances. Then I'd only have to press Y to locate my parts. Me too, buddy. Oh. Yet. There seem to be many hostile lifeforms here. If I am attacked and my spacesuit takes damage, I must return to my ship, stand in front of it, and press A to make suit repairs. As I explore, I must pay attention to my suit's damage meter in the bottom left corner of the screen. I honestly don't think the crossing state lines thing matters as much as people say it does. If Kyle was born and raised in Kenosha, it would be the same to me. Property rights rhetoric does immeasurable harm, and stochastic terrorism made him cross state lines, but I don't think it's relevant to why I think he murdered one. I don't know. I'm too tired to talk about it right now. I need to save my energy for what matters, Pikmin. It's been fine up to this point. It's been fine. I wanted to address what you were saying before, but from this point on, I'd rather not talk about Kyle Rittenhouse. It's not what I want to talk about right now. Blit. Boink. Bonk. Alright, let's go. 50 of each. Give me 50 good boys and 50 great boys. No, that sounds like one's better than the other. Give me 50 good boys and 50 yummy boy. Now that sounds weird. Ugh, fuck, I don't know. Give me all the good boys. Okay, got that going. Okay, we got yellers. Oh yeah, these guys get thrown differently, I forgot. Okay, whatever. No, don't kill that. Okay, fine, that works. No, no, no! Get your ass back here. Okay, that works. Fine, that works, that's fine. Okay. We need... La 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 bomba. La 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 la. I don't think we need any more yellows. I think we're good. We got enough pigmen to do what we need to do. Alright. Okay. The glowing rocks the yellow pigmen picked up seem to be explosive stones. Perhaps they know that these stones can be used as powerful weapons. The bomb rocks are dangerous, so I must take care when using them, but they should be able to blast open the stone walls that block the pathways. I may even be able to use them against some of the wild creatures. I must be vigilant. Pigmen I dismiss by pressing X bring their bombs when I call them back. Pigmen I throw by pressing A drop their bombs when I call them back. Keep clear of the explosion. When I touch pigmen directly, they keep their bombs and fall in line. Beautiful. Get back, get back! Ah, you fucking idiots! That was not my fault. Okay, hold on. Thanks for the convo to this point. I did think it was pretty informative despite how nitpicky the nuance can be. Yeah, it's all good. Get back, get back, get back. Okay, good. Good stuff. Okay, now I'm definitely going to lose Pikmin here. I can say that for a fact. Okay, never mind. Oh, wait. There's one more. There's one more. God damn it, I lost one. I knew I would. Those purple ones are fucking tricky. Okay, that's going to yellow. Okay, the rest of these can go wherever. I don't fucking care. Just grab it. Just grab it all. Okay, what do we got? How many we need? What? What? Okay, I need yellows. It's my whimsical radar. With this, I'll be able to see all nearby ship parts in a single glance. I just press Y to check it. This find fills me with great hope. Forest of Hope! Type shit. I've made yet another Pikmin-related discovery. Just when I was about to exceed 100 Pikmin in the field, the onion stopped expelling seeds, yet the total number of Pikmin continued to climb. It seems that once there are 100 Pikmin on the field, subsequent seeds get stored inside the onion. Thus, no more than 100 Pikmin can be in the field at one time in any area. I'm very sleepy. What does Allegunter think a fascist is? A bad person. Somebody I don't like. Just all of you come back. I want Reds carrying this. Okay, Okay, give me the yellows. We need bomb rocks. You know what? Just get in there. Why am I wasting time with this? Get in there. Get all the bombs. All of them. More bombs. Also, I think the closer above that last message was pretty important. I can't stress enough how much better your line of thinking is than centrists or right-wingers. Thank you. Appreciate that. I really, like, I'm trying not to look at things in terms of political ideology anymore. Like, it's important to still, but I just feel like other things are more important to prioritize. Like, whether or not you're a good listener, in my opinion, is very important. No. No. Actually, you know what? I don't want to get this part just yet. We can get this later. What I really want to do, is get this fence. So we need to go around this guy. Okay. Good on that. Yeah, this fence is going to really open up our horizons. Broaden our horizons. Whimsical radar. This important part that can detect the locations of the other missing parts. The radar will be added to my monitor, which I can press wide to view. C zooms in and out. This will surely help me in my search for the remaining parts. We don't need to read this. It just says the same thing every time. Perfect. And just like that, we got a beautiful little shortcut now. Okay. Boink. Oh, hell yeah, look at this. Here, wait. God, I really want those last two yellows to have flowers, but whatever. We can get them later. I love how they do their little stretch. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, they did get flowers, cool. Okay, hold on. I need to make sure I do this right. Let's just use the bomb rocks on this fucking thingy. Alright, good shit, good shit. Alright. And... Oh, no! Get away, get away, get away! Get wrecked. Get wrecked, dummy. Whoa, 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 buddy, whoa! Back off! You asshole! Oh, and there he goes. Okay. That was rude as fucking shit. He said, I need two. He said, just give me a nibble. Just a bite. You rude ass motherfucker. You're about to get what's coming to you. Go get him, Picklords. My kings, queens, and others. Alright, get this wall. And catch this fade, bitch. Mess with me, mess with my own. I think the fuck not. Okay, I say we leave the Bulborb. He deserves to rot. Alright, I want this torn down. We could technically do the big bug. We could do that. Wait, where are my other 3? How the fuck did they get stuck there? Alright, I'll have to go back for them. Okay, we got a part there, part there. I say... we go this way. Alright, cleanup crew. Take care of that. Alright, here we go. Ready? I'd like to try to approach him from behind. If I can. Here, just tear these down. There we go. Cleanup crew, grab him. Boink. Alright, beautiful. We've got a strategy. We got strats. Cleanup crew. Take them away. Alright, beautiful. Just swarm them. Just swarm them. Go. Alright, cleanup crew. Oh, bomb rocks. Thank you. I'll take those. Okay, beautiful. I found the Nova Blaster. This emits a dazzling burst of light capable of destroying almost anything. I'm not exactly sure about this, but the promotional brochure claims that its blast can travel in the currents of space-time, smashing through stars and into the rifts of space. That's cool as shit. It's always worth reading this shit. One more. Okay, what else we got? Okay, we have time to get the bolt. We shall get the bolt. And then oh, I actually can't get up there. Okay, never mind. Can you not, actually? What are you doing? Okay. Weirdos. Leave you to rot. No cleanup crew for you, that's too kind. Shit, I meant to throw 3. Okay, one more. Okay. Extraordinary bolt. Oh, I didn't read it. Fuck. Whatever. Just get it. Just get it. Go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're on a time budget here. I thought Vosh's old political compass was amazing. It was a slider for freedom, and it just slides left and right. The way tankies and fascists are about the same despite claiming to be opposites. That's pretty cool. New debate topic, join the cult of progressive victory, face the wrath of Parthenax from Skyrim. There you go. You're only saying that because I recently quoted him. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Nova Blaster. This is a weapon of such incredible destructive force that it can blast stars into tiny pieces. It has a strange allure. That's crazy. Alright, one more. And then that will bring us to the next stage. And we can start that next time when I'm not sleepy. Okay, let's do this. I think I can get one more part. I think I can manage to get one more part. You, fuck off. You guys. Come here. Is that enough? This is plenty. You know what? We'll just wait it out. Hold on. Come on, come on, come on. Extraordinary bolt. This bolt's bolt holds the kind of value that only a true connoisseur can understand. Oh yeah, I think he said something about he doesn't know what the bolt does, he just knows that it's very important. I think that's one of the ones you don't necessarily need to get. Alright, we've increased the dolphin's capabilities. Like magic. I forgot you quoted the goat. Oh yeah. There you go. And tomorrow's quote is going to be apes strong together. Apes together strong, that's what it is. Okay, this will take too long. I think I just need to go to sunset. I think we've accomplished all we can today. Mom Donnie won. What a W for New York. Let's go! I mean, I figured that would happen, but still, let's go. Okay, fine, we'll take you. Might as well. Just start taking shit. Just go, just go, just go, just go, just go, just go. I don't care what color, I don't care where it's going, just take it. Just loot the whole thing. Loot the whole damn shebang, okay? The whole enchilada. Just go. Just get it. Get this bread right now. Oh yeah, my pig. Wait! I left Pigman behind. Where are they at? They're over here. Go, go, go. Okay, they're over here. I can't get any more flowers. They will definitely not make it. Get back here, you fucking idiots. Alright, we got 57 here. These guys could probably make it. Go, 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 go. Alright, we got 6 there. Alright, hold on. Are we missing any? No, we are not. They're all right here. Beautiful. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Perfect. Beautiful. The election was fucking rigged. 50.3 to 41.6. Are you kidding? Mom Donnie should have won by at least 20. Wasting channel points now, but I seriously can't think of any disagreements now, so I don't know what to do for cloud farming. Shake my head. Lol. But yeah, Mom Donnie wins, baby. Let's go. All right. Predason's impact. I now add yellow Pikmin to my list of discoveries. These creatures can wield bomb rocks, so perhaps I can use them to blast down rock walls and open up new regions. Red and yellow Pikmin, as well as bomb rock carriers, break into squads when dismissed with X when I grab one for a moment by holding A. Beautiful. Alright, I've lost 8 Pikmin so far. If we can just keep it to 8, okay? If we can just keep it to 8, I think we're cooking. I think we're cooking if we do that. 256 divided by 8. No. 8 divided by 256 is what I need. I need, what percentage that is. 40, 200, 240. So that's 6. 8%. No. No, that's stupid. I did a stupid. It's less than 1%. Less than 0.5%. .25 would be 240. So it's like 0.23%. 0.23%. That's not bad at all. Those numbers are looking pretty good, okay? Motherfucker took 5 Pikmin. He took 5 boys and he's like, that's enough for me, and he fucked off. Unreal disrespect. That fucking ball board, man. Alrighty. That's it for today, guys. That is it for today. Alrighty, I want to thank you all for coming on. I want to thank you all for being here, watching the show. Love you all. I had a fun time. You can expect a lot more streams like this where I just talk to people. I think that this is how I'm going to carry my content going forward. Oh shit. Sorry, I'm messaging somebody. Okay. All right, who's live? Who are we dumping you on? Sliwa was 7.1%, by the way. I don't know who that is. Oh, hold on. Nekosaurus is live. Oh, Vosh is live. Why isn't Nekosaurus live on YouTube? Whatever. I'll raid Vosh and host him on the site. And on Twitch, we will raid into Nekosaurus.
If you mentioned the word to them, would they think you just made up a new phrase?
Okay. Raid's happening. Thank you all very much for being here. I love you all. Take care. Have a great night. Celebrate. Zoran Mamdani's the big winner. He's a big boy and a big winner. Progressives stay winning. Progressives stay winning. All right. That being said, love you all. Take care. Have a great night. I will see you all on probably Friday, okay? I will be back on Friday. Until then.